gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 cause I bring the fire, fire, fire.
Give me your best shot, cause I'ma never quit, give it all I got. When you think about the best, see me at the top. I'ma keep it going up, and never stop, yeah. Piece by piece, I will fight till it's all complete. Can't you see? I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. I'ma get right to it. They be like, she the best to ever do it. Ain't no lie, I'm the truth, that's why you see me fly like a bird in the sky. I'ma spread my wings, I'ma never fall. But you anything I want, I'ma get it all. I'ma shoot for the stars when I got the ball. No fear, city standing tall, stand tall. Built up, oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up.
No matter where you go or what you do, your position will face opposition for any and every move. But stay leery of them deadly crews, even them petty dudes, or turn your soul to confetti, fool. They wanna test us and check us, but be strategic, we need it. We playing chess, not checkers. And I done seen the best of them get broke down. So if you wasn't woke before, you woke now. Cause even if it looks bleak, plant your hooks deep and pull yourself up on both feet. And let the whole street see what you've been through. Show them what strength do, especially when mental. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. Don't be thinking cause you bigger and badder that you could come through and run through my crew like we really don't matter. How dare you come through our city with Anna? What's that? That's animosity, and what you doing's an atrocity. You thinking that you praying on the weak, but we ain't even weak, we just waiting on the creep. Creeping slow while we waiting for the sneak. Attack these foes and lay it to the beast. And your mans is frontin', don't stand for nothing. Don't need legs to stand for something. Feel my soul and feel me, dog. Don't matter what you cowards do to me, I will endure. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees, I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound, you never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. Listen, this is real. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. Stand-up guy, they asking me who am I. They wanna know who that, I tell her give them a try. They'll soon find out and move back with eyes open up wide. I'm here, the ruler's back to take it over for life. Yeah, you know I'm major, how I run it so iconic. They all treat me like the mayor. Everything that you did, I have done it all on paper. Super like I'm Sonic, see you later, get your weight up. Yeah, applying the pressure, swear on my soul that I will not let up. I'm on a roll and I'm in control, so get a hold cause I am that fed up. Don't need a poll to decide who is better, never will fold and never will settle. They call me a problem but I come and solve it. I promise the novice can't handle me, never, ever. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. I'm so chaotic, I show up, they cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I'm so alive, my enemies running high. They witness how I arrive. They all tuck in their pride and cry. I'm so alive, my heart is cold as ice. I started, then I ride. They all duck and they hide inside. Who gonna stop me? I am the man and they all a copy. Look at them stand, they looking rich sloppy. I got these hands, they straight like it's Rocky. I got the plan of becoming a leader. You just a fan, so stay in your pocket. I am the plan, the man, and you watch me. People they saying I'm really chaotic, yeah. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket.
Baby, como nadie, quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti, pa' que no te olvides de mí, pa' que no te olvides de mí. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti, pa' que no te olvides de mí, pa' que no te olvides de mí. Puede ser que la vida nos separe, puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para amarnos, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser que la vida nos separe, puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para amarnos. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they offer me. Just do it and stop at our talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the goal. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the goal. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up.
We are live from Paris, France for the last day of quarterfinals. It's the knockout stage. My name is Alexander Maya. I'm your host. I have the pleasure to bring and introduce today's guests. It is Hysterics and Aragon doing something. I don't know.
This is what you did.
I was just being excited, you know?
Finger guns. Yeah.
Oh man, 30 seconds into the show and already it's derailed.
Yeah.
How are we doing?
Yeah, not bad. I mean, it's good to be here, especially since we get the best matchup today. I have to say the best of five that we might see in this whole tournament. Just saying.
Yep. That's a bold statement, man.
That's a big
When Bong's involved, bro.
Bong is
Nothing
involved.
is beatable.
I want to see him in finals. I completely agree.
Well, they're going to be on the desk and they're going to be playing a few games, explaining the matchups and all the yada, yada, yada. But who's going to be screaming in the Summoners Rift? Who's going to be the bird's eye view? They're doing it as well. It is Trouble and Initialize. Welcome.
Yeah, look, everyone's got the finger guns on today. She shot me. I just shot the camera.
Well, you're mainly the one screaming.
That's true. Is this
That's
your way
true.
of stopping me screaming?
I'm gonna out you off the get-go, so you kind of like...
Just you, solo cast hours.
Hello, guys. Happy to be here. Happy to be joining you as well.
This is the thing
what I was
today.
going for.
Why not? Pointing at everybody. I hope you guys can tell me on the chat who do you think is going to win today. We have 2 quarterfinals. You want to see who's going to be playing? Well, let's bring up the bracket so you can understand where we are right now. Yesterday, we had 2 matchups. It was SK Prime versus Besiktas and then BDSA versus Anonimo. Well, that was an interesting one, but today we jump into Spandau versus Nigma and then Geeke versus KC Blue.
Again, it's going to be a good matchup. Do you mind if I backtrack super quick? Besiktas,
Yes.
super
Yes.
massive.
Jump
Sorry,
back in.
not super massive. SK Prime, if anyone missed out on that. Game 5, Besiktas Silas,
Yeah.
absolutely OP, running into Maokai.
Alistair.
Alistair,
That's
like,
a nutty angle.
dude, it was an insane pick, and I think helped them win it. It was actually quite dominant in Game 5 as well, so Besiktas, props to them, props to Turkey. That was
Yeah.
a big win over what were tournament favourites, I think.
I think a little bit upset. I know it's a little bit controversial when we said tournament favorites, but I do think SK Prime had the potential, especially in this meta, coming out on top of KC Blue in a bunch of games in the group stage as well. Just made sense.
They had a really good read on draft. I think
I
that's what
agree.
it was
Yeah.
as well. Like, I think SK Prime is one of the most interesting teams to watch draft. It's a shame they're out, but again, it kind of shows that Besiktas are looked at in a new light, having to beat, again, cast the tournament favorites, but tournament favorites
That's
all
the
the
thing.
same.
The Costa's favorite tournament. There was a video on the social media of EMEA Masters where almost all the casters said SK Prime. There was only one,
Who was it?
Trouble.
Really?
She's the
Five
overseer
head.
every single time
Wow.
she knows something. And she brought in the fact, and this is a big fact, every
Yeah.
single time TSL makes it to playoffs, they do a lot of work. So
Right.
keep that in mind for you
Okay.
back at home. And that was an interesting match. 5 games. Who did you expected that? You expected that?
I don't think I did. I actually thought it would be a clean sweep or it'd be a 3-1.
I didn't expect a complete clean sweep, but I didn't think it would be so close for sure. Maybe a 3-1 to SK Prime. I thought they had just better players on paper.
I thought it'd be more one-sided than the matchup we actually had, which was
Yeah.
BDSA and
Anonymous.
yeah.
Arbiter Anonymous.
Orbit and Anonymous just got absolutely swept under the rug themselves, like an hour and 10-minute series in total. Like
That was
BDSA
fast.
was so good.
It was
I
way
remember
too
23-minute games.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really, really good game though.
We do have a few images from that matchup specifically on what we saw here yesterday on the mainstream between that Anonimo versus BDSA. And in reality, I would say the mid lane was devastating. When we see Rika's performance, like that was something to talk about.
I mean, yeah, Rika winning lane on both sides of the Hui Talia matchup and forcing recalls continuously, then spreading his lead down to the bot side. This was the Hui versus Talia game. He 1v9'd this. I remember a kill under the mid tower where the teleport came through and he timed everything perfectly.
And as you said, both sides of the matchup was the biggest thing as well. And I want to add in, I feel like Scumon's jungle priority towards mid consistently game after game, playing the mid jungle better is what enabled this. There wasn't that much priority, and I think Afro Boy got outpaced in a lot of games as well, which was sad to see, and especially the poppy pick that we didn't like in game 1. It was easy to see why, but it was definitely a jungle mid diff, and with them firing on all sorts, we got to see the best out of Rika, which I think even in the group stage, we weren't consistently seeing.
I think it's a really big shame that we only really saw the Orbit Anonymous we really wanted to see in game 3. I feel like the rest of the drafts weren't quite Orbit Anonymous. Going finally to the red side.
It was the blue side, strangely, even after the loss, even after they first picked, like they picked Aurelia blind, essentially, or not blind, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Like-
it's really strange. When you have such a carry-heavy top side, you have so many potential niche counter picks in the mid lane, stuff like the Vi going to engage, you have the Swain in group stage. Why wouldn't you go red side, flex that counter pick and that advantage?
Because their draft advantage was the biggest thing coming in, is why we said actually maybe their stand a chance, because they can play through prime top side, like the red side counter pick we talked about as well. They have very different drafts. Like we saw parts of that, but again, it took a while for them to move into that. And even though game 3 was close, they had to work up to that, where maybe a red side start would have changed things. Maybe it would have been a closer series if they got to play a little bit more with their draft flexibility like we wanted to see.
But I do want to highlight Scumon plus Rika. That was the duo. The Volibear with the pairings like the Talia really took over the game from start to finish. It was individual and team play outclass.
If possible, I'd also like to highlight the top lane. Next, we were looking at Prime, one of those players that can bring in the Aurelia, the Jax, and all that.
Yep.
And they realized, well, if we shut him down, half job done.
And Aragon made a really good point. You said this at the start of the draft. You're like, actually, all of Gen X's champions are just good counterpicks or good, like, anti-engage tools for everything Prime had.
Yeah, stonewalling Prime was the name of the game, and the rest of the map should naturally win. I think that was Gen X's general thought process. You pick Gragas into any carry, you just go even, play a tank, and then he has full confidence that the rest of BDSA is just going to be on top.
And I see a comparison here in BDSA. It's going to be really outlandish, but like 369 when he was on, you know, JDG, where you had someone like Knight in mid lane as well. You have such good mid jungle control, really aggressive duo, and you have someone who can play consistently, do well in the laning phase, and then play really well in the team fighting. And that's what we got a lot yesterday out of Gen X, where his team fighting was really nicely set up with the rest of BDSA.
So 3 games, that's all it took for BDSA to show everybody that they can now be one of the tournament favorites, since on the other side, SK Prime actually lost. So who knows what's going to happen? This is the first half of the bracket. Today we're looking at the second one, and it's going to be GK versus KC Blue. Tell me on the chat who do you think is going to win, or tell us on the social media. But before we do that, and before we dive into this one, I have a special surprise for you both.
Again?
Yes, another game show, but this is a special one.
Why?
Last time, Eragon was way too good.
Dude, he could read like Captain Gangplank with nothing. It was just a
With
black
2
box.
pixels.
Yeah.
A black dot, an orange
Ready,
dot.
I am ready, Archeron.
Captain Gangplank.
I don't
Hit me
think
with your
any
best.
of you are ready, because
Right.
we're going to be playing Who Am I? Pixel Edition Master Deluxe DLC Pro.
Master Deluxe.
Master Deluxe.
Yeah.
DLC Pro.
Yes.
How much do we pay for this DLC?
No, this is a
man?
free DLC.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we're bumping
ready.
up the
I'm ready.
budget, boys.
All right.
So with this in mind, I'm looking at the way you are standing up. I would like to start with Eragon.
But I'm sitting
So this
down.
is going to be a different sort of play style. I brought in 6 questions for you. 6 pixelated images. I'm going to throw it to you, Eragon, first, okay? And you'll be the only one answering that one.
Okay.
And then I have one for you. So
Yeah.
they've been made specifically prepared for both of you, so no top laners.
Okay.
I gotcha.
good.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Every single time the timer goes down, you get less points. Keep that in mind.
Okay.
It's going to be a difference in
Okay,
points. Eragon, the first one is this video. Give him the
Video?
pixel. Yeah. Tell me, who's this champion?
Ooh.
Who's this champion?
I'm getting
Eragon?
is this, it's not top lane, as you said.
I don't know.
Is this Nunu?
It's not.
No, sorry, Bard. Snow Day Bard.
Snow Bard?
Snow Day Bard.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not.
It is.
I know it
It's
is.
not. But it's not.
It actually is.
It's Gnar.
That's
you can't do that to me.
It's actually Snow. He should get a point for that.
No, no, it's Gnar.
You
Yeah,
said
but
it wasn't
there's
top
4
laners.
There's 3 champions in there.
I don't understand.
There's Syndra, there's Snow Day Bard, and there's Nara at the bottom.
But
To be
obviously,
fair, I
Gnar
know
is
we're
the
fighting against
closest
each
to
other.
the screen.
It doesn't matter. He got Snow Day Bard
So
from
that's
that.
0 points for you, Eragon. Let's toss it.
No top lane.
Let's toss it to you, Aesthetics. Let's get you on the pixel. Give it to him.
I don't
So
trust
who's this champion? Take your
Is that
time.
Rek'Sai?
No.
Okay, Evelyn.
It is Evelyn. You were really fast with this one. So I'm giving you 5 points because you were so fast. Look at this.
There's so much easier. There's one champion in this.
What do you
year.
mean? Calm down. This is only the first question, obviously. There you go. Evelyn is going to be the one for the statics.
Okay.
You're getting 5 points. Okay,
congratulations.
focus now. Okay,
Thank
focus.
you.
Okay, Eragon. Second
Game
champion for you. I'm giving you a tip. It's not a top planet right now, okay?
Okay, it's not a top
Okay.
lane. Sure.
It's not a top
Depends
planet.
which one in the picture.
Sometimes it has been played in jungle. That's all I'm going to say to compensate for the previous question, okay?
Okay.
Hit it. Eragon, who's this champion? Take your time.
Is this?
It could even be the dragon.
I get Aurelion Soul vibes.
Aurelion Soul, it's not. Take your time.
Oh, is it Brand?
You think this is Brand?
Yeah, this is Brand.
It's not Brand.
Yes, it is.
I can
not.
say it is.
What do you mean? This is Raven.
Okay, I understand now why you said yesterday paraphrasing that I am going to lose this game.
I didn't say that. There's no evidence of that. This is Rammus, obviously. I told you it was a jungler.
It was a jungler.
So this 0 points for Aragon so far. Aesthetics.
I'm in with a chance.
Take your time, okay?
Like
This
a big
might be
gifted.
difficult for you.
Yeah, okay.
Give him the champion. Who's this champion? It is blue. It has purple.
Okay. It's not Aurelion Soul again.
It's not.
Okay. Squirtle. It looks like Tarek.
Oh, exactly. That is Tarek. That is outrageous.
fed the
That
effort.
is 3 points for you. You took a little bit of time, so I'm going to give you 3 points.
That's
Okay.
okay.
It's not bad. It's not bad, but it's still not perfect.
Yeah, not
Well,
quite 5.
Aragon.
Okay, I'm
Come
ready.
on, man. You got this. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
This last one is quite easy for you. I don't know.
I'm
Maybe
focusing.
it's not. Who's this champion? It has been played in a lot of roles, by the way.
In a lot of roles.
Yeah.
Is this?
It has a lot of skins.
The heck is this?
It's a champion. It is a
What
champion.
the heck is this?
Come on. Lugia.
Some kind of dinosaur. No? Renekton! It is Renekton! Contrast. The contrast is inverted. What's that? Oh my god.
It's your main.
I said it was a dinosaur.
It has a brother. We go back to that one. I'll give you 3 points. No,
Thank you.
5 points because you got the inverted collar somehow.
last one,
That
right?
was really,
Did I
really cool.
win?
Okay, aesthetics. This one is really, really tough.
Okay.
It's worth 55 points.
It's just gonna be a picture.
Who's this champion aesthetics? Tell me, who do you think this is?
Karma.
There you go, Karma. 55 points for you.
55. How did you know that's like my
No.
most played? That's
55. What's mine worth? 100.
I think you got
I
like
think you're
5
done.
points.
I don't think you have
You're
any more.
sitting at 63 points.
Does that mean I win?
That was a close one. So that means I'll give you an award. I'll give you a prize, by the
I
way.
thought it was a mistake by him having 3 champions on the same screen.
I'm giving you.
What is this? It's a baby t-shirt. It's a baby. Oh, okay. Actually, thank you. I'll put it on later. What
We just-
size is it?
We just unlocked Aesthetics new skin.
It's a small. Yep. I'll lose 10 kilos and this will be perfect.
I mean,
You know
eventually you'll be a father.
But you bought a small. I would never have been able to wear that.
Oh, look at me. I'm just a gym,
You were never meant to win.
bro. So, okay, we just wanted to test you both. You did amazing, by the way.
Thank you.
Well done, Hysterics.
You
you.
participated.
I did participate.
That's
I
part
still
of
think
the
I should have got
fun.
1 point for the first one. That was.
What do you mean it was Nar? It was not even Bard. Bard was just there, you know? Just part of the furniture. Let's move on to this one. GK versus KC Blue. Now we can get serious about what we need to talk in this matchup. We're talking about LFL. Main team
Yeah.
versus GK. How can we look and tackle? Are you okay?
Aragon can start. I think.
Okay, so I mean, for the side of GK, I mean, we got a bunch of different players we talk about. We talk about Giyu. I think highest KD in the tournament, really low hanging fruit, just how good he is right now. The solo laners in particular, Bong adapting to the meta super well.
Before we go there,
Before we go there,
I want KC Blue.
KC Blue.
Yeah, the first seed. I want to understand how they got here, like their pathway.
The first word that comes to mind is disappointing, unfortunately. I mean,
That's why I gave him the shirt.
I expected a 6-0 in groups. Judging from the the LFL performance coming into here, I thought they'd be clear tournament favorites.
Yeah.
Linsus in particular, I expected more from. I think just remember his Olaf game really sticks out in my mind, where he would just run to a team fight and not connect any auto attacks, so the Olaf ult would miss and whiff. I think Vladdy though. Good.
Vladdy's been really good. I mean,
Yeah.
this game in particular, this is a side lane game where he played the Azir and like actually kept it competitive long past that point of getting outscaled. On your point about Linsas, even games like on the Fire, there's been a lot of question marks where the engage comes through, or on something like the Olaf as well, the engage will come through, and there's a lot of disconnect between him and the rest of the team. And I think especially between support and other engage tools like top lane and Mainter. I say it wrong every time, I apologize. But the problem is the KC Blue aren't team fighting together. They're not actually playing the mid game well. They're not grouping up and playing around their advantage. And it's what makes it really hard right now to look at this team and be like, whoa, those should be firm favorites, because I'm not sure that's true anymore.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, they were coming into the tournament, like I said. I think at the very least, some players are stepping up. I think Kalist is having a much better... I think in the LFL finals, I was a little bit disappointed in Kalist. I feel like he's a bit of a passenger in those games. Yeah. We're having Linces and Vladdy really take over the team fights. But in the group stages, I was really impressed by Kalist. I think he was taking over. In the side lanes, he was finding picks on his own, trying to keep clawing themselves back into the game through his picks. Alongside Vladdy, those are the lanes to watch.
They're the best at the moment. Yeah. Bot and mid, the strongest players of KC Blue right now.
If we're talking about Kalist itself, I know you know who he is, but for those who don't know, I know you want to know. So I'm going to give you a special video just about Kalist. Take a peek.
6 months. Well, that was all Kalist needed to convince everyone he was one of the finest AD carry players in Europe at the moment in the ERLs. Since his arrival on Karmine Corps, the hype following this young prodigy has just been immense. Has been outstanding from the get-go, seemingly harvesting every kill under the sun to be found in the LFL, where he claimed win after win after win. But do not get it wrong, Kalist is not just a flash in the pan. This guy is the real damn deal. During those 6 months where he was debuting, he made every single day count, winning both the French League, of course EMEA Masters, as a rookie. Bad for a player who was only 17 years old at the time. Some would struggle for years before finding a spot in the top ERL. To begin with, Kalist has come in, grabbed a spot, and proven he is one of the very best to have ever claimed one. It's a pretty high margin to be hitting. He wasted no time in making sure that claim is one he will be holding on to with his very last breath. He's made it clear he belongs right here. He has one thing on his mind: keeping his crown and claiming back-to-back victory at EMEA Masters here in 2024. Of course, all of the hype comes with an equal amount of pressure, and the weight on Kalist's shoulders is just massive. Must anyone be crushed by the huge expectations placed upon him, especially considering he's playing for Karmine Corps, the most successful organization to have ever graced this tournament. Those are some weighty, weighty burdens to be bearing. But Kalist is not just anyone, and of course not just anyone can be Kalist. It is all too easy to grow overconfident and fail after receiving all that praise, or just rising as fast as this guy has been over the last year or so. It seems normal rules do not apply to this rising French superstar. His career has just started. See, clearly he is frankly built different. Kalist has already conquered EMEA Masters last year, winning in front of his home crowd in Montpellier, and there is no reason to doubt that he can't do it all over again. But if Kalist is more experienced than last season, it's not the case for KC as a whole, as a team. The young AD carry player used to be supported by veterans and former repeat tournament winners, the likes of Sakin or Synkrov, of course, come to mind. They're all gone now. It's Kalist alone who needs to take on the mantle of responsibility they left behind and try and lead his new teammates up to the halcyon heights of EMEA Masters success he found last year. Nobody can question Kalist's skills as a player, but how about as a leader? It's a time to prove his worth there as well. The young prince wants to become a ruler in truth. The blue wall needs to pray for Kalist to show up once again with deft hands and viper quick reactions and make this tournament a banger that all of those fans back home are hoping for. I'll come up with some more Korean AD carry puns another time.
Shut down the spot, trying to get those zaps and burst the powers. Oh my god! Oh my god! He's only 17!
Now, bear with me while I blow out this microphone, because much like the fans back home, there is one word that everyone screams out when this team comes to the stage, and it's something along the lines of Blue! 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 Is that about right, fans? What's his name? You're remembering it soon enough. It's Henry Callist Hannibal. Make some space for this young French prodigy, and make some noise for the future of our region. He may be young, but he did not wait to be 18 to shock Europe. His presence might be seen as an anomaly, but Callist is not the overthinking type. He has made Casey's motto his own. Keller win.
The Kings have to fight for their spot on the throne, but they usually do a lot of lane swapping recently. That's why I want to ask you, Aesthetics. How do you feel about that one?
Yeah, let me just grab some water. No, okay. So the thing is with lane swaps is that I think some teams aren't adapting as well as others. And I do think that GK have been one of the better teams. In terms of adaptations, you have players who really like to do it. Bong, want to highlight a bunch in general. Whereas, you know, the other team, Linces, you have a very lane-dominant bot side with Callist in that video. And lane swaps kind of counter that in some regard because you mitigate the interaction you get in these lanes. You can just swap away. When he likes champions like Draven, Callista, you can't play them as well.
No, you don't. You want the 2v2. That's the whole point. The teams are lane swapping away from at the moment to avoid strong, dominant 2v2 lanes. So, in fact, while KC have adapted, I think GK have the benefit of playing the lane swap because, man, Leo is like 42% damage share right now. He's playing hyperscaling consistently. So, I actually think if we're talking lane swaps, it would be GK who have an advantage.
I mean, when I hear you both talking about GK, it's always the same player. I want to know more about him. Bong, who's Bong? Where is Bong coming from?
Well, where has he come from? I mean, Bong's right. It's not just the name. For anyone at home, I mean, you remember last year, World's MSI, Rainbow 7, this guy held his ground to a degree against players like Bin. I know we're going to look closer at him as well. But this guy came up onto the stage, like his debut, and I have to say, it was decent from a minor region perspective because a lot of players come and go, and a lot of people forget after a year or so their impact on the stage. I think Bong, not just because of the name, but I think because of the fact he was able to stand up to a legend like Bin, which was just funny in its own right, made him stay in our minds for a little bit longer. Yeah,
Rainbow 7, you had MSI attendances, you had Worlds play-ins. I think he was he was actually pretty good. I remember a solo kill, Olaf versus Cassante matchup. It was quite back and forth, right? That was a really, really high matchup, Bin versus Bong. But now dominating ERLs as well, joining the Arabian League.
True.
So already making his mark.
He's a big pickup as well. I mean, I know a lot of Arabian League players are now getting agencies and stuff, and they're getting picked up left, right, and center. Bong is no exception as well, right? You're looking at what I think is the best top laner in the region, honestly, with how he's been playing the lane swaps. Aragon, I know you've been enjoying this the most.
I've been loving it. I mean, the adaptations this guy has shown, and I just want to highlight this clip in particular and the next one. Him learning, right, how to get away on Sion, pulling off the boss, Sioning. Right, he dies in this one, this collapse, but then this bot side collapse, he actually ults away. He learns from his mistakes. He doesn't try to go up to his towers. He actually ults towards the enemy base for safety. And I think it's just a masterclass in Sion gameplay because we'll see what he gets in the end.
And so the biggest takeaway for people watching at home is that Bong can absorb pressure well. Again, this is why we talk about lane swaps specifically. Like, GK have benefit off it because Bong is really good in 1 versus 2.
Bing, bong, your tower is gone, Hysterics.
I needed this in my life.
I can't believe you actually said that.
But this play was really cool too, because he just takes the honey fruit over. This guy is a teamfighting machine. Not only can he play side lanes really well, not only can he mitigate early games with dives, with the micro, dodging spells out, flashing forward, and doing a bunch of things, he will also find flanks and teamfight really well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason that bot is so successful. Again, you have a great teamfighting top laner, a Giyu as well, benefiting off that success too. And like, I really wonder how KC Blue are going to adapt because his ability to absorb pressure and then turn it into relevancy is what some of the best teams are doing with the lane swaps at the moment too.
I think definitely just getting on that topic, it's the Sion ban is necessary. Otherwise, you're handshaking lane swaps, and I think KC Blue through sheer lane dominance would rather have a regular game.
So I love the fact that we brought in the B-roll before the stats, because top laners' lives nowadays are kind of complicated. But even though these stats might scare you, as we're going to show that one up for you folks at home, they're still really high for the top laner nowadays.
I mean, this is life size, I'm pretty sure. So the KDA 2, kill participation is 60%, but you just compare that to everyone else. You know, Giyu absolutely smurfing at the moment. And everyone else, Leo, just take a look at that damage share.
Yes.
41%. That's absolutely mental. Usually you highlight AD carries when they're like 35% or so. This is really high.
I mean, it's really insane. And again, a result because Bong's not doing any. I mean, he just sits and he dies, 4-5%, 5 deaths by the 15, 20 minute mark. KDA is going to be really rough heading towards MSI. I don't know for the rest of this tournament as well, because the amount of lane swaps we've had, it's, what do you call it? It's unfair perspective because the teams that are doing it, obviously top laners are going to look a little bit better, but this kind of shows you the role, and that's how dimensional, whether it's one-dimensional, two-dimensional, GK are going to be because of it.
And I love how deep down the rabbit hole we are figuring out how to optimize this. We've gone from like D-Shield to Ruby Crystal starts. We've gone from Grasp to Aftershock, and now we're getting Time Warp Tonic to get Elixir of Avarices, which gives you true damage on hit to be able to clear waves faster in Scion form. It's just the weirdest rabbit hole we've ever gone down in competitive league.
With Minion DMAT on top of that as well, right?
Yeah, and Minion DMAT as well. Outside of maybe Banner meta, Banner or Command meta. I think this is, it's so reminiscent of it where we just get really weird and wacky.
Bro, that was the last time everything was like wacky. Hey,
this is very similar.
And the ZZ Rot meta as well with that. Everyone just used to put ZZ Rot down and Banner and Command minions. And you just be unbeatable. You have like 7 minions going at once.
So might as well look into the meta that we have right now in EMEA Masters, and how it adapted from group stage into knockout stage, because it didn't shift a lot, but there are some differences that we might look into those as we're going to show you a graphic. Jinx unstoppable presence is 100% in group stage, and it doesn't even change when we look into knockout.
Yeah, so the thing is with Jinx, right? The adaptability. Like you have lane swaps, you have regular laning, you can build reset compositions, you can just play standard front to back. There are so many different things you could do with Jinx at the moment. And the fact that you can lane swap away from these lanes like Kalista means that she's fairly blind pickable, right? So just incredible champion at the moment, also synergizes really well with a lot of the other meta picks.
And the only changes you're saying, outside of the, no change in Jinx, is the fact that Nautilus priority's gone down a little bit as well. We get Kalista coming up too. We had more teams in playoffs, some of the better teams that weren't actually going towards lane swaps too. And, I think a lot of the time in the 2v2, Kalista still reigns supreme, still is a B1 first pick worthy. Nautilus, what were we talking about backstage? You're talking about the Nautilus pairing with Vi that's changed.
Yeah, so Nautilus is incredibly strong with a bunch of champions, right? Lots of single target burst and CC to layer on top of something like a Vial. If Vi's permaban, then maybe, disincentivizes Nautilus a little bit. It's still really good in general. But yeah, definitely gone down from groups.
Okay, after that, nothing less has changed. Orianna as well as Zir into the mid lane, but now I want to know a little bit different. We talked about GK, we talked about KC Blue, we talked about the way AD carries are so important. We had a player profile coming in for Kalista. On the other side, you look into the player graph that, okay, Bong is dealing like 11% of damage, and then you have a 41% on the AD carry because the team is allowing him to showcase himself that much. This could be a clash of titans between AD carries. So when you look into both teams, I want to know predictions without even seeing a game. I want to know who's going to win the series without any champion select or anything, without them fighting against each other before. I want to know who's going to take it without numbers as well. I just want you to tell me who's going to take it and why.
I'll start because otherwise people think I'm copying your answer because I know you're going to go for Bong anyway. So no, like memes aside, I feel like GK are going to win, 3-1 and 3-2. I think it can be close. The reason being is because KC Blue, their ability to sync up with Linces, their ability to sync up with their jungler just isn't there. The way we've seen them play around neutrals, actually play the mid game, has just been sloppy, not put together. Linces has been few and far between the jungler that we remember from the finals versus BDSA. I think Kalista is playing well, but I don't think that's enough when a lot of the time, I think in the series, the lane's going to get swapped on. We're going to get hyper carries from Leo in the bottom side of GK as well. We're going to get role players and front-to-back compositions from GK, where when it comes to team fighting, so far in this tournament, they have been better and more put together than KC Blue. Now, French fans, and please don't attack me. I'm in Paris, and I apologize, but I just think GK have been the better team, and I think it'll be an upset, but I think it's a deserved upset at this point.
Interesting. Paragon.
I'm going to go the other side then. I'm going to go with...
Now you flip just because I said the other thing.
Okay, look, I love Bong, but I think with KC Blue, I really believe in Linces. I think he's absolutely incredible. I was playing in the UK scene when he was like in the league below, and suddenly he's like here. It's absolutely mental. So no, I think they'll bounce back. Maybe ban out Jinx, Scion, drop every OP ban, and just try and take a regular game as much as you can.
Because the one thing on your point, I will just interject, is that they can be one-dimensional GK. Like that is the drawback where like we know like they take away Scion, take away a hyper carry, And for GK, like, if they don't play for lane swaps, are they going to be as good as in the 2v2 against Callisto? Like, how's the jungle priority going to look?
Because I do think there have been games where KC Blue have looked really good early, right? Especially in that specific Olaf game. They had 3 dragons. The lane was incredibly dominant. It just came down to these really silly mistakes in team fights where if they patch them up, I think they can take it.
So on one side, KC Blue, on the other side, we're looking for GK. And we're looking into a battle from Arabian League versus the Mind League of EMEA Masters LFL. They've won this countless times, looking into KC Blue. And they're saying Arabian League just popping in and they might take it over versus tournament favorites. Well, in order to see that one, we need to jump into the Champions Side. But before that, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back into the Summoners Rift. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon.
From the black, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gonna stop. From the black, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gonna stop. From the black, dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the black. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know pain leads the greatest. Endless my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't quit the fight until the last rain. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came. From the black, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gonna stop. From the black, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gonna stop. From the black, dirt war in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the black. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the black. Dirt poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the black. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the black. 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 Yeah. You know I'm coming to the top. Top. Ain't nobody gonna stop me. I ain't never gonna stop. Stop. Oh no. Stop. As you know I'm from the black. Black. Yeah. Black. Yeah. And I ain't never gonna stop. And I ain't never gonna stop.
Welcome one and all to the last day of quarterfinals here in the EMEA Masters Spring 2024. I am Initialized. I am joined by the other half of the boys, namely one, Georgia, Troubling, Paris. So good to have you. I didn't do your full last name because every time I do, I mess it up the first time.
It's better like that because I think it's going to take most of the broadcast time as well. So we have games to get to, man. Hello, everyone.
A fantastic series to get through today as well. We've got Carmine Core Blue, the reigning champs, not just the LFL, but of course, EMEA Masters as a whole, against GK, who've kind of come out and I think surprised quite a lot of people in terms of the overall strength of the Arabian League.
Yeah, I feel like the Arabian League in general and GK remind me a little bit of Match Call, where we're necessarily expecting too much from them, but then last year they had the big resurgence. And right now, with the Arabian League only being at EMEA Masters for literally 3 splits, and in the third one, they don't just have one, but 2 teams. And this particular one, GK came first out of the groups very convincingly through the tiebreakers as well. It was great to see, honestly.
Yeah, they made it hard for themselves, I think it's fair to say. 'Cause of course, 3-0 the first day, and then couple tiebreakers required on the second day. On the other side,
more official games.
Well, exactly, but they made it here. They did so in style. On the other side, of course, is KCB, who've had. It was interesting, of course, talking to Aragon and Hysterics, who were perhaps a little disappointed from a team that is supposed to be this behemoth of the tournament. They still look good. They still managed to play out some clever side lane scenarios, but occasionally some of the drafts, some of the lane swaps, the team fights haven't necessarily been as crisp as we've come to expect from the team. Already, though, some very key bans. Sion and Lulu are the ones I know from
Jinx.
KCB. They have done their homework.
Absolutely. I feel like Decap Man, this guy knows inside out the champion called Lulu, and especially when you have Leo, who loves his Aphelios, loves his Jinx. Absolutely, you're just gonna sit there and spam buffs and shields all the time. Now, what do they prioritize as a first pick? Because we have seen a lot of teams tend to go towards Taliyah. Giyu has a lot of Ahri and Taliyah throughout the entirety of group states. Literally, the only 2 champions he played, but
Sion is gone. You know what else? You know what else could lane swap, Georgia?
Gotta respect Bong. Gotta respect Bong. He's been in internationals, you know, and not having Sion, I think the likes of a Gragas, an Ornn, or a Zac come to mind when it comes to being undiveable.
And of course, at this point, with that Zac locked in, we are assuming that GK will once again be looking for the lane swaps that they have so favored. It has kind of been that next best option. The response, though, is saying, well, if you're going to go towards that, let's get ourselves an Aphelios for Kalista. We're not going to go towards something like the Kalista, which we saw them try to pull off earlier in the tournament when lane swaps were starting to come on through and just smash the lane super aggressively. Much more of that scaling option.
That's actually crazy because a lot of people think of Kalista as like the Kalista player, the Draven player, a little bit more aggressive. However, I feel like he's incredible when it comes to being able to hyper carry for his team and taking away from the hands of Leo the 2 carries that he's very comfortable with. You gotta dig a little bit deeper when it comes to hyper carries. The next one that comes to mind is probably something like a Xayah potentially.
The Zeri maybe,
The Zeri maybe,
suppose.
sure. Especially since the Vaiban has gone through the blue side for GK, could definitely be a choice.
There you go. So there was kind of looking at a couple of those options. The Taliyah is gone, but the other champion that Giyu has put a lot of time into in groups is that Ahri. Will pick that it, locks it down, got yourself that very solid roaming option. It'll match up pretty well against what Vladdy has drafted.
Let's see right here, they're probably gonna be picking something from the top lane to match Bong towards the top side of the map. Mainter, probably one of the lowest. Loving the Poppy right here, especially with the Zac coming into these team fights, protecting the Aphelios. Definitely a flex here for Linces or for Mainter towards the top side of the map. Something very very fun in terms of stats that I found from Mainter. He's got the lowest kill participation out of every top laner ever with only 35%.
That is very low.
Next one up was 44. So I feel like leaving him alone in a lane versus Bong could actually be extremely beneficial to Coming Cope that have primarily been winning in those 4v4 scenarios.
And I think that's fair, especially considering the tournament for the likes of Vladdy in particular has had, who has been so good, even on the games we saw, which they lost to SK Prime. He was doing absolutely everything he could, moving heaven and earth to try and make those side lane scenarios at least a point of pressure for Karmine Corp. Of course, we'll be on that Taliyah, likely, especially with that Poppy locked in, trying to lock down some of that mobility you were kind of alluding to earlier. The ban's now coming on through. It is going to be a focus towards some of Elramir's options. Jarvan, of course, something he does love to go to. I wonder whether we'll see a Volibear ban here as well, especially because we've already locked in the Poppy. That's kind of the 3 premier ones he'd like to go towards. Shinso, I suppose, might be another option.
Taking every enchanter that Decap has
good call.
played
Yeah,
through the group
You know
stage
what? That's a good call.
ever. There's still more guys. There's like Janna, Soraka. There's a bunch of them if you want to play
So they tell me.
towards the boss of the map. Rakan would be one that jumps to mind instantly. Decap has favored that alongside the Lulu and the Milio, and it pretty much complements the likes of Zac and Ahri that want to dive straight into a team fight. Talking about complementing the Ahri now, no Elramir, and we know him because he dominated 2023 with Wildcats Spring, right? They won EMEA Masters with Wildcats. Yep. And he is one of the primary engaged tools when it comes to GK in their team fights. So things like the Sejuani or the Maokai got taken away, the Sejuani, the Zinzao, things that can facilitate it into starting a fight would complement the Ahri as well.
With the Maokai locked in here as well, does start to add a couple questions about where that Poppy is going. Are we seeing Maokai support? Are we seeing Poppy support? One of these champions going top?
I'm gonna dare say that they have tamed Linces for this particular game 1. And don't listen, mate. We're gonna put all of our baskets into all of our eggs into Kalista's basket.
How many baskets
right?
of eggs do you have?
We're gonna put all the baskets into the egg. And I feel like Linces is going to be Linces is going to be the one piloting the Maokai. I think it makes a lot of sense, right? You're creating so much space with the Taliyah, the Poppy.
Definitely does.
And you definitely want to be having the counter pick as well in terms of support, especially since Fleshy. I feel like he's a very Targamas-esque support in terms of roaming the map and taking advantage of the counter pick in the lane.
So we keep our eyes on. You mentioned the Rakan earlier, certainly being considered here for GK. I will note, on the off chance it maybe comes on through, Linces used to be, once upon a time, a huge Talia player. I doubt with what's being hovered right now we'll see it. I don't think we're seeing Talia jungle, but you never know what this guy's like. Sometimes you feel like you have to just make the potential known. Just the Thresh being hovered. Something Flashy, of course, over the years has played a lot of, but it's been a little while since we've seen Thresh be truly meta.
Absolutely. However, here, with the likes of an Aphelios down in the bot lane and Lulu gone together with Milio, I feel like it's a great pick. It can reposition you in terms of getting against from the Ari, the Sejuani, like pretty much everyone. You see how many people are jumping in from the side of GK, and it's literally every single one of the champions, including their AD carry. So any disposition, any sort of spell that you have to protect that Aphelios would be huge. Now, I'm seeing something very uncharacteristic, which is Maokai top and Poppy in the jungle.
It's been a while, yeah.
It has been a while since we have seen Maokai top, not Poppy jungle. And I feel like Maokai has a lot more prospects in terms of setting up for your team, if you will. However, with the likes of the Lantern and Talia's workground, it's very easy for a Poppy to just dust through an even lane gank.
It's also worth saying as well that you called out Mainz's pretty lackluster kill participation. Maokai needs you to get involved. Like, if you're not using his ultimate, his saplings well, then why have you picked this champion? And if you are, of course, potentially expecting a likelihood of a lane swap, you've got the Zac here, you could certainly think about doing it as GK. They've certainly been very happy to do it as the tournament's gone on. I get a bit worried here for what Mainz is going to be able to pull off here, at least on paper from what we've seen so far. Yeah,
and it also proves that they haven't tamed Linces. They cannot put him on the Maokai. This is not happening, at least not in this particular game. This is a very, very classic. You know, he's playing his tanky self, but it's more of the aggro. I will find my angles.
Level 3-4 build, red buff, let's go.
Let's go. Now, of course, walking into this game, this particular series with KC versus GK, we expected GK to go for the very classic front to back, and that's exactly what they have done. And walking into today, I heard Hysteric say, hey, they've been really cool, you know, lane swapping and bong absorbing all this pressure. However, the way they want to play the game is very easily read, if you will. And Kamiko thrives in chaos. They like to take their 1v1s, they like to take their 2v2s. Flashy usually gets roaming around on the map. So this, if you manage to stop GK from spiking to the 2 to the 3 items where they want to start team fighting, you could potentially have yourself a very KC-sided series.
See whether it comes to that. We heard some potential rumors of discontent, some rebellion against the crown. KC have been the champions in so many people's minds here in EMEA Master Course. Now it's Carmine Core Blue. They're a little bit more of a expanded organization these days, and they're coming in with one remaining champion from that roster of last summer. The others in this roster coming in new and looking to make things work. On the other side is GK, right, who have commanded the Arabian League. Bit of a lackluster finals, but otherwise a great split. They have really felt like they have a great read on how they want to play the game in this tournament with the right champions, and honestly, very successfully so. Their playbook has been great.
I feel like they're trying to lane swap right here. They're looking for a very late invade, trying to take the top side control of the map, try and isolate the top lane of KCB. Maokai, level 1. Not one of the best champions to defend himself underneath his tower specifically. It's not going to be the case. They were just covering just in case they were the ones getting invaded. However, the lane swap will still happen. This is GK that we're talking about. Now, there was a very interesting fact that you talked about, and I'd love to touch on that. Every time we talk about KC, this is KC Blue now, right? KC has moved on. They haven't moved on, but they have actually evolved into the LEC, right? They have 2 teams now, one academy and one main team. Absolutely. And the only remaining player you mentioned from the legendary roster, and not even like the super legendary roster of all time, but the most recent legendary roster, is Kalist. This guy's not even 18 years old yet. He'll be 18 years old like later on in summer. And every single tournament Kalist has attended after joining KC, he has won. We're talking Summer LFL. We're talking EMEA Master Summer 2023. We're talking LFL 2024 Spring. And every tournament Carmine Core have joined here at EMEA Masters, they have won. If they're present, no one else is allowed to win.
See whether they can make it happen here as well. Starting this one out relatively standard, such as it is for a lane swap. The Maokai following around the Poppy to give a little bit of additional clear speed. They're going for the invade onto the Raptors, which will be spotted out here. And Bong is actually just sitting around in the mid lane, looking to be a little bit interesting. I think did just reveal himself stepping out the bush, and will therefore recall, was maybe looking to see whether there was an elastic slingshot angle onto Vladdy, but Vladdy is wise to those potential threats, and what's going to happen all the while on the bot side? Kalista will press Q with Severum out. A bit of an onslaught to claim the first plate.
Now, if you're GK, you're literally playing your own game. However, of course, fortification on the top side tower means that Zeren and Rakan will not be able to take that tower as fast. However, both teams have split the map in half in terms of who's controlling which side of the map. Top side is GK and bot side is Kamiko Blue, of course. And I'm not gonna lie to you, not the biggest fan in general of lane swapping for the sake of it. As you see, Bong finally will get into lane. As Romeo level 3 as well. And the second that KCB are gonna choose to take the first reset right here, he's probably just gonna walk up to the tower, try to soak some experience, maybe grab a CS or two.
Elromir is here. I wonder whether Bong is trying to bait Fleshy into going too far forwards, but Fleshy is wise to that potential lane gank and puts down the ward. Good response from the Thresh there to deal with GK's attempted concept, but they're actually teleporting in. This could get very ugly indeed. Flash away from Elromir. Gyu is here. Will he look to flash over the wall? There is a cleanse on Kalist, but now Vladdy is here as well to make this a 3v4. Teleport burned. KCB get out for free with the additional summoner spells advantage, because of course Elromir had to flash as well as that TP. A little bit rough there for GK in the early lane swap, which is something they have been the ones who've been really prioritizing across the tournament.
Yeah, and from Gyu, we have seen a lot of the times that he likes to participate in those early game skirmishes. It is that one lane that usually you see being proactive from the side of GK, whilst the other ones are sort of scaling towards that late game, with Bong absorbing a lot of the pressure. Dying a few times, but still on a tank, you don't really care too much as long as you get to take those CS, get that experience, and go again. And for the side, of course, of Leo and Decap, they have been absolutely demoralizing that topside tower, grabbing all those tower platings. Now, Kalist, he's going to walk back into that lane. He's got the Berserker's Greaves, and they might even look to try and pressure and take that first tower. Now, usually for KC, where we see them falter on the map is after this first tower has fallen down. It's the rotation that we're talking about. Bong, it's going to take a few too many beatings.
Slight disconnect there from the bot laners, because Kalist pressed Q with the Binding Eclipse there, and Thresh was expecting the flash away, so maybe CC'd up in a way that might have been linked up a little better if the Death Sentence had gone straight at the champion instead. All the while, though, you can see Elromir is over on the Void Grubs, claiming those. Be able to get that. Towards the tower they go. Throws down a Sentinel Turret. There's the Ignite down as well. They're going to try and get the passive. It's just a 2v1. Split apart with the Cell Division. Likely to fall here, especially as Poppy's coming on over. Linces will be heroically charging what remains into the wall should he get up. Not going to happen. 2v1
you know what?
kill.
I had my eyes squinted to see if Linces was actually just going to walk in and cue
I
the
know,
block.
we just like
Cue
have
the
a
last
strike,
block.
you know. I was teleporting back and Linces is still here. I think he just gets redived. Finally got level 3 in a Ruby, Chris. I just don't think it's enough. Heroically charged the wall. There's the play afterwards. Severum crescendum doing so much work. Actually, Linces taking a lot of damage there from the turret. And Bong survives. Kalist taking a huge chunk afterwards as well. And what looked like a very dangerous teleport does not lead to Bong's death quite yet. Stretching strikes go wide. There's the Flay. Fleshy takes the aggro. Flash for the heroic charge. Flash out for Fleshy. Karmiko Blue make it look easy.
Perfectly executed right there. There was flash on Fleshy, so he took the first hit on the bot side. So not only, yes, sure, KC loses out on the first tower gold, but they still get 4 tower platings. They have 2 kills now, 600 gold extra onto their AD carry. And not only that, but as you see, Mainter is the one that starts getting a little bit more of that experience. NCS towards the top side of the map, since that tower is now down, he feels a lot more safe to walk up towards the top side, potentially even freeze his wave in front of the tower to get a lot more free of that CS. And I feel like K-Corp came out the winners out of this particular fight right here. Of course, you see that pretty much between the AD carries, there's not much difference right there, because the 600 gold kind of got equalized in terms of the first tower going down, the extra play towards the top side of the map. So in terms of AD carries, it's dead even.
And the AD carries was the matchup that when we were kind of trying to debate which players we wanted to really focus on across the series, that was where our eyes turned. Partly because for GK, Leo has just been insane. 41.2% of the team's damage.
Let's call it what it is. It's his entire team's damage.
It is. It's like, what is it? That's the #1 damage share in the league. Pretty obviously. He's at something like over 900 DPM, 943 DPM, #1 in the league there. Might have to hold on a little bit before we start chatting about these AD carries anymore, though, because there's a lot of GK members around this bot side. They might just be looking for Dragon, but Bong being where Bong is, I think they might be looking for an engage. There's the Elastic Slingshot being charged, and Pulled away. There's the death sentence, but Decap's in a difficult position. Weaver's Wall coming on down. Vladdy is here. Gonna try and get some damage. Huge use of the ultimate from the Zeri to try and get some damage on Rolling. Fleshy in a dangerous position. Continuing to try and trade this one out. The root coming back down. Death sentence after. Decap trying to save what he can. Cannot do so. Vladdy gets Elramir. Core Blue take the kill despite having their member down here first with Bong.
Jacob Blue are not getting caught out of the surprise factor. Bong never went towards the top side of the map. They never saw the Zac. Therefore, they played with a lot of caution in terms of where could that Zac be. They do know that Bong sacrifices so much experience in general to try and get that bottom ahead, to try and complement a lot of the plays around the map for GK. However, we came into this particular game and we were like, lane swaps, how is K-Corp going to reply to it? So far, it seems that they have studied it, they have gotten it together, and so far, they are coming out ahead in a game that GK chose how to play from the beginning.
List about to trade the turrets back. That'll make it one apiece and extend that gold lead up to a very healthy margin here. The gold in particular onto Kalist, who is feeling very pleased about this early game. And have a look at this replay, because Bong was in the bush. They were ready to try and dive onto Kalist and Fleshy, and instead, it is KCB to make the play happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lynch's with the preemptive W right there doesn't quite get in whilst Vladdy puts the wall down. But Elramir, he's trying to overextend. He's trying to be that front line for his team. Gets caught from another hook straight into a dash onto the wall. Doesn't get to actually play the game very much right there. And again, it really hurt you that Bong was on level 6 potentially there. Could jump in, be that big tank for your front line, so that Leo didn't actually get to move forward. And again, all of these waves that start accumulating towards the top of the map go to Kalist. He's actually behind in terms of CS because they were trying to follow them around the map. However, Mainter is now on the other hand side.
Glacial Prison afterwards, there's the knockup. There's a lantern available, but he's pulled back away. No! Dark passage to safety. Fleshy is there. That is express delivery when you need it.
However, that was a pretty positive exchange right here from GK because they get to take the tower platings for free. They don't quite manage to take the flash. There was no flash on Mater, just about gets away. But that is even more gold put into Leo's pocket. And if you're GK, that's exactly what you want.
Charm is well managed by Giyu there. It is forced to ult as well to escape. So that will be the additional cost, but is otherwise surviving just about fine. Top side, Kalista's got Severum, Crescendum, and an Onslaught to his name. How to turn this into a blender in the top side, claiming plates very rapidly indeed.
Using red and white right there to tear through that tower. It is Leo again taking this first tower towards the bottom side of the map. Took the first one top side as well. Still 500 gold more towards the side of Kalist. He did have those 2 kills that he picked up early on. He does have that 1 assist as well. However, Fleshy might have just walked a little bit too far forward. They're getting sandwiched.
This is the wall. The lantern's over the wall. He can't help. That puts Fleshy in a dangerous position. The Keeper's Verdict knocks the Ari away. Giyu cannot play and fight this one. Slight mistake there from Fleshy, nearly costs them, but Linces keeps his cool, throws down the Keeper's Verdict, and they do get out alive.
I feel like, if anything, I don't think Linces wanted that lantern right there, especially since they were getting sandwiched. So it was like, it's okay, all good. They get out really clever to actually throw away with the ultimate, the Ari as well, the only follow-up that was there from the side of GK. And again, there have been a lot of attempts for side lanes. There have been a lot of attempts to catch KC off guard between towers whilst they're trying to reply to those waves. There hasn't been one that has been successful so far, and Linces is looking for Bong.
Dangerous position, does once again have the Cell Division available alongside the Let's Bounce. Will begin to turn this into a bouncy castle, and will escape before the fun gets too much for him.
33 to 48 CS. The top lane's
getting
if
loads
you're not
of farm,
familiar
you know?
with Season 5, welcome to Season 5.
Do you remember Season 6 lane swaps with Sunfire, Iceborne and everything top lane? Echo and Fizz top lane with tank
Trinity.
items. Diabolical. Diabolical days. There you go. That was a time. Still possibly the greatest series of all time during that period, of course. Rocks versus SKT. Days, though, looking a very different game. If we have got lane swaps returning in the mid lane, Leo is claiming even more plates for himself. He's already got 10. Gets another 2 in mid lane. Know exactly what GK's plan is, which is feed as much to Leo as you possibly can.
And don't mind the game being a little bit slowed down right here. Giyu's just going to have to ult for himself. He can't ult now, though. He needs to get out. There you go. He'll be safe.
Once again, manages to buffer the charm as Vladdy throws down the seismic shove, so it kind of times out that ability to capitalize on the CC. And once you've been CC'd once by the minefield, you can't be again as Ari, so you have got ways to continue using the ultimate. Thanks, Nymera, for teaching me that one. I get cheats on Ari.
And a wallpaper
Well, yeah,
on your laptop.
That's true, actually, yeah. Wallpaper.
I told you I would out you.
That's true. It's a good wallpaper. It's got a little theme tune and everything.
It's pretty good. Now, of course, we're chatting a little bit about wallpapers because we both know that these teams will want to start fighting when they do have at least like 2 items in their inventory, especially for Zeri as well. Like 3 would be the sweet spot that you want to be starting to fight when you've got Zeri for the side of GK, but I feel like 2 is pretty good. I'm not going to lie to you, I do feel a little bit worried for the side of GK because Giyu has not necessarily been unlocked on the map, and he is usually that weapon that they have in the early to mid game to sort of bridge that gap between we're stalling and we're there in terms of items.
And especially because this is on the Ari. It's not the Aurelian Soul, which he put a lot of time into in the play-ins and became like really, really threatening. Him and Dihasta, of course, over on Enigma Galaxy, where the 2 Arabian League Aurelian Soul players doing some damage at the tournament. But this time, it has just been that little bit slower. Giyu's not really managed to get involved, despite a couple teleports to towers. And maybe we'll have our first team fight as the game. This would be second Dragon for KCB. They want to come and start fighting it. Maintain will throw down Twisted Advance to try and make things happen. Look on the other side. That's a huge amount of damage onto Bomb, which goes straight down into the Cell Division. That flank did not work. Kalista will be donated a 3rd kill. And KCB just make it easy.
KC had no business walking up to this Dragon. They had 0 knowledge, they had 0 vision, and GK just let them walk in without any repercussions. And again, I get it, man. Bong, International, stood up to Bin, whatever you want to say. 0 and 3 right now. He dives into a team fight. Red and white on Kalist means he instantly dies. The team was disconnected. They were not looking for a team fight. Bong jumps in. Not only does Lin just get to steal the Dragon away from GK when they started it, but they get another kill onto Kalist. KC are sort of running away with this game.
They are. Bong struggling to find the angle there. Mainstep manages to press R, gets involved with the kill. That's always good news when you're playing the Maokai. Over to the Herald we go. Elromir misses the ultimate. Kalist, Severum Crescendo running, doing so much damage. Easy to the backside though. Is Decap, gets a huge knockup. Wait, this is the moment for GK. Kalist still trying to free fire. Vladdy finally turning up. The cleanse comes on through. Ari claims a kill on the Maokai. First involvement there for Giyu, but the rest of the fight gets scary. Vladdy getting to back away 2 for 1 in favor of GK, who finally find a favorable play.
They find the first 2 kills on the map as well, and very crucially, they both go to their 2 carries, the Ari and the Zeri. Let's watch this again. That is a 4 versus 5 that KC opts to fight and jump into. That's a level 11 Ari, 2 points into the ultimate. You see Giyu jumping forward. We're worried that this Ari didn't get started, but in this particular one, he was zoning the entire fight, diving in, flashing, fishing for hooks, fishing for charms, sorry. Vladdy a little bit too late to the play, and again, we've had a lot of questions with KC walking into places that they shouldn't be, and that definitely was not one. GK grabbed some back for themselves, another gold lead, only 1k between the 2.
Yeah, and you have to kind of call it out there. Giyu went for the flash charm, expecting the response from Vladdy, and didn't get the read there, so that was a slight moment. But you can see there the turret plates. Thank you, production, for that. 12 to Leo, 10 to Kalist. They are very pleased with that. The only thing that's worth pointing out is that less of them were shared on the hands of Kalista. He actually ended up with more gold from the turret plates regardless.
That was the early gold lead that we saw according to the kills as well that Kalist was able to grab over in the early game. And now the map has been completely opened up. When you do have an AD carry that wants to be pressuring down the waves, such as Zero and Aphelios, that mid lane tier 1 tower is so precious in terms of vision control around your jungle. You've got things like the Maokai coming from Fog of War. You've got things like Talia coming from Fog of War. You look over to GK, the Ari, the Zac. You cannot afford to lose that mid lane tier 1. And now for GK, Fog of War is starting to get very, very scary.
Bong needs to be a little bit afraid here. He is shoved up quite deep. Elromir's going to try and come and shadow, keep him alive. Kalist, though, with the moonshot available, and Infernum afterwards begins to throw a few dust squares. I think Bong might be getting broken here in the side lane. Very dangerous position indeed. There goes down the moonshot into a death sentence. Kalist picks up a 5th kill. He is being donated all the gold he could ever want.
5-0-1. For the AD carry of Carmine Cole Blue, 2 items onto that Aphelios. You've just hit that sweet spot that we were talking about. They've got all their tools in their toolkit. The engage with the Maokai, they disengage with the Poppy, with the Talia, with the Thresh. Kalist has everything he needs around the teamfight, and GK, Giyu in particular, are going to have to find a very creative way to sneak into the backline to get to Kalist. Because if that Aphelios goes untouched, in the entire team fight, GK are going to find it very difficult to win those.
So I know we called out Leo's like insane damage share earlier this game. What do you think Calist's is like from like number 1 to 16? So that's the amount of like AD carry players that have been in the main stage. Of the
You know what I looked yesterday? I think it was at about 31.
Nope. He is at 27.6%.
I can't even say I was close
No.
enough.
He is 15 out of 16th in terms of damage share. He is nearly second lowest damage share of any AD carry in the tournament
You
right
know
now.
what? I always
is
say
mad.
that Keiko pick up every time they reach playoffs. I remember the reckless KC who came through the play-ins. They didn't look very competitive at groups. However, the second they hit those playoffs, they stomped pretty much everyone in front of them. So, yeah.
It is interesting because Kalist not going to be asked to do a lot of the carrying. The team fight about to commence. Damage comes on down. Mainta survives, and the damage back is huge. That Moonlight Vigil, empowered by Infernum, allows a double kill to Kalist. All those numbers mean nothing in this game because he's racking them up right now.
8 seconds for the next Dragon as well. 2 members of GK down 7-0-1. This was going to be the story of better AD carry wins. Both Diffie is going to be the case, and Kalist shows the F up. We said every single tournament Kalist has joined ever since he joined KC, he has won.
It's been a tournament where Kalist has had great laning stats and struggled to convert those in the mid-game. KC have struggled to convert in the mid-game. Their team fights haven't been the cleanest. Today, this game, he is so monstrous, they cannot touch him.
I just love how Mainter is using his body to cover Kalist on the side that they have absolutely no vision. So no matter if Elarir is trying to snipe him with the Sejuani ultimate, you have that Maokai sitting right in front of him. That is excellent gameplay coming from the side of KC.
And credit to Vladdy and Linces for the follow-up to get that second kill. The shove back from Vladdy starts off a kill. And straight after a flash into that heroic charge in the wall to keep that CC chain going. You can't ask for much better a setup.
I just feel like these two teams are like, protect AD carry, protect AD carry, protect AD carry. So everyone just, the thing is for GK, they're all divers. They want to be diving into KC. That means Leo as well. For Zeri, you need some time to ramp up through these team fights. We have seen what this champion can do once you create the space and the time for her. However, GK have one button. That button is go all in. You don't leave too much space for Leo. KCB have started the Baron. He definitely doesn't have enough space here.
7 Crescendum and 3 items on a Felis means it's just gone. It disappears, turned into a protein shake that's just feeding the muscles of Karmine Core Blue. They're going to try and make some damage happen. His bomb gets to the backside. That actually is Kalist going. Still, the rest of the team has melted. You've got the AD carry, but at what cost? Leo, though, is trying. He's just got a triple kill. I thought he was going to be dead to rights. The burst fire's flying. He just got everybody. The pentakill's denied because Bong picks them up, but a Giga Bong and a wipe is exactly what GK needed.
0-5 was how he joined this team fight. Top laner from GK finds the angle top left of your screens, the flag straight into all the carries from KC. No one to peel off of that Zac. You see how Leo also finds his timing. That's what we were talking about. Give him time to ramp up on the Zeri in these team fights, and he wins them everything. Bong and Leo come out victorious on this one.
Absolutely unbelievable. All the while, that wave was so shoved up in bot side. Karmine Core lost their inhibitor turret too.
To Shelly.
We were just praising them, saying, look how much better this team fighting looked. Look how much better Kalist was looking in the team fights. And in fairness, they finally got him. Leo looked like he was dead and just tanks his way through enough to come back and get a triple kill.
I just feel like they forgot to track the Zac. They were so sure because they got the first hook, they got their 2 carries onto that first target that they hooked, and they just forgot the presence of the Zac. And you cannot afford to do that, especially when you are bundled up in such a small area. Bong absolutely annihilated them onto the Zac, and now a 2,500 AD carry goal difference has shrunk down to barely 1k.
That's a very playable difference, especially considering the items are now pretty much at parity. 2 minutes into what will be sold for KCB, but suddenly you get just that little bit more nervous, don't you? One fight goes wrong and you begin to see angles back in. 2 items to the RE3 for that Zeri. Bong finally with some gold to his name might be increasingly difficult to manage. Mid lane control, now the aim of the game. Baron, of course, was claimed, but immediately wiped off the board. Okay, that's a good hook into Decap. The Glacial Prison goes wide, and Kalist still does damage, especially when he doesn't have any threat on him in the first place. Another hook from Fleshy means the death has been sentenced twice in as many seconds.
GK overextend a little bit right there. They expect to get a Sejuani ultimate. Kalist has no summoner, so maybe they could get a pick with an Ahri ultimate as well. However, that was an insane hook by Fleshy into the flay, into the knockback from Talia. There was no time for a reaction from the Rakan right there, and then he gets yet another one. Fleshy has been on point with that Thresh. However, I wanted to mention before he buys any items, Mainter, he's on Bootyard sale inventory.
So he is. He's not managed to complete a full item yet. Maybe he will after that one. In fact, there it is. There's a Knight's Vow in.
I wanted to say it before he bought anything.
Yeah, just in time. There you go. That was very close to being a problem, but never mind. We're all in. We're still correct. We like to see it. Nearly a death cap for Vladi, who has got himself a Dark Seal stacking, of course. See something special with that one a little bit later on. Still 30 seconds or so until Infernal Soul, and GK died early enough that they haven't had their setup entirely compromised.
Now GK are looking to potentially make a pick. Again, Sejuani ult, followed up by Ahri.
Teleport.
Ahri can go pretty deep for those picks, so making sure you get onto Vladi or Kalist could be huge. Now Vladi, I don't know if that's the wall that you need right here, because you're technically the ones that want to get into this river. And again, GK are the ones that get to walk into the river first and start setting up. All eyes on Bong.
Hook.
Oh,
Decap gets hooked, gonna try and get an out, does manage to escape, just about somehow. On the other side now, Elramir goes forward, but it's onto Main, who probably isn't the easiest target. The twisted advance happens afterwards. Moonlight Vigil, empowered by Infernum, does so much work in the back line. Bong is dead. GU down to about a third HP, Decap going to continue to run away, and Kalist has chakrams to spare. Especially now he has Calibrum to extend his range. Gonna have to try and reset, but that is Infernal Soul. Kalist continuing to keep those chakrams rolling. Shot just wide. We'll use a couple auto attacks on that wave to keep those passives alive. Dark Passage afterwards. Lince is coming along. How much further do they want to go?
you had to TP from between tier 2 and tier 3 mid lane tower all the way to base.
Oh boy.
Or he'd be caught, same as Decap right there. Oh my god.
Moonshot. And there's the chaser. Blintzes gets a knock into the wall. And he said, how far do they want to go? All the way to knocking Rakan down, apparently. And those worries about team fighting, well, KCP just got angry about them.
I was actually worried. They threw everything in the kitchen sink onto Decap. Threshold, flash from Poppy, E onto the wall, and they get nothing. However, that W right here stops Bong dead in his tracks, and a beautiful E dash as he's about to land onto Kalist by Linces. It's all hands on deck. Keep Kalist alive, and Kalist will carry you the fight. Name of the game since minute 10, 1, and 5 for the Eddie Harry.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that damage, because the thing is, in that fight, he landed the Moonlight Vigil.
200 years of competitive experience right there.
Been, because you said they threw the kitchen sink at Decap. That's fine, because Kalist has a full nuclear arsenal ready to be unleashed with the press of an R button. That Infernum shredded so many people. Giyu, and Leo. I was looking at the right side of the screen and saw Kalist like, no, Kalist plays for Karmine Corp, we're just talking about it. Either way, the amount of damage done was pretty obscene, to say the least. Baron's just respawned. That was the scene of the crime the last time Karmine Corp gave away a little bit of something in the mid-game. Try not to replicate that problem from the last time.
Again, it has become a little bit problematic losing that tier 1 mid lane so early for GK. The vision control sort of went down, and they had some plays where they were miscoordinated. Now they need to try and get Bong and Giyu connected for the next fight. Try to find at least Vladi or Kalist into the backline.
Oh, Elramir.
Giyu's going to have to be very creative. Elramir tried to get creative there. Misses the ult as well.
He missed
He's
everything.
dead.
It just doesn't matter. I thought after the death sentence to the seismic shot went wide, be able to get out. Linces says no.
Baron up on the map as well. 4.3k the goal difference right here. 4 versus 5. No smite on the side of GK. That means go to your side lanes. Push out your waves as hard as possible, because once this Baron buff is down, there's soul point onto KCB as well. You know they're going to be knocking on your front doors.
The moment you said go to side lanes, that's exactly where Giyu is going, straight down towards that bot lane and shoving that wave as hard and fast as he can. Of course, the inhibitor turret did fall there, so it's got some work to be able to do, but I don't think KCB are going to be that fussed about resetting themselves. They're going to go straight towards this top lane wave, again shoving it in. They've got Infernal Soul and a level 15 Kalist with 4.5 items complete. This Aphelios is well and truly online.
Let's see if GK have any reply left in them.
He's not got the W, but he
Decap.
just used that to get into the bush to look for the flank, and unfortunately, he chose the wrong moment. Kalist donated a 12th kill. He is 12 out of 5, 100% kill participation.
And again, it feels like GK are trying to find the creative angles that we asked for. However, they're doing it on top of vision. It feels like KCB are keeping their tracks extremely safe. They're pushing towards the top side of the map. They've got the entire bot quadrant of the jungle completely wooded. They know if they're getting flanked. And they have punished now back-to-back 2 members of GK. One of them would cost them the Baron.
You know, in that case, they had control wards for GK in that bush. That was the angle they were trying to take, and it still didn't matter because KCB were wise to the ways, because they have enough control, enough idea about what's happening on the map. Vladdy is alone at the moment. There is a potential angle for El Romeo to attack, but that's going to leave a lot of spare time with the turret, and Kalist doesn't need a lot of spare times. He needs about a second.
They are pinging towards the bot side of the map. They have found Vladdy.
Missed the Glacial Prison, going to try and knock him off the wall, and it doesn't matter. Oh, Vladdy just makes it look easy.
Top lane push coming in from Mainter as well. They do have 2 lanes pushing right now. 1 super minion. Baron dapping the mid lane for KC. And Mainter pushing an entire wave. You see that Kalist will slowly but surely probably transition towards the top side of the map, back and forth. Bounce between the 2. Perfect crash right here from KC on both towers at the same time.
There's the charm landing to little avail afterwards. The damage just really isn't there. You got 4 items on Leo. Maybe, just maybe, that might be an angle back in. The charm lands will force a cleanse, but that'll of course be the Mikhail's blessing. Kalist still has the summoner spell variety available. Oh, clean out another wave, and inhibitor down already. Towards the bot lane we go. Kalist just looks at the tower and it says sorry and destroys itself.
Mid lane wave pushing as well. Bot lane inhibitor already gone. Gil!
Just so much damage. Tries to flash away and does stay alive. But what about the follow-up? Mainter throwing down the Nature's Grasp. Doing so much work with that one. Doing some work. The redemption keeps people just about alive. Keeper's Verdict knocks 1 member back to the fighter, but the Nexus turrets are just gone. Can't be caught. They're done with this game. They're done waiting. Kalist is done waiting. He's continuing a 3-5, flashing on forwards with his jungler. They demolished GK.
And I love how KC were desperately trying to hit the Nexus, because that was a Keeper's Verdict that knocked out Leo, the damage dealer from the side of GK. And you know what? Kalist said, let me farm some more KDA. That game was fun.
I mean, you saw the lane swap happen. You went, oh, it's going to be a slow game, right? And then very increasingly, it wasn't. A couple kills start going the way of the Aphelios after Bong gets tower dove. The response teleports from the side of GK do not work out. And slowly, maybe not that slowly, the Aphelios just get kill after kill after kill, tower after tower. And with the exception of that Baron play that got a bit ugly, that was a very clean game indeed from Karmine Core Blue.
I feel like they took that learning from that Baron where they lost complete track of the Zac, and they were like, we need to have vision. Because that was a Baron that you could have taken and gotten the heck out. KC opted to teamfight that one, right? And they forgot about the Zac and paid for it. However, every other teamfight, they played perfectly around their vision control. And again, I feel like GK, they tried the lane swap tactic. Maybe they'll try it again. However, KC have showed that they can reply to it.
Well, that'll be enough from us for now. Let's head it over to the desk, who can try and break down exactly how Kalist brutalized an entire team.
Okay, well, Karmine Corp starts strong with the first win, and not much coming in from GK. GK just got demolished on this one, and I want to understand how and why, because we brought in a lot of story coming in for this team, and how did what was that?
That was like,
I was like, it happened.
you know how fake is like, who asked? This is like draft gap.
Okay, let's start with the draft then.
Backstage, Aragon and I, as we do, normally it's a lot of him talking and me listening, kind of like questioning and pivoting as to how GK got in this position. I have to say, first of all, KC, biggest adaptation was seeing, again, lane swap meta band away, right? So I got Sion, Jinx, Lulu.
Yeah.
The core part of lane swap. But the B1 Zac.
That's the question.
Would you like to start with this?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of just question marks, right? B1 Zac's one of them. It kind of like illustrates, we can already immediately start building a composition that can deal with the Zac. With you have the Flay. I was just looking at every single champion, and there's so many champions that can interrupt the Zac leap. And it just felt like Zac and Rakan, and you have Penta AP champions, Penta Poppy value, Flay can interrupt the dashes. Your Poppy W, you've got a dash of a Talia Rocks. Same with Maokai Q. I think you have so many issues here that in the draft that GK have to overcome that it's just not a fair game.
So we start with the Zac, and it's done. The first pick was done.
I mean, it's not, I guess, not done from there, but like, you know, the Poppy Malco flex is something backstage we're also exploring as well. That was draft ingenuity from KC. I think the fact that all the tools followed up where, you know, it made it hard for Zac to play, but then I thought, okay, what's GK's response going to be in 4-5? Because at least they should have some kind of adaptation. But then Sejuani, Rakan into Poppy.
Yeah. It's on top of that, it gives amazing Merc Treads value. You have Ari Sejuani duo, which I'm never a massive fan of. I think it has okay upfront burst and pick, but you lack so much consistent damage for the front to back. It's just really underwhelming. I think in terms of the B1 Zac, it's just the question is, the reason why they do it is because Sion is banned, and Zac is clearly what they view him as is the next best option by far in terms of tanks for lane swap. But is it really that big of a deal where you don't, for example, B1 Talia, which is such an incredible pick?
Because the B1 Zac shows all cards, and again, like you're sacrificing so much in the draft for that specific pick that a lot of people can survive the 1v2, the 1v3 dive that inevitably comes from the lane swap. But again, it's just, I don't think it's worth it. As you said, B1 Talia, I think, is an adaptation that kind of needs to be looked at because of how good Talia is in the meta, but also how good Talia is at flexing around lane swaps too. And that's what GK, I think, we already discovered, want to do in this game, let alone series.
But just look at how little people can move. It's just, you cannot move versus these champions. It's unbelievably difficult. Rakan has to run around with a quickness until 50 spells are down before he can press W. Right? So just massive issues in the draft. I think also blind picking support was incredibly hard in that game by the time you got to second rotation. Maybe something like Renata, you were hypothesizing. The problem is the Poppy Maokai duo flex. Maokai could be flexed into the Rakan. There were so many different things. And if you blind pick Rakan, maybe you get counterpicked as well. I
mean, this is interesting as well. Raise the issue where if, you know, Maokai can be put in that kind of situation too, that's another option potentially that maybe GK can take out of the book of KC. But I think KC Blue, like hands down, this is one of the biggest draft gaps I've seen in the past maybe couple of months. They kind of walked into a trap and it's rough. And while we're hypothesizing what can come next, you know, I think a Poppy ban probably starts it if you, you know, still have the same priority. But also a shifting gears to having something like the Talia. He did damage. That's what happens when no one can engage and get it.
Only him.
Free hitting.
But like, 5 members against that Poppy. All 5 members get stymied by the Poppy pick.
And we started the pre-show with the idea that, well, on one side, you have a GK team protecting the AD carry to allow him to get those 44%. And on this side, KC do the same for Kalist. And we had a special video and everything for Kalist. And you guys were chatting about the fact that Aphelios could have been a B1 for the GK.
I think... Okay, well, I wasn't saying that.
No, I would
well, I'll point to aesthetics,
To back it up, I mean, because we're theory crafting, because it's well, this is definitely not the angle. Like, the B1 Aphelios is not only a takeaway, but, you know, it's a strong champion that a lot of the time, you know, if you get, like, these Varus Ashe lanes or, like, Kalista Renata lanes, you know, Aphelios a lot of the time loses out. And so we're trying to think of a better way for the 2v2 to play out and go into that lane swap. If you want
so riddle me this. If they go blue again, GK, if they pick blue by any chance and they go for the same sort of champion select, who should they pick and what sort of idea should they have?
The same draft again with blue side GK, I would change the Kalista ban, leave it up because you're lane swapping away from it anyway, and ban out potentially Poppy, but also B1 Talia. Because that also denies on the other side the Talia Vi combos. And I think that's the best way to open up your draft.
I think the B1 Talia is the best. To agree with Aragon, I think the B1 Talia is the best adaptation as well. Because then what do they do on the other side? Vi's still banned away as well. And if you're giving away Talia to red side as well, which is assuming that GK will pick blue again, then you're not going to give them something like Volibear Talia as well, or a strong pairing.
Even if you do get slightly worse pairings here and there, just damage split was absolutely horrendous. You had 4.5 champions or 4.25 champions that were doing magic damage. Drop a Zinzao in there, right? Like with the Ahri, it's completely fine. Just please, damage split, Merc tread value, just absolute fundamentals in terms of that.
I'll give you that. GK will pick up blue for the second game. They are blue. I just wanted to.
I don't think that's the core of the problem. I think it's the draft priorities that are. I don't think it's side selection here. We're not talking about like Orbit and Onimo yesterday, where we're like, hey, their strength is in counterpick top. the strength in this team is lane swapping. So blue side makes sense. Their priority is that first pick. And that's why it needs to be something like the Talia, and they need to change ban priorities if they're not even going to lane against Kalista anyway.
I think I just echo all of that. The B1 Zac, whilst I get the logic, it is the best top laner for the lane swaps. Once Sion is banned, I think you aren't that unhappy if the enemy takes Zac and you have another tank into it. I think other picks are higher priority than that. Yeah, exactly.
So it's still Bong. At the end of the day, it's still Bong, but it's still KC Blue starting up strong on this series. It's a best of 5, so we still got a long road ahead of us. So don't skip a beat as we're going to toss into a break before we jump into the second champion select of the day. Will JK come back from this one, or will KC just put another nail in the coffin, showing everybody that LFL is still looking for that prize? Yet again, I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. Built tough, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. Built tough, I am the one, I am the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one, I am the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one, I am the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one, built tough, I'm the one, yeah. I'm built tough, built tough, built tough. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive.
Welcome back, everyone. KCB pretty much took GK apart in game one. The desk called it out. I think we both agree. A lot of Merc Treads value, not a lot of easy access to the Callists of Aphelios, and things got very difficult very fast.
Yeah, and I feel like, even though I know GK loves lane swapping, I don't think that was a game to actually lane swap. You just play for scale. You just allow Bong to get some more farm onto this Zac, you know, get a little bit more tanky. As we're going to be jumping into draft really, really quickly, I feel like even though I know it's GK's game to lane swap all the time, I feel like a lot of teams around ERLs and around the world in general have like this tendency to really want to lane swap to get their carries ahead without a real big reason. I come from the LPL and usually they do lane swap to avoid kill lanes mainly and to get their bot lanes when they're in a very disadvantageous position out of that lane, fair. But lane swapping for the sake of it doesn't always work.
I think the B1 Zac, as it's kind of like they clearly believe, and I think a lot of teams do, that Zac is the next best thing to Sion in terms of the lane swap options. And they try to pull it off, and as you kind of saw through the draft, well, the response was Poppy, Taliyah. You've gotten this Aphelios with the Thresh behind it. You know, you look at this and you're going, and there's a Maokai that gets flex top. It's like, how on earth does Zac ever get into the fights and those kind of things? And then on the other side, like Zeri, again, wants to be able to find her moment to slip through those later stages of fights, and that's getting increasingly difficult. And they got chance to just build an anti-Zac comp, and they did. And then on top of that, they have an AD carry that's happy to lane swap too. Aphelios, back when we last really saw lane swaps in 2020, it was Aphelios Sion lane swaps, and Aphelios with Severum and Chakrams just deletes towers. It's like, okay, well, we're happy to lane swap and we deal with your comp better. What do you do?
And I feel like for GK, I'm looking at Elramir, Giyu very aggro, loves to play for his trades. Taliyah, Ari a lot in the group stage. I feel like Elramir needs to get a champion that complements him. Give me a Viego, give me a Xin Zhao, give me something that you get up in your face in the early game. Try to stop Kalist from getting into the point where they did last game. Bans extremely identical at this point. Lulu was the last one for KCB last time around. Taliyah, very important.
There's the new option in this time around. They will add that Taliyah ban in. I think that's understandable. The Taliyah proved pretty difficult to manage. Vladdy's very good at it. They don't, also just though that they don't want to first pick it. So that'll be interesting to track. Is this going to be then a Lulu ban, or will they look towards the Zac ban and try and really force people away from the lane swap?
I don't feel like the Zac was much of a problem for them, right? They had literally 4 different ways of dealing with it. However, they do not want to give the Lulu away. But getting that Aphelios here in B1, I'm expecting a Milio coming in from Decap as well. Now, this is very scary because not only the Zac goes on the other side,
Zac Milio, in fact.
There you go. Milio as well,
so there you go.
enough.
Well, that also then suggests, well, does Kalist want to do something like lock in the Lucian third here, which of course has been something that's really paired with the Milio well, because Milio's pairings are sometimes a little bit limited in terms of what you play with it. He's got a few very strong pairings, but obviously with the Aphelios on the other side, the Jinx banned away. Maybe you do look towards that Lucian. On the other side for GK, are they going to look towards something like a Poppy? Are they going to debate going towards something like a Janna?
Remember what we said
match
previously?
these Janna? Yes,
we said
I
Soraka,
do.
Janna, it all works. I feel like Janna works perfectly well against the Zac. Not only do you have your Q to throw the Zac away, but you also have your ultimate later on. I feel like this is pretty good for the bot lane so far of GK, locking in a duo that not only complements the Aphelios, but also saves him from a lot of the threat coming out from the side of KC. And what do they choose to lock in right here? Because again, Taliyah is not up. Ari is what Giyu chose to play in the first game, and now Vladdy, it's up to him to choose. Now, I'm going to say something crazy here, but Vladdy used to play a lot of Yone.
Yes, he did.
Back in the day.
Yes, he did. Of course, that won't be what's locked in right now. They'll go towards the AD carry. They decided on the Zaya, which of course Kalist very comfortable with. Pairing with Milio's fine. It's just not as like absolutely amazing as we've seen with a lot of other AD carries.
I was thinking something like Caitlyn, Lucian, something very dominant in lane.
There you go. I decided to go with something a little bit more self-sufficient in the sense that you can disengage for yourself a little bit better. We'll go through to this second phase of bans. Oh, running on
every tag there is available.
Ornn's gone. Is it going to be like the Udyr after this? The other one we've seen a little bit of with the lane swap, even if it's been a little ineffective.
The only other thing he's played in group stage is the Cassante.
True. Might be Cassante bad. You've already locked it as a... You could still be like a Zac jungle. There is still, I suppose, that world.
It's Linces, though.
Yeah, unlikely. Orianna ban on the other side. They're going to try and pinch that champion pool. Vladdy as well has had some excellent games on the Azir especially. I wonder whether that becomes that second control mage ban here for GK.
Yeah, I feel like you definitely want to get rid of the Azir, especially since Janna Aphelios extremely immobile. You get a big shove with the Azir. You kind of get pretty exposed, especially since you have also the all-in coming in from the Zac. So I feel like Azir could definitely be one of them. And again, you have Millie on your team. I am looking, in terms of the flex potentially from the Zac, I'm looking for the likes of Aatrox. Maybe something like a Yone even in the mid lane for Vladdy. Things like the Milo really complement these kind of picks. And he does reach the backline together with the Zac really successfully.
A lot of pressure then on Decap should a pick like that come on through to have really good tornadoes, really good monsoon to try and deny some of those scary at melee divers. Perhaps you're expecting out of Vladdy. There's not a lot of the control mages available. I suppose Nico up and around though has kind of disappeared a little bit from the meta from where she was so high priority for a lot of the year. Of course, you should really have remembered that Aurelion Sol was up because that has been the control mage of the moment, kind of outscaling even the Azir right now.
I'm starting to get a little bit confused from the side of K-Corp. I don't know where this particular composition is going. You've got the Millie, but it's paired up with the Xayah, but then you've got Everscaling mid lane into a heavy dive top lane. Whilst I feel like for GK, this is pretty much the bread and butter. You've got the classic backline. We did say that the last champion that Bonk has played in the groups was going to be the Cassante. Perfectly good enough here to be the frontline for the side of GK. Now we're looking for a jungler. Now I would love to see something like the Zinzao or the Viego try to complement the Ahri, that mid-jungle duo that we didn't necessarily get to see a lot into game one, just to try and pick up some speed in the early game until Leo on his Aphelios is on his 2 to 3 items to be able to teamfight through everything.
Consideration. Of course, Elramir's Gragas is a historically huge pick for this player. Likes his AP Gragas. It is, however, again, a lot of AP, at least Cassante will be doing his best with the true damage. Of course, you've got the Aphelios who'll help manage those AD threats where you can, but interesting to see him go towards that rather than something like the Xin Zhao. You're not pleased, Georgia. I saw your reaction. It was very you, which generally means relatively extravagant to those who want to know.
Don't out me like this, man. Don't out me like this, man. You know, I was looking, you know, potentially towards the Trundle. I was looking potentially towards something like the Zinzao, the Viego, something more aggressive that can make picks in the early game. I feel like, yeah, you didn't get his chance to get out of lane necessarily in the first game. So I was looking for a jungler to complement that mid laner. And I feel like Gragas as a double AP mid-jungle duo doesn't necessarily work that well for me, especially when you're playing into the likes of a Zinzao from the South Linces.
And I do somewhat see what GK's comp does between the Janna and the Cassante and the Gragas and even the...
take everyone out.
And also your ability to just disengage everyone. Everyone who comes in, you knock them away. You've got so many ways to keep people out of your backline. But I'm looking at the side, I was like, well, you've got an Aphelios. You've got like an Azir. Not Azir. I went Aphelios and then Azir. There's another A champion. Aurelion Sol. There we go. Third time's the charm. Who is one of the longest range champions in the game. You're going to have Emilio giving some extended range even to the Xayah, so she's not going to be as worried about being outranged as she might have been. Yes, you've got the Xin Zhao. Yes, you've got the Zac who'll be wanting to dive into the backline, but even with all that disengage, I worry a little bit here about the fact that you could just end up getting outranged and all you're doing is knocking people away, and that's not going to be enough.
However, I think this is where it's going to come down to Leo and the right weapon management right before the big fights. Potentially having the green gun could be something that makes or breaks these fights. And again, you've got a lot of champions that will be diving on you. You've got the Zac, you've got the Zinzao that will be looking to frontline for the side of Karmine here. So I feel like, if anything, I do like GK's composition a little bit more from the oh my god, I cannot English. From the protective type of way. You mentioned it as well. Throw everyone back out. Peel for your 80 carry. Again, I am very confused as in what K-Corp is trying to do right here, because usually you'll see Xayah when every champion wants to dive into the backline of the enemy team. Xayah is a very self-sufficient AD carry with flash, with both summoners, having the ultimate up and available. It's very easy to get away from danger. However, here you also have an... Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
It'll be interesting. Of course, you do scale exceptionally well.
True.
You've got Aurelion Sol. Xayah scales just fine, of course, even if the Aphelios nominally scales a bit better, particularly if you can get some of those crazier 3-weapon switch, full rotation combos through that some of the better Aphelios montages will show off. But Xayah's a slouch, as we've said. While, though, are we going to be looking at a lane? I don't think we are. GK are all here in this bot side, and Maintis seems to be pretty happy enough to be on the in the lane right now.
Back down. Walk back down. Again, not the biggest fan of lane swapping for the sake of lane swapping. However, if GK want to make this, their tag, their hashtag underneath their gameplay, then so be it. And KC are going to have to constantly come up with ways to reply to the lane swaps and reply to the pressure, right? So GK, this is their game, and they're trying to see if every single time KC can come up with an answer.
And to be fair, you have got the Aphelios, who is one of the better lane swapping AD carries, purely because once you've got Severin, once you've got Crescendum, you can attack turret plates like no tomorrow. Not quite to the level of the Jinx success as we've seen earlier on, but they'll try it again with a slightly different look from game one. Mid
However, I
lane.
tell you what.
What?
Sion might have 2 lives. Zac might have 2 lives.
Yeah.
Sante only has 1.
And he gets to live once? She
He
get that,
only-
like...
He only...
Does he have that little sign in his kitchen somewhere? Little tattoo on his arm, something just to remind himself?
Oh, the Cassandra literally has a YOLO sign above his
Chad,
desk.
Somehow I can imagine that. Wow. Okay. Well, production might get on that at some point for us. Give us the Cassante meme. Give me a YOLO tattoo on Cassante. Where have we ended up?
If anything, Bong would never have a poster that says YOLO because he clearly dies way too much.
He dies a lot more. Yeah. Definitely not. Very different style of game.
It wouldn't be realistic,
No, not at all. Mainta has now joined his jungler here to do what we have seen the adaptation come on through for a lot of these top lanes, which is not stick around in lane, just assist your jungler in getting the clears through, puts you at less risk of being dove over and over and over again, at least means you're doing something useful.
However, the fun part here is that KC don't even care to go towards the top side of the map. You see Mainter is just straight off the bat helping his jungler clear out the camps. KC know that GK is going to lane swap every single game. GK are usually taking the top side of the map right here. Again, there is fortification in the top side tower, so it does go down a little bit slower. And the game generally slowed down in game number 1. Both of these bot laners were trying to get 2 towers apiece before a lot of the action started. However, Vladdy right here is going to take a little bit of a trade with Giyu.
Ouch. And of course, with the changes to Aurelion Sol, that's a really good charm afterwards. Actually forces the flash. Giyu, nice moment there.
Am I seeing this correctly? That's a top laner and an AD carry.
They're all here. There needs to be a bit of a tornado over. That's a nice little look there from Decap, just taking him over to maybe be a little bit. Oh my days, Giyu. For the flash on in, couldn't quite make it land. Certainly been trying to get a hold of this Aurelion Sol, but sadly they can't make themselves Dragon Slayers quite yet.
1.5 plates left for the bot side of the map for Kalist and Fleshy. On the other side, you have Leo and Bong. I feel like it's very important that there has been some experience shared with Bong because we did see him fall behind in game number 1. However, I do want to say that also frees up Decap on the map on the Janna. And you know what, man? I don't know if you've ever played versus Janna support. This pick is just toxic.
It's very
It
obnoxious.
never stays in lane. Suddenly you see a Janna laning level 2, level 3, top side of the map. Tornadoes are suddenly popping out of fog of war from all the walls around you. So it's a very, very toxic kind of a champion. Now Lintus is going to take the initial aggro here. That's diveable. No second life.
Bong didn't allow anyone to take tower aggro there. He was too far out with the wave, so it's first blood without anybody being a threat from the turret, so easily donated over to Kalist towards the other side. Made to flashes the wall to get towards the wave. It's what top laners have been forced to.
Nah, only in season 14 do you see a top laner flashing through. 2 lives on the Zac. Can he survive?
This legitimate businessman Gragas up here, gets a bit of a knock-in. Damage back is pretty solid. Is forced to flash away. There's the Ghost. Will knock down towards the Cell division. They'll continue to try and blow up all those little pots of Zac and donate it. Fortunately for Leo, over towards Elramir on the Gragas, but it is still a turnaround kill. Teleport back now from Mainta.
I bet people love playing top lane in this particular meta.
No,
However,
they don't.
if you look at who's the real winner, 5 minutes in, 1.1k gold onto Kalist. It was Elramir that picked up that kill on the top side of the map. And majority of the tower platings are still standing. Again, the fortification is not doing justice to GK right here with the lane swap. And right here you see now, Kalist is going to move towards the top side of the map and start pressuring there, which means that tower is not going to go down anytime soon. Let's watch it again. Level 1, only just about level 2, and I feel like Mainter plays as well as he can. He gets the Q, he gets the knock-up right there, and that's all he can provide.
He gets a summoner out there. Leo will throw down the Ghost as well. So you do buy yourself with at least a couple prices. from the side of GK, but really, it's not going to amount to all that much but your death. Regardless, as you said, top laners not having the most fun in this meta.
Ooh.
Chat to Aragorn about it, guys. He's not pleased to see lane swaps being flavor of the month.
I'm very surprised that they didn't actually put Cassante towards the bot side of the map and then potentially even put the Ahri or the bot lane towards the top side, because currently Leo doesn't have a tower behind him, and there is an Aurelion Soul, there is a Xin. This could very easily turn up sour for the AD carry of GK. Again, putting him on a very volatile no tower lane could be detrimental, and you see Linces towards the bottom of the map trying to cover the dive, potentially could turn it around.
He is trying to shadow there. Elramir will be spotted out now, so this will be a known quantity, and I don't think they want to take a 3v2 dive as yet. Huge wave here. The mains would love to get access on the other side. It is indeed another kill being donated over to Kalist. We'll look down towards this bot side. I don't think we're going to see anything like that happening here for GK. Instead, they'll claim at least another plate and zone main to off more CS, but it is definitely still the bigger win to Karmine Core Blue.
They have the answers. They'll take the bot side of the map. Mainter did sacrifice towards the top side of the map, but he did take the experience and the CS from that dive. And then Lynchus is now shadowing his top laner to potentially not get killed, but knowing that Ahri is also roaming, that's just a level 3 Zac. I don't think anyone can actually defend him.
Ooh, he takes a lot of damage. The Moonlight Vigil just wide because of the Elastic Slingshot, but Gyu just ults over the wall, looking for the charm. Leo donated the kill. Top side, though, in the picture. Bong under threat again. Will they go for the dive themselves, Karmine Core Blue? Tofo Strikes Part 3 will pull the Milio back on in. Bong's got the Ghost running. Will get rooted up. Into the sky goes Kalist. And the Feather Storm is inclement enough weather to bring down the Cassante.
I don't think anything I can say right now will do justice, will ease the pain from anyone who's playing top lane that's watching this. This is a competitive League of Legends.
It
Season
is.
14. You lane swap into absolute doom for your top laners. Your AD carries are having a lot of fun, however. Picking up plates, picking up kills. There was 1 kill for Leo that went down as well. 2-0 for Kalist. And if I have taken anything from this series, anything at all, is giving gold to Kalist. It's a very easy pathway to victory for Karmine Core. I just want to point out that none of the 2 outer towers have fallen yet for Karmine Core. And as you can see, both outer top and bot have fallen for GK. And right now, Kalist is going to go back to base, buy his full item most likely, and sprint it down mid to take that mid lane tier 1, which caused GK to lose so much control of the map in game number 1.
Yeah, they do now claim at least 1 turret back towards the top side. Bong's going to go and get himself demolished, Proc, but just to back away. We're aware of the rest of Karmine Core Blue, and Kalist just starts walking at Bong, who's still not hit level 6. We'll get Tofo Strikes Part 3, but Linces is just coming up. I think this is just a dead Cassante. Gets unstoppable briefly with the Pathmaker. Maybe it's all a bait. Gets the shutdown. Bong just rips her paper apart. He's gone.
He had flash! Kalist had flash available, walked up to a Cassante with no mana and flash available, ends up dying. That's a huge shutdown. All this gold that's been missing from this top laner, 700 gold donated over to Bong. And let's see this again. Kalist has 0 mana, cannot use Q, cannot use E to call back his feathers. And Bong, we have seen what Cassante can do. He'll hit the Q3 onto Xayah, get her really close, up close and personal. That Kalist, he has flash, doesn't use it.
I think he was going to need to, especially with Linces just coming into the lane. But Bong picks his moment, still gets that solo kill, gets the shutdown, and that's a pretty feel-good moment there for Bong, who's otherwise had a pretty rough time. The game, however, will be a bit paused. Once we get some updates, we'll give them over to you, but it means it's our beautiful faces. Actually, no, it's not. It's Karmine Core's faces.
It's their beautiful
Which
faces.
They're also beautiful faces, just not ours. They're in their gaming room right now.
So far, we've had 2 games between these 2 teams. Both lane swaps forced by GK. However, we came into this series with a big question mark of, can really Karmine Core reply to a lot of these lane swaps? We've seen them succeed, we've seen them not. He is trying to run away with his life. Doesn't have to ult, doesn't have to flash.
Pause with Swift Diff, and now we're back into the game. Linces was rooted up with a binding eclipse, flashes with the 3 talent strikes under Decap, who flashes himself out. Elramir lands the explosive cast, but won't Find too much more from that one. The barrel roll goes off the wall. Gyu goes to the ult flash on in, gets some damage back. The Moonlight Vigil is solid.
The flank.
Will now be a flank coming on in. Bong is here, level 6 available, can go all out. Be able to pull someone over the wall. Linsis, dead to right. That evens up the kill score.
And again, remember that shutdown that Bong got. He was all the way down bot lane, farming up, gets that level 6 before Manger gets his own. Which
Speaking
means that Zac was not necessarily just as useful as this Cassandra. And I feel like this Cassandra is going to start becoming a problem for Kamenko, especially with the extra gold that was donated to him. I'm going to go back to my talking point.
Go for
We
it.
said SK Corp, as Seiken is one of these pictures, waving at us.
Hi, Seiken.
Hello, Seiken. We were wondering if they were going to be able to reply to the lane swaps, the pressure. A lot of the question mark fell on Linces, you know? You're not necessarily... You are this high-resource jungler. You like to play more aggressive. However, he jumped onto the Poppy in the first game. He shadowed his AD carry. He shadowed his top laner when he was getting dived. He has evolved from a carry champion to an all-around great player. And right here, we see it with the Zinza as well. A little bit more bread and butter for him to be able to the Zinza, a little bit more aggressive. However, he has been able to be at the right place, at the right time. Of course, props to GK, because right here we said we need Elramir and Gyu to get something going in the early game, and so far it has been the case. You see Gyu in these particular skirmishes, he's trying to dive forward, he's trying to fish again for those charms, and this particular case, it was spot on.
They thought they'd had a moment, especially because Gyu went looking on in, and they didn't really get what they were looking for. Gyu had to, Decap had to flash. You saw all of these kind of things go that little bit wrong. Yet still, teleport flank did its damage, and KCB lead a kill or so away. They're still going to claim themselves the second dragon. They're still just fine in this game as it stands. And of course, you look towards Kalist, 1.7k ahead. Did so much work with it in the last game, but kind of mentioning across groups has gotten solid lane leads, but hasn't converted those into damage later in the game. And moments like this, where you can just jump on people like Fleshy and not Kalista away, cause a double. Actually, the shield is pretty good. The skies come crashing on down, and that Elramin it's a back on now. Gyu lands the charm onto the Xayah. Kalista taken to about a third, but not down. KCB get the kill despite GK looking to pounce.
Fleshy taking the forbidden path right there through the Tribush, knowing that they are pressuring from this tower from the side of GK. Tribush was not very friendly. However, he does manage to get out with his life burns. His summer spell heal. Gyu looking again.
Tries to get it. Does land the charm. Remember, there's no cleanse or anything, but Kalista has a shield and stays alive. Actually doing his very best with those warm hugs and cozy campfires to keep the Xayah in one piece.
Let's watch this again. There are two members and no one else showing. That was a 4-man top lane push from the side of GK. They find Fleshy. However, these are the two tankiest members that they have from the side of GK. They don't necessarily have too much damage between them. And Fleshy manages to get out alive from this one, as well as the tower top lane. This time around, GK, even though they're more even in terms of gold, they've really struggled taking these structures down.
A little bit different if Elramir had that Lich Bane completed before this. Didn't, of course, only the components, so not quite enough burst, not quite enough displacement.
Classic Bomba Gragas coming in from Elramir.
It's his most played champion, or at least tied most played champion with the Trundle. He's put a lot of time into it. It's like a 68% win rate, something like that. I'll have to go look at those numbers again, but he's certainly put a lot of time to a great deal of success over the years. Alongside that Trundle, as I mentioned, even if that one has fallen out of the meta just that little bit. They play it earlier in the tournament, but top side.
That's a 4-man top for KC.
Yeah.
And I'm loving the way that they're just shoving mid lane waves and they're trying to stop GK from taking any more structures on the map. They're actually committing into denying GK these structures. Now, I feel like by doing this, you're sort of wasting time on the map. You're trying to chase around those tops on the map. This tower is about 1 plate's worth, and I understand it's pre-14, but at the end of the day, Leo is going to take this tower. It's super low. I don't feel like it's worth it for KC at this point in time to start rotating back and forth their mid lane, especially with what happened to Fleshy the previous time around. So stay in mid lane, making sure you take that tier 1. I feel like it's going to be much more valuable for both teams.
That last plate, the tower destruction, valuable for Leo, who is trying to catch up a little bit to Kalist's lead. Herald, started up by KCB. They are here in force. The Skies Descend available for Vladi on the Aurelian Soul. So, be a risky contest for GK, who have got themselves secure on Gyu, but I don't think they want to go any further forwards. And KCB will retreat, prize in hand, back towards the mid lane. Painter here as well, looking to try and reset, but Decap's ward will make him think wiser of that.
Very good rotation. GK were all on resets, all back in base. KC sneaking that Rift Shroud, which could very easily open up that mid lane that we were talking about. That was their win condition in the previous one. Minute and a half almost, minute and 50 seconds, or even and a half, I think I over-exaggerated that. 2 minutes almost for the next dragon.
3 minutes, 4.
Coming up through.
Anybody else?
Okay, wait, 141, 140, okay.
Stop.
About a minute and a half for the next dragon, of course, to come up and come and cool. For them, that would be so important, a fight that they definitely want to take. And if we take a little bit stock on what's happening in terms of items, you do see that Kalista is sitting very comfortably on 2, whilst Leo, you definitely want your Phyllis on 2 to 3 items to want to start team fighting.
And that's basically the kills, because actually the plates were relatively even there. It was a plate difference between the two of them. So really, in the grand scheme of things, not that big a difference. The 4 kills, however, very much are. So Kalista, once again, being donated the resources, just the raw gold, really, to make this game all about him. He's got that second item just said. Got Emilio behind him, and even if Kalist becomes perhaps a bit too much of a target to survive, you've still got this Aurelian Sol who is happily scaling in the backline, still has that empowered ultimate available, has now got that first item completed. KCB, they should be in a pretty good position should they wish to fight for this dragon in 40 seconds or so.
And I have to give props where props is due. GK, every single time there's an objective coming up, they have done their due diligence, they have gone in beforehand, they have put down a lot of vision for themselves. Major's not going to find an opening.
Tries to find the angle, flash over the wall from Lintus, but immediately the Monsoon to knock him away. Sky's Descent still available. That's a big cast. Gets a huge knock-up onto Lintus, who gets no chance to ult. He's dead. The Lynchbane auto brings him to the ground. The Sky's Descent, Decap and Leo just about surviving on the other side as KCB trying to get something more back. And in the end, actually, Vladdy goes that touch too deep afterwards, and it becomes a 2-for-1.
And again, you see KC a little bit antsy in terms of the trigger to get into the fight. We saw it in the previous one. They all-in Decap in game number 1. Yeah, you forced the flash. Kalist flashing forward.
Kalist just takes 2. The fight looked like it was even enough. The follow-up was anything but. Elromit, body blocks! Phenomenal from Fleshy! Kalist gets a triple, but he owes a big, huge thanks to Fleshy's beautiful body block.
Fleshy stepping into the shoes of Targamas and doing it justice. Looking at this fight once again, Lintas overextends to try and get onto Decap. Mater overextends to try and get onto Decap. I think it's a little bit personal towards Decap at this point, both games. However, they overextend. Lintas dies. Mater is too far forward. And as you can see, Vladdy almost there. Not quite enough. That Aurelian Sol is not at the point you want to be in game with all these items. However, the fact that Kalist stays alive is important. Giyu walks past a ward. Kalist knows there is no ultimate onto this area, only flash. So the second Giyu takes some pocket flashes forward, Kalist just follows up and takes both carries down, shut down. Now this, the flash into the body slam to block it was phenomenal from Fleshy.
And it was a flash body slam predict as well. That is just phenomenal stuff. Elramir, I mean, he did everything he could there, but Fleshy just read it like a book.
I'm starting to understand why they're lane swapping away from that bot lane right now.
They are playing out of this world. 8-1-1. Remember last game, he ended up something like 12 kills as well. This is another game where KCB have done everything they can to make sure that Kalist is the main character. Get down, Mr. President, said Fleshy, and took a little bit of a fall there all the while. GK now down 2,000 odd gold. Well, 1,500 gold. It's actually on my screen, so I don't have to do the maths, but here we are, trying to do it anyway.
Very importantly, Lord Dom's already completed from the side of Kalist as well. You see that Aphelios is still scrapping to get to that Infinity Edge. Second item, while Kalist does have a lot of armor shred before it's even built on a lot of these targets, and generally the only thing you have to worry about in terms of armor is that Cassante, that Gragas is going complete glass cannon, trying to one-shot you with any cask. On the other hand side, Mainter with a Bootyard Cell again, inventory, grabbing whatever bits and pieces from all the items that could be the most useful to these fights.
That's exactly it. And I think the big difference as well, the gold difference at the top of the screen, the holistic gold difference, isn't that huge. 1,500 isn't game-breaking. It's where that gold is distributed that is problematic. 3.3k difference individually in the AD carry role is just monstrous.
Let's see if GK are going to be able to find a way to shut Kalist down. I feel like they had one very good fight in game number 1 where Bong did find that angle with the Zac to get onto Kalist. Lintus again getting caught, has to pop the ult.
Oh, that was a very nice audacious charge. I think The cask would have been denied anyway by the Crescent Guard. Either way, ult pop by Elramir and Giyu. That might mean a potential angle on a Baron spawn start. I got burned from that last game, did KCB, so they might want to be a little bit more subtle, or at least a little bit more reserved about their Baron plays. Either way, they will go in and set up vision control around them nonetheless.
However, it's not going to be as easy for Bong to get into this fight. Previous one, it was Zach, found the angle from super long range, dived into the backline. Right here, he's going to have to brute force his way in with the Cassandra or find some sort of TP flank to try and get onto Kalist. And even then, it's not going to be very easy. You've got Fleshy, Ardent Sensor, there's a bunch of shields, heals coming in from Fleshy. There's the ultimate from Xayah, which is ultimately what makes her so invincible going into these team fights. And GK are going to have to burn a lot to try and get that Xayah. I feel ultimately it's on to Elramir to potentially try and get a cask, burn the first ult off of the Xayah, and then try to follow up on that.
Easier said than done, though. Of course, they've been trying. The Ahri, the Gragas, good at trying to make those snap engages happen. Of course, as we kind of mentioned, draft, GK perhaps a little bit more built around disengaging rather than making the picks themselves happen. They've got tools for it, yes, but they're not as easy as it is to deny the engage from KCB. The problem is at this point that KCB don't necessarily have to engage. They just have to sit there and realize they've got Soul Point, Baron available, this AD carry at a crazy point of power, Vladdy, who is still scaling up just fine on this Aurelion Soul. Do they really need to force a fight?
Absolutely not, but again, when you saw a bunch of the teamfights coming in from KCB, they looked so scattered. They looked so chaotic. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're playing a front to back. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're playing a diving composition. It's just every chance for themselves at this point with this particular draft from KCB. Luckily for them, Kalist is super fed and on a very self-sufficient AD carry, such as the Xayah. 1 minute from now, there is going to be the next dragon. This is going to be Soul for KCB. GK, I'd love to see some deep vision of that ball quadrant of Linces' jungle, trying to get potential flank with the Ahri or Bong onto that Cassante. Try to move Kalist into basically the jaws of the shark, into GK. Huge shutdown, and you take majority of the damage share from KC down with him.
Can you kill Kalist? The question GK needs to answer. Because if it comes up no, this game is going to get increasingly difficult. It's already a nightmare. It could still get a lot harder. 30 seconds till Soul for KCB if they can secure it. Is GK in the river first, though?
You on the side lane as well. Ainter is looking, but he knows that last time he did that, it was a little bit too overextended. So they're just going to walk in. I just need more vision control from KC. They're looking for Kalist.
Oh, can't make it happen. Still trying to play it out. Kalist just stands and delivers. Does not need to ult because he can flash forwards and murder both carries by himself on the other side. The skies come crashing down again. Bong is in danger. He is dead. A triple kill to Kalist. A knock-up and a kill for Linces. And 4 die on the side of GK. Kalist runs away, 11 kills to the good. And Dragon and Baron available for Karmine Core Blue. This wall looking mighty hard to climb for GK.
KC, every time playoffs come around, they deliver. They look sketchy, they look weird during groups, they look like they're not put together. However, every single time they've reached quarterfinals, they have delivered, and it's the case right here. Both the Soul and the Baron are gonna go down. Kalist 11, 1 and 2, making a statement on who's the better AD carry coming into this series.
Giyu tries to find the flank, and Kalist laughs in his face.
But he has to, someone has to pull that ultimate off of the Xayah. And I feel like Giyu with a very valiant effort right here, but the wave was already coming and he did not account for that wave to get that taunt through. Leo oversteps, gets put down instantly. And Kalist with another triple kill right here, running rampant onto this Summoner's Rift. Excellent from KC so far, replying to the lane swaps, replying to the accusations on who's the better AD carry on the Rift on that day. They've played both to perfection.
And now you've got this position where even when you're trying to find the flanks, the fact that Kalist apparently can just stand and out-auto 2 carries at the same time is terrifying. Elramir in danger on the other side, a singularity put on the ground, goes golden briefly, the Breath of Life. Not quite enough to kill off the Gragas. Breath of Light, I apologize. Breath of Life is Fleshy's ultimate. There you go. Actually, oh no, we got the 2. We got Breath of Light and then Breath of Life in the same game.
Wow.
That's actually really annoying. I hadn't realized that.
It could be worse. We could have had a Kiana in the game.
True. And she's got
ultimate display of skill. What's her
great.
ultimate?
It's a supreme display of talent.
Supreme display of talent. Okay, well,
Which is
close enough. I rephrased it.
Not bad. Close enough. All the while we go Singularity once again put down. Moonlight Vigil comes on through to middling effect. The Sky's Descend available for Vladdy. Inhibitor down. Mid lane under CGK. Little to nothing they can do right now. That's a decent order there from Leo, but it is going to take a miracle and overstep. A touch of arrogance for KCB to go down right now. Giyu tries to find it, tries to go forwards and find that angle, and just cannot land the charm.
However, a lot of the members are 50% HP right here, so if Giyu manages to find an angle, ooh, the charm barely misses onto Kalist, and Elamir is looking from the flank.
That's a good angle, but over the wall comes Vladdy. There's always more threats. The Skies Descend. The game comes crashing down. Another double to that Xayah, to Kalist, to that superstar AD carry. We had a little profile video, a little hype, a little bit of a teaser. He has delivered with the pressure. He has delivered in the first 2 games, and Karmine Corps Blue, they are looking to make it to semi-finals. It is 2-0 in dominating fashion from the LFL champions.
What an incredible performance, KC are putting right in front of our eyes. Allegations. Can they reply to lane swaps? Can they really do it? GK have mastered it. Yes, they can.
I mean...
Yes, they can. Leo coming in. Who's the better AD carry? Kalist? Wasn't performing very well in groups. Question marks through his LFL season. He still won that season, and he's coming here absolutely smashing it. I feel like KC have adapted so well through their group stage, not only to read how to move on the map, but also how to play together as a team through the skirmishes, through the team fights, through shadowing all these threats that are coming through the side lanes. And honestly, props to them again. This is playoffs KC. People, if you don't know about them, now you do.
And I don't think it is just Kalist, right? It's these other supporting members who've done such a good job. Fleshy's flash to block that flash body slam. Thing of beauty. KC here to play. GK kind of left reeling 2 games in a row. Desk, your thoughts?
None.
I mean, it's you. I assume there wasn't much going on.
There you go. Now we're talking. KC one step away from taking it all and jumping into semifinals. People had doubts. Well, they're answering all of them right now. But I need questions and I need answers. And I need to look at you, Edgar.
Okay.
Let's talk about Champion Select, because this means a lot. The Aphelios B1, as Aesthetics brought it up, did it work?
I think there was an extremely turbo pick this game. And I think that pick was the Xayah. It has a fantastic pairing with the Milio, and it is into preemptive dive composition with the RE there already. It's also very good against the short-range nature of the Aphelios. So the reason why I really like Xayah Milio is because there's a specific interaction where, because you get the extended range on the auto attacks for Xayah, you throw your feathers further. That lets you root from further away, and you can run down people really, really well. And I think in the mid game especially, we saw that.
I think even in the early game, I was just talking and rewatching the VOD, because there's something really interesting that happened early on with the Xayah Milio versus Aphelios Janna. If you look topside, there's still 3 plates in by the time bottom turret's gone. And that's because double demolish was actually the tech taken in this lane. So normally we see support Lulus or support enchanters take demolish, but in this case, the Xayah took it as well. Like Kalist bring it up, which I think is really innovative from KC. I think it's ingenious because already they have constant wave clear that's going to enable them to be on turret and stick to turret more as well. So they're going to have the faster push. Aphelios is situational wave clear with blue gun in a rotation, plus white gun for a turret push, also situational, 50 auto attacks maximum, right? So I think just coming from the Xayah Milio point, it really sets up for a better 2v2, and that's why they had the tempo advantage from the get-go.
Yeah, 2.5 plates down, I think, was the difference. Clearly what they thought, GK Esports, was, you know, we're going to B1 Aphelios. This is the best pick we can B1 because it's the best champion left for lane swaps in terms of tower trading tools. That just wasn't the case. Okay, this is an interesting one. I clipped a pick because it's bong. But, you know, Kalist, maybe this was the main mistake of the series. I feel like here, I think he could have just recalled. I think he, at the time, he had an item in base, but opted to look for this kind of play, maybe playing slow for the Linces. These are some fantastic highlights. Extended plays where maybe they didn't look so great. I think here, Linces got chain CC'd before he could ult. You see this a lot with chain CC versus Xin Zhao. Comes through. You know, the rest of the team fight does not look good. But this highlights the strength of KC Blue, where you have carries in almost every single role.
True.
And then afterwards, in the extended play, team fight ends negatively, but then KC Blue, Kalist in the mid game, in the mid lane right here, running down. You could see like little inklings of the power of the disengage as well as the chase down with the extended range from the red buff and the power of the Milio Zaya duo.
That's such a great AD carry. I mean, again, that duo is showing up massive.
Yeah.
They set it on cast, Fleshy with the body block here as well.
Really nice.
One of the main hits, but you know, again, this Gragas that they decided and opted into jungle, although had some pretty good casts this game, unfortunately just couldn't get on the backline. And again, the constant disengage from the dive just made it so hard to play the team fights for now, especially when running into Kalist, he can go forward and doesn't really have to care because he's got the range advantage now consistently in every single fight.
And I have to say, there's a reason why a lot of AD carries are short range, right? There's Draven, you know, Aphelios, Zaya. In terms of balance, it's because they do so much damage.
True.
So when you give them range, they then do that damage at long range. These champions do unreal amounts of damage, and that is why this pairing is so unique. And you saw it in that rundown in the mid lane.
So far, there hasn't been a single minute where GK is actually ahead versus KC. And that dictates a lot in this series. Like, what can they do going into what could be the last game?
Well, I think there's a better draft adaptation that has given them a better chance in game 2.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Like, this is why I was theory crafting backstage. I'm not 100% sold on the Aphelios B1. I think their option was like, hey, let's get the AD carry that, again, can push lanes and, again, that can avoid the matchup and hyperscale, right?
They're following your thought process, so give them something.
I think
they brought in the Aphelios because of you.
I think you dropped the Talia ban on blue side, and I think you pick it up yourself. Giyu plays it before. It has insane mid-game priority. It has good lane. It has good push and move, which is great adaptation to the lane swap meta. I don't know why you're banning Talia on B1. I don't know what your thoughts are on this.
That is if GK are looking for the blue side.
Which I assume, I don't think side selection is wrong here. I think it's draft priorities.
Well, I'm going to give it to you. They picked red side.
Did they?
They picked red side.
I don't know if that's a mental change or what.
I think, okay, so like having played like ERL play, often when you're down in the series, you will just swap sides for that mental refresh. You know, guys, it's like a mini one, right? But yeah, no, I think that wasn't the issue at all. I think they've shown their hand, and I'm going to go with a 3-0 KC Blue. I don't think they have anything left. You look at their draft priorities, what they played in every single series, every single game, and there's nothing new there.
And I'm kind of worried as well now like, what do they give over? Because if we get like a first pick Vibe, maybe first pick Talia from KC as well, I'm then concerned, like, it'd be funny if KC first pick Zach on blue side.
Just to test the waters,
Yeah, but I think KC doing their due diligence, like, I don't want to take away from KC. You know, I came into this series saying I think it'll be GK favored. I'm definitely going to flip because of the two drafts.
I think there's a good chance we see every single pick left open, or KC just blinding the Jinx Sion themselves, because we're definitely not going to see Jinx, Sion, Lulu bans from GK, because they want a full lane swap thing. Maybe you take away Jinx because it's the best option.
True.
But I do think, you know, we get to leave some of those open now.
And when you jump into best of fives, there's a big difference. Let's be honest. As a pro player and an ex-pro player, and as a someone, the best of 5 is such a big difference. Mentality, adaptation is so important, and KC is showing that they can adapt to pretty much anything. Groups were not that good, but now they're looking into the best of 5. Like, okay, we're still the kings. Calm down.
They came in mega prep for this. Like, I think the KC prep has to be looked at. Like, this was such a good answer into the lane swaps to start things off. And then again, as soon as like there was one mistake in draft in game 1, it's like, well, we have a fix for this. We have the Poppy. And in game number 2 as well, like, draft priorities get let through, and then we see the Zaya Milio adaptation for the bottom lane, as well as like, I mean, I think it was a big mistake from GK not to pick Xin Zhao on 4. You know, I was talking about that backstage. Like, R5, the Gragas picked up with the same kind of symbolism and what they want to bring to the jungle. But also, you're saying Gragas jungle is trash at the moment, bro.
I hate Gragas jungle. Maybe there's some weird change that I missed in terms of patch notes, but generally, this champion, it just doesn't clear.
Xin Zhao does it better. I feel like Xin Zhao would have done it better. And damage split, you mentioned
front to back
as
team
well.
fight composite, it does everything.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, KC just looked into Arabian League and said, "Halas, it's done." On the other side, Enigma is winning versus Spandau, by the way, by 1 game. We're still waiting to see what happens in the second one. But so far, Spandau just took an L. Before we jump into the last game, what could possibly be the last game, we'll toss it to a break, because I know our casters are already ready to jump into Champion Select. So just 3 minutes. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
time. Get out the way, we coming through. Check the hang time. Been on top, ain't nothing new. A lot of talk, whole lot of noise, but ain't cutting through. Word on roll, you got a couple L's, you'll have another soon, don't sweat. Whole lot of sacrifice, no regrets. Whole lot of dubs, but ain't done yet. Say you the one, but ain't one yet. Running the game, ain't take one step. Hold up. Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to play.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line? Came for the dirt, but it ain't no shame. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my way. Where the spotlight shine, where they say my name. It's the life I chose, the price I paid. A lot of sacrifices every day I prayed. Hope it all pays off in the end. I'll play, I wanna win. Seen a lot of things, ain't been the same since. Worked too hard for this, yeah, I'm convinced. Been on the brink, yeah, been on the fence. Now I'm this close to the win, win, win. When the chance came, now I didn't turn back. Loyal to the city, put the team on the map. Pedal to the floor, start running up stats. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
Listen. No matter where you go or what you do, your position will face opposition for any and every move. But stay leery of them deli crews, even them petty dudes. Turn your soul to confetti, fool. They wanna test us and check us, but be strategic, we need it. We playing chess, not checkers. And I done seen the best of them get broke down. So if you wasn't woke before, you woke now. Cause even if it looks bleak, plant your hooks deep and pull yourself up on both feet. And let the whole street see what you've been through. Show them what strength do, especially when men too. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly, down to my knees, I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound, you never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown.
Of a very swift, clean sweep here in the quarterfinals. The defending champions of the tournament come into this series and looked absolutely impeccable. Bot lane in particular has been set up for so well. The desk called it out. They have done their homework and they've come up with some really mean ways to make GK's life very tricky.
You know what they say, shoot at the king, but you better not miss. Kalist is the only former EMEA Masters champion from 2023 summer that is returning to these EMEA Masters. He's the only one holding that trophy for the previous KC roster as well. So he has been looking phenomenal this time around. And honestly, I'm just waiting to see a GK that switch it up. And by switching it up, I mean not lane swapping. Take the 2v2, trying to get a strong mid-jungle duo that will take that aggression down that bot lane, shut Kalist down off the get-go.
It does feel like their playbook has finally been answered. In groups, it felt like actually they had a lot of ways to make their strength work, where they'd be Bong on wing side, they'd get huge amounts of gold in the Leo. Gui would be doing something with the jungle there to get a snowball happening there as well in terms of that involvement. But Kalist has just been better. The side from Karmine Core in general have done a really good job at managing drafts, saying your lane swap's not going to work, we're going to get more gold out of it, and then it comes to team fights and you just don't have the answers you need multiple times in a row. I need to see, frankly, ways for GK to threaten Kalist, and that's just not happened so far this series. We need to see a little bit of an adaptation. They are on red side, talked about it on desk, at the very least a mental refresh, whether or not it actually helps their draft priorities or not.
Switching sides here, however, the bans have remained the same. Instead of Taliyah this time around, it is going to be the Zac. I wouldn't mind a Taliyah B1 right here. Taking it straight away. I wouldn't mind an Aphelios B1. for KC as well, taking the tools away from the side of GK. Talia has worked wonders for Vladi. The Milio taken away again. I mean, if you want to go towards that Aphelios, you're liking the options of an Enchanter right next to him, right? Janna didn't work just as well next to it.
I think the big thing here for me as well is it feels like Karmine Corp Blue have been the ones with the read on the meta this time around. They've been the ones with the adaptations and the newer tech that has been working out. The Milio first pick, not the Jinx, not the Aphelios, not the Talia, is certainly interesting to see, especially considering the value last game. The thing is that does give the Talia over. We'll see whether this choice is going to be firm. There's going to be a term for this, like it goes well. You know, the choice is the right one. There we go.
It takes me way back to last year when Milio was blind pickable B1 because he was super strong.
So dusted, yeah.
However, here, Talia finally get you on something that can roam the map. Put that wall down, go towards that bot side of the map. Again, an Aphelios for Leo. Played it in Game 2 with just Watts together with the Janna. I would potentially maybe even look for a Thresh here for Decap. Get him out of this, get him out of the feathers, get him out of a zone that is very dangerous for him. Now, Vladi, does he reply again with something like the Aurelion Zone? Because he very well could.
And again, you've already locked in that Xayah, something that, as we kind of saw in that last game, that extra little bit of range gives that extra little bit of threat to the Xayah. Not the Lucian or the Caitlyn or even things like the Aphelios that we have historically seen a little bit more commonly with the meta, but the Xayah has been working out very well here in Kalist's experience on the Xayah, especially when those feathers just have that bit more room to work with. Terrifying. The Maokai locked in. We've already seen it this series, but it went top lane. So there's still that flex option available.
Finally.
Debating getting another type of tank on in here. Ornn looking to be locked.
Love this. You know I love Ornn in general, but right here, I feel like GK have been missing the means to engage. I feel like an Ornn Horn is one of the easiest non-committal engages you can throw out, paired up with the Talia, blocking people, running away from the Horn. That would be a perfect way to start a fight. You don't hit it, you can still pull out. Don't necessarily have to commit, but it's a great engage tool. Now, all eyes for me fall onto the jungle. There has been a Maokai locked for KCB, but we are more than positive that this is most likely going to go into Mainter's hands. We never know, it could be a flex towards Linzas. However, for Linzas, I'm looking for the Zinzo, and particularly for that Jarvan the 4th. A very good tool, especially when you're against two immobile champions like Talia and Aphelios.
Jarvan's been pretty consistently banned this series by KC against Elromir. Of course, you could look towards something like the Volley Bear as well, but I feel like you've got the Maokai and the feathers. You running forwards with your Q isn't really going to be all that threatening when you just launch yourself into the minefield put down in front of you. Ban away from GK is going to be the Tristana, which of course the likes of Rika popped off with just yesterday. Well, not just yesterday, but like across the tournament in general, but something you've certainly seen be very successful. Nautilus, the last ban, they've gone towards more of those bot lane engage options from Decap to get off the table. Ashe, though, left up unavailable. It's been a champion that has been very strong.
Yes.
Instead, they decide against the Ashe, and they go to another style of pick option. It is the Blitzcrank to try and force some threat onto the Xayah.
Yeah, I would absolutely not want to see Ashe paired up together with Aphelios. I don't think the two champions complement each other, especially when it comes in terms of Ashe being the support to the Aphelios. However, Blitzcrank here, Decap has a lot of power in his hands on the map. They're roaming, getting onto Xayah and Milio, very immobile early on. You catch one of them, they end up going down. Vladi onto his Azir, and again, I'm looking at Linzas. What you got? Zinzao, Jarvan, very good at commanding that early game.
Also means the last pick is likely for jungle here from GK, unless, as we said, you end up with some odd lane swap or like flex shenanigans. I think a Xin Zhao makes a lot of sense here. There's the Maokai top, your front line, your zone control now, excellent from KC. And you've got such a deadly backline, the Azir and the Xayah with the extended range. If it comes to those front to backs, it can be very challenging to manage. The Jarvan left up and available for the first time this series. It's hovered, but I don't know whether it'll be the lock.
Oh boy, you saw me shaking my head right
you
here.
Were pleased.
I do not know if you want to be diving into feathers. Azir is very slippery. Just give me early game. Give me, yes, Volley Bear, Talia, perfect. They can run down Vladi in the early game. They can try to shut down Kalist. Level 6, you turn towers off. You take that Talia towards the bot side of the map with the wave. This is a much better execution in draft than I've seen from GK in the past 2 games.
And this is a little bit more like the Elromir we saw across the Arabian League in the earlier stage of this tournament. More aggro in the early game from him on stuff like the volley bear. Of course, that's generally been backed up by the late game hyper-scaling of people like Leo, Gyu as well to an extent on that front when he has pulled out stuff like the Aurelian Soul. And sometimes that disconnect has hurt them, but bluntly, they need some impetus. This might be what they needed. And they've said whether you pair that up with a Blitzcrank as well, this volley, Talia, Blitzcrank, roaming pick core could be the kind of chaos injection required to get them something in the early stages.
That's absolutely what we've been missing from them, having that pick potential with the Ornn, with the Blitzcrank later on into these fights. It felt like they were all very dominated by how KC were playing, by how KC had the engaged tools. And I feel like right here, Karmine Corp are going to have to be much more careful, especially when that level 6 rings towards that bot lane when the Talia is level 6 and we'll start roaming the map. I really hope we see a Gyu that actually gets unlocked from laning phase to start roaming around and getting those plays in early on.
It does feel like we have seen Karmine Corp at some of their best. They are playing some great League of Legends here. They are looking like they are well on course to be making a serious run to defend their crown here in the championship. On the other side, this is not the GK we have come to know across this tournament. This is not the GK we hope to see in this series. We were hoping, in some ways, for a close one here, because it looked like there could be some fun stylistic matchups. These AD carries going to be stacking up against each other. Gyu versus Vladdy as well. So much here that should have been, on paper, really, really exciting. And GK, it feels like their draft plans from the previous games kind of not worked out. Their strategy across this tournament not working out here. A level 1 play, though, with some spice might be what they need.
You do have the Hand of God on Blitzcrank, so you definitely can play a little bit more spicy towards that level 1. Vladdy just about hovering around mid lane, and I feel like I love what Gyu is doing right here. He's moving a little bit more aggressive towards that mid side, trying to spot if there's anyone around. I feel like just because Gyu is sort of like hovering around that wall, it gets a little bit obvious to Vladdy that, hey, Blitzcrank is probably towards that side of the map, so he's not going to be going anywhere near it.
The thing is, even at this point, even at this level, Blitzcrank level 1 still work. This is why you always get a bit nervous. You should know. You know the Blitzcrank's going to be looking for something.
You know what the classic level 1 Blitzcrank is?
Steal the buffs?
No. You sprint through bot lane river into tri-bush. This is the classic, where you're trying to ping your teammate, like they can see you before you enter that tri-bush, and they don't care, you know? Late level 1 invade straight to the bot side jungle. It has been read by KCB. They are entering, however, can Lince steal those Raptors? Nope.
KCB 101 from the regular season. Defend Lince's jungle at all costs. They want this fight. This will be a brawl at level 1. The hook lands onto Flashy, who's got a cozy camper and an ignite rolling on his own head. That's a lot of fire to be managing. But fortunately, it does not blaze out of control for KCB fans. No one dead right now. Elromir pretty low. Does have level 2 off the Raptors. Mains is still stuck at level 1. Lince is still stuck at level 1. Goes towards his Krugs. Will be on vision. Decap will have that hook available to try and steal the big Krug over the wall.
Pain and misery.
It away? No, it doesn't have smite. It's fine. It's going to reset.
Pain and misery. Lince is put behind right here. And of course, KCB, they have to be very careful pushing forward right here because Bong is still there. Only level 1 Ornn. Doesn't have the combo to knock them out. But if Decap manages to land a hook, you see, I have not seen a player that ditches their lane, even in a non-lane swap situation, to stay bot side and try to help that bot side. Anyway, Bong is eventually going to TP towards the bot side map. You see Main on your screens is also resetting to TP towards that bot side as well. And for the first time the entire series, there is no lane swap. I think this is the correct choice from GK. I love the fact that they tried to split them up in half. Didn't end up working out, but had it worked out, there would have been a lot of trouble for Kalista and Flashy.
Lince now finished with his bot side camps, what remained of them. Now looking to go into the mid lane and punish. Gyu's got no mana, gets a shove onto Vladdy, but Lince with a flash. A win becomes like an audacious charge, could well get on top of this Talia should they so wish. Decide against burning any summoners, we'll just let Gyu walk away. Hook lands at the bot side. That rocket punch. List, though, just finds to stand and turn around some of that damage themselves. Didn't really lead to all that much despite the flashiness.
Flashy. There's way too many of those. Now, Another invade coming in. You see that Bong has pressured that bot side. He was the one to TP.
Go!
Ooh, the flash from Fleshy. I was about to say, if you do hook Kalist, there are chances of you surviving because all the heals and shields are going to come through Fleshy. But Fleshy is very, very squishy onto that meal, doesn't get to survive. Now again, Elramir playing a lot more aggressive onto this Volibear. Volibear is a jungle that, surprisingly enough, does not lose any, if any, encounters in the jungle versus any other jungles. You find anyone, you 1v1 the heck out of them. This is how strong this champion is. So Elramir literally has brute forced his way into Lintus's jungle, who's actually on the tower, right under the tower, into Fog of War. Will be spotted right now.
Yeah, just about spotted on the retreat out there. We're shielding his bot lane, and
that is terrible. He's falling so desperately behind. 27 CS onto this Volibear. So many camps ahead. And you could also use that pressure now because you get a reset from your Blitzcrank and Aphelios. You can use that pressure to invade yet again with the Volibear.
First time in a long time we've seen GK with a early game that really favors them. They're up a couple hundred gold here off the laning advantages there. Solid chunk there from Gyu, and decap on this Blitzcrank. The early level one that forced Lintus behind. Milio, as an enchanter, as the champion is in general, not fantastic at managing things like the Blitzcrank. It has been a counter pick into the squishy enchanter a few times in the past, especially because he can't cleanse that hook, which might otherwise be valuable. I think about X-Flash. You've got to love that kind of aggro. That's exactly the volatility GK have been looking to inject into this game.
I love how he played just around Fog of War because he knew that there was going to be a control wound somewhere in the jungle of Kamikop, so making it through to this Raptor pit would probably have been spotted. Tries to play through the Fog of War. Very clever play. Doesn't end up being the case, but again, through that bot lane pressure that they have accumulated with how far ahead that Volibear is on top of the Xin Zone, an entire level up for the Volibear. Not only do you get pressure towards the bottom of the map, you also get to have the first Dragon for the first time again in this series. KC are the ones who opt into the lane swap.
We'd avoided the lane swap for 5 minutes.
Nah, screw it, go back.
And then they would realize they were losing that bot lane 2v2 and not having fun with Milio's flash being so down and then at risk. They decide, no, we want out. Let's go get some gold elsewhere. And it's an understandable decision, but this is perhaps the style of lane swap that's been a little more regular over the season. It's getting your lane out of a dangerous position towards where your jungler is on the other side of the map.
Just is looking, he's just level 4 of Fleshy as well. Bong does have his flash available. Don't think you can kill his horn.
That's a human throw to Fleshy! First blood to Bong! You just can't make it up, can you? He just makes it happen. KCB, perhaps a little off guard. Vladdy in the middle of his own jungle. Solo killed with a little assistance from Elramir.
GK are hitting back in the early game. 3 plates already gone from the bottom of the map, going on to Leo. Gi finally bullies Vladdy out of lane, and Bong getting a return kill on 1 versus 3. I'm not gonna lie to you, Lintus has been looking lost in this game. It feels like we were like, how is Lintus going to react as a very heavy resource jungler in a lane swap situation? Now that it's gone back to normal, he's like, now what do?
Here's the replay as well, because Elramir actually died in this as well. So Vladdy somehow gets the 1v2 and gets enough damage down, just Giyu finishing it up afterwards.
Level 5 only on Elramir, doesn't have his ultimate available, and Giyu wasn't there just in time. A flash away from Vladdy, of course, you get the passive from Kiana. Not Kiana, sorry. Talia.
We mentioned Kiana last game. And that's
we did, and I was like, yeah, not really the one. She stuns you on walls, Talia creates walls. You know, it could be great synergy right there. We've seen it before.
I see what you're trying.
Yeah. Trying to dig myself out of this one. Wrong champ. Sorry, guys.
All the while, Kalist gets towards some plates in the bot side. Decap, though, will speed himself up with the supercharger and look for another hook. Fleshy has not got the flash just yet on the other side. Elramir looking to get on in there. Will not be able to find and engage there around the Raptors. Does have the level 6. It is starting to get a little bit of a dance on.
He's like, I know you know that I know, but I am going to invade you. Oh, okay, so I'm bringing the bot lane.
Oh, yes, they are. Of course, Lince's jungle's in danger. The bot lane comes up to help. Chunk out Elramir's Volibear. To back one out of there. Towards the bot lane we look again, though. Leo with Severum, Crescendum, and an absent bot lane. You should want to get a play here, but actually KCB now looking to contest themselves. Moonshot lands onto Fleshy.
It was actually you who mentioned to me how a lot of the times It's about Linces in KC. Kalist is great and he gets to carry in the late game, but in the early game, everyone will just drop what they're doing to get Linces out of trouble. And right now, their jungler has fallen behind. He is behind this Volibear. The Volibear finds him in his jungle. He is going to take the 1v1 and beat him. And what do you know? Elramir bot lane once again, but that hook missing is that KCB will be safe for a little while longer.
Elramir is here and Kalist just stepped forwards. Does have the level 6 though, so not as easy as it once was to push that Xayah around towards the mid lane. We look, Lince's flash whip becomes lightning! Can't get the shuffle afterwards either. Giyu gets out by the skin of his teeth.
Oof. Very unfortunate from Linces right there. Just about misses the W onto Giyu. Cannot follow up. Giyu gets out with the ultimate. And again, it hasn't necessarily been Linces' game in this particular one. Every single try. Oh my god, just about the angle. The ultimate pre-buffer changes the angle onto this Talia. I'm not hitting that W, and Elramir is on it again.
Oh, trying to throw down the Ownbreak, but it doesn't actually turn off the turret. It's not going to matter though. Vladdy got nowhere to go, will die. Giyu taken pretty low. Decap was here as well, and Minter has teleported in. Linces not going to be close enough to contest this, so a teleport burned and a kill secured. GK coming out on top of that one. The sapling will prevent Elramir's recall at the very least.
Everything that we have been looking for in GK is being realized in this game. A very easy, non-committal engage. In terms of what I'm going to hold this one, forces the ult right there. Didn't necessarily hit, but it forced on the ultimate and a summoner spell off of Kalist. Again, everything we've asked from GK is happening here. We have the Ornn, non-committal engage, together with the hook from the Blitzcrank. We asked Elramir and Giyu to link up together, play aggressive in the early game, try and push back Vladdy, try and push back Linces. And that will definitely bleed towards that pressure that Kalist and Fleshy has had. And it has been the case. We also asked them not to lane swap. Take it face to face. You are not under any danger. Your fellows will get out of lane no matter what into a Xayah plus Milio. And so far, GK are looking incredible in this game. Almost 2,000 gold in the lead, 10 minutes in. One dragon up, another one coming up right now.
Haven't exactly got that. Again, a flash pop, those rocket grabs. Continually punishing the Milio.
He's living rent-free in their heads. Kalist wasn't getting hooked from the hook in the bot lane. Manages to ghost and ult away from it. Flashy wasn't getting hooked by this one. Flashes again. Decap's Blitzcrank is being extremely feared and respected by KC right now. He's popping summoners all over the map.
I think part of it as well is the Space Groove hook, a little bit like Blitzcrank. It's actually a little, the model.
It's Disco Blitzcrank.
Yeah, it's the Space Groove. It's, the model arm is a little narrower than the hook often is. So I often know a lot of people like, I don't know whether this one is an animation thing or not. So I'm just gonna flash that. But you're right.
I call him Disco Blitzcrank because he was Disco in TFT.
Of course, was that what it was?
You know what? There was no Disco Nuno though when Disco was a thing in TFT. That's weird.
That's actually very disappointing.
That's very disappointing. Exactly.
Mort Dog. What's going on? Insult him on another broadcast. There you go. He's not in there. He does TFT. He's not League of Legends, you know?
Poor Mort is like catching strays from everywhere.
With Summoners Rift team suddenly sending him a message like, yo, by the way, the EMEA Masters cast is what it worked.
It's okay. It was a previous set. Nothing can change.
It's too late now.
Okay.
Yeah.
We take those. We take those. Now, back to this one. Again, GK are extending the lead everywhere they can. They're pushing every single lane. They do have the lead.
Flash! My days, Decap has not been shy about pulling the trigger. Bong goes searing, charging in. Kalist has no time to pull back the feathers. Bong dies for it at the very least, but the damage is done.
You take every single summoner from the bottom of KCB. You take down the AD carry. Leo is the one walking away with the kill right here, the beneficiary of all the gold. They're pulling TPs. They want Leo dead. Linces is going to engage. Vladdy is in.
He's got a flash and a dream. Still got the Severin, stays alive for now. Decap will likely fall. That evens up the kill score. Vladdy makes use of the teleport. Elramir debating coming further forwards, but he will not be able to chase for more plates because of the teleport coming on down. Linces might be able to interrupt the back. Elramir is here now. Leo still continuing to run away.
He has no flash. Linces is still chasing Leo, and Vlad's going to get TP'd on.
There's Lince still there. Let's go over the wall. Flash for the Thundering Smash. The Sky Splitter about to come on down. Flash away from Vladdy. Keeps him outside of the danger. Lince is in danger as well. Comes down the Stormbringer. Leo walks back on in. Has a moonshot. Will get the kill with the Q. Vladdy will throw down his soldiers to buy himself time as the Emperor. But Decap has got himself a Hex Gate. That allows for a flanking angle from the Blitzcrank. Gyu so low as Vladdy stands and delivers the flank a little too late. Now the damage can continue to fly. His main is here. Gets a big Bramble Smash into the ultimate with the Nature's Advance.
Still alive!
Still alive somehow. Not dead. The Cozy Campfire buying time. Bong flashes on in for that Volcanic Rupture. Can't quite get it. Needs to get a charge. Vladdy gets a killing spree. What just happened?
Vladdy comes out of this one alive. What in the actual world? I think he got hooked twice in this fight. Let's watch this again. The knockback lands onto Lince, and I feel like Vladdy doesn't want to go any more forward. He gets stunned, of course, by the Rockers. Talia dashing in, and Lince instead to rights right there. He doesn't want to chase that. However, Fleshy is there, and as the Hex that comes through, and Gyu, you see there's a little bit of miscoordination. Leo is back in. Elramir is not there, and Gyu and Decap just choose to overextend and go in trying to kill Vladdy. Now here, Vladdy gets slowed by the rune, therefore gets hooked back, and boom, tries desperately to reach him, but there's the slows from the Maokai coming in, there's the Q from the Milio coming in, and they just don't let Vladdy die. 4, 2, and 1. And we said that KC is a multi-threat team. Jungle, mid, and AD carry. All three big threats when it comes to them being able to carry. And I know it's not Khalees with the most damage right now on him, with the most gold on him, but Vladdy is.
Vladdy's in a great position. That gold lead which GK had so carefully grown across the early game has now shrunk to a paltry 200 gold. A minute and a half until a Hex Soul point could be theirs, and that might still be the win condition they need. They're still happily in this game, don't get me wrong, but KCB...
Paltry?
Paltry, it's a great word.
Awesome.
P-A-L, not the birds.
I thought you said you meant the birds, because
No,
you know, like,
no, there is
Azir is kind of a chicken,
It's
you know?
another one of those English homophones where there's two words that sound the same but mean very different things.
Wow. But he does suit the narrative here. He is a bird.
That's true. You know what? Maybe I was unintentionally genius there.
Perfect.
I mean, I just am, right? So it's just a normal occurrence for me as I continue to lie to make myself feel better. But
Hey, it worked both ways, man. Don't worry about it.
As Vladdy claims a turret. Big win for him again, who's now up over 1,000 gold. And that's despite Gyu actually having a really good early game. Getting that kill on a Vladdy himself with a little help from Elramir in the jungle. And now you got a 4-kill Azir, building towards a second item. Kalist caught up a little bit. Of course, the Aphelios still obviously in the lead, but more and more of these fights are happening. GK getting a little too eager to take fights to snowball their way out. They could prove to be in a difficult position. Decap now stepping on forwards. Fleshy misses the Super Mega Blaze. Cake Bong is here as well. They want to play for this dragon in 20 seconds.
Absolutely, and there's not many champions that can say that they're really good at team fighting and really good at split pushing. Azir is one of those champions, and he will be a threat. So GK are going to have to try and find a way to neutralize, because from the previous skirmish, the gold diff has swapped over to KC. Now, of course, GK, every single time, we do prompt them on how good they are setting down their vision and getting into these objectives first. KC, though, have broken every rule, but just brute forcing themselves in.
Lands onto Lince, will immediately throw down the Crescent Guard. Kalist free firing on the side as the Nature's Grasp comes down. Already Elramir is dead, however. A shuffle on the top of our screams. Gyu dead, 2 down already. And KCB, despite not having control of the river, managed to stand and deliver and claim 2 key kills. The mid-jungle, dead to rights.
This is not right. KC have done this every single game. No vision, no control, no idea where everyone is. They just brute force themselves into these fights, and they come out winners. Vladdy.
So much damage coming on back into the searing charge afterwards. A shutdown going the way of Bong. Clearly the most deserving.
A little bit of overextension right there from Vladdy. And again, the hook lands onto Lince. He's extremely tanky, especially when his ultimate is up and active. But I feel like what's happening right here, Gyu's wall actually separates him from his team and makes it that much easier for KC to sort of isolate him instead of feeling the threat of being spread apart in this fight. So, unfortunate right there, both the carries end up going down.
And in fairness to KCB, they do have the ultimate in brute force face-checking tools to their name here because they have Maokai. And then they have the Shins out in front of the Maokai. So your ability to throw that ultimate down and use it to clear the way, orbital barrage style, be strong indeed. Giyu throwing out some waves, and GK, that gold leader, it's not a gold lead anymore, it's a gold deficit. 1.8k in the favor of Carmine Core Blue.
Was the other way around a few minutes ago.
Exactly, and now managed to work their way back into the game. Two very heavy snowballs in games 1 and 2. GK look like they might have found their ticket back into the series for 15 minutes now.
Ooh,
maybe they just haven't.
Purchase for Bong as well. That's going to go straight onto Leo for these team fights. And again, do not underestimate the power of 200 years of collective experience in terms of champion design that Aphelios has on him. 2-0 and 1, very, very close to that Infinity Edge as well.
One of my favorite stories about Aphelios is in his development, there was some concepts done about his power changing with the real life cycles of the moon. So he'd be more powerful when it was full moon in real life and less powerful when it was like a waxing moon.
Do you have any idea when full moon is? Or?
Yeah, like it's...
No, when is it
now?
now?
No, exactly. I see. No, I have no idea. Maybe it would be good right now with the eclipse.
Maybe right about now would be great.
There was that eclipse recently. Maybe that would have had effect. But like, that was genuinely a consideration at some point, which is just wild. But you know, they I think for obvious reasons decided against that kind of arbitrary power management on Aphelios.
You know how there's always like little quests and bits and pieces in League of Legends? That would have been like an extraordinary one.
Yeah, there are some great stories. Again, for someone who really does enjoy the game design stuff, so it's always cool to hear these stories about where champions came from. And Aphelios is certainly one with a lot to him, that's for sure. Top side, though, back to what's on our screens. Mainta slowed down with the chilling smite, flashing away. Bramble smash there. Alramir can't quite get in range, but does have a Stormbringer to shut the turret down. Decap claims the shutdown against the tree.
That twisted advance was almost slick. However, they are going to take that first kill. And GK, they could be having their eyes towards this Baron. This is a 4 versus 5, 20 seconds until Mainter will be up with that teleport. This is your time also to walk a little bit deeper into the jungle, create some vision control for yourself, take back some of the territory that's been taken away from you. Especially when that mid lane tier 1 is down. We've seen this so many times. It's very dangerous for your AD carry to walk up.
Both sides not really happy to do that, especially when you've got a blitzcrank in the game if you're Carmine Core Blue, and on the other side, of course, the sheer amount of CC from a Maokai, the Shinsao, and the Azir all very willing to dive on someone out of position. Vision control now the aim of the game. Mid lane control now the aim of the game.
It's actually incredible how KC replied to Mainter's death, because they knew there was a chance that GK might look for a cheeky Baron, or at least to take control of that quadrant of the jungle, of the side of Linsas, the top side. What they did is they literally rotated all 5 members. They shoved in lanes and they rotated all 4 members, the remaining ones, towards the top side of the map. And they were guarding to try and find a pick. So very wisely, GK did not move in for any aggressive vision.
This time around, naturally, you saw Giyu wall away. They were slightly worried as well about potentially Carmine Core collapsing, because they've been known to do that. Decap, though, I think was spotted. Was looking there for a potential flank angle. There goes down the Rift Corrupted Scuttle Crab, which reveals some of those wards. Flashy, though. Again, fighting for that vision control, and that really is where both teams are stalling and posturing right now. 25 seconds until another dragon. It's Carmine Core with the shove in mid lane.
I think GK are looking at the Baron. They could afford, they have 2 dragons at this point. It would be Dragon Soul Point for themselves if they manage to take that one. However, GK, especially having that Aphelios with the right weapons right here, and you do already have that red, but blue is pretty full. So you're not going to have chakrams for quite a long time. You could potentially burn down that Baron really quickly. And as you can see on your screens, look at the minimap. Bottom right, Kalist is already taking care of this dragon. It will be 2 apiece.
They don't want to come and face check that one, and I think Leo not quite having the weapon setup they were hoping for. I think probably looking for Gravitum Infernum is normally the team fight combo you see these days. After a bit of teething and experience problems over the years, that's what players have generally come to the consensus on. Still, though, they will take the opportunity to claim a turret. They were only at 1 turret so far. That will even up the Drake score, and the game, after the frenetic opening minutes and the solid comeback, has slowed right back down again.
Almost at even. Just 700 gold is the difference between the 2 teams. I would say the most valuable thing for KC right now is their mid lane tier 1. Especially if they want to start contesting for the next Dragons to come, since there's 2 apiece for both of these teams. They do have the 6 Void Grabs as well, which is going to be very handy, having Vlad on the side lane, pushing down these towers super quickly.
And even in their losses in group stage, both of which were to SK Prime, of course, who fell yesterday, actually, which is partly why, again, we were like, well, if SK Prime, who we had down looking, yeah, potentially one of the favorites, Besiktas, it was a close series, don't get me wrong, it went to 5 games, but Besiktas gave as good as they got, and they were beating Karmine Corp. Well, where were KC going to come in at? And then today, they've been very potent indeed, but in those losses in groups, Vladdy was the shining light. The drafts were a bit awkward, they were struggling in team fights, but Vladdy's side lane play, his ability to move with his team around the map and find other win conditions, other advantages when parts of the game were really difficult was very, very impressive. And a lot of that was on the Azir. He's got 3 items. He's got a gold lead. He can do a lot of damage this game.
And he's got 6 Void Grabs as well. The second he starts hitting the tower, he's going to be doing that much more damage to them. You see him towards the ball side of the map, pulls in the Ornn as well. Both teams dancing for the Baron.
We're trying to catch Linces out, and instead he just turns around and gets a 3 Talon Strike with a little of addition of a flash. A seismic shove away, buy some time, but a smite will slow it down, Gyu down. He's got a Seraph shield and a dream. The shove goes wide. Linces just flicks a steer into Lear. She is dead. Suddenly we head back towards the Baron. Mamba down, KCB in position. How much more of a bait can they get? But Fleshy's so low. And Fleshy got a hook. Another one through. Tries to get himself out of life. The breath of life, but a cozy campfire is actually enough. Not quite enough burst there to bring the Milio down.
Flash, heal, ult, everything used for Fleshy to try and get out of this. A little bit of a misstep from the AD carry of KCB. You do not own that bush at all. There was mid-push from the side of GK as well, so definitely there would have been somebody hiding in there. However, Kalist pushing that top side of the map. Bot lane was pushed by Vladdy before, and now he's catching up the wave on the mid side. There was no way they could have started this Baron. Their Azir was not there just in time, and they knew that they had lost quite a bit of a chunk from the HP bars alongside the Zinza ult, which is a huge tool for this team fights.
I also appreciate the fact that Decap has gone for Blood Razor on Blitzcrank. That is Sheen Blitzcrank. You love to see it. Linces takes the opportunity to just run the Talia down. The flash for that 3 Talon Strike. You just cannot get far enough away.
And honestly, this is the kind of Linces that me and you kind of got used to casting the NLC. His first few years over in Dusty, that's exactly what put him apart from the rest. This guy has been put down the entire game onto this Zinzao, constantly 1 or 2 levels behind Elramir, on this Volibear. However, his confidence still shows on the map, and when he does see the opening, he'll pull summoners and he'll get kills.
I remember when Lince was on Resolve in UKEL.
Wow, you got me even further back, but the Baron has been
yes.
started by GK.
They're going to try and burn it, and they will burn it very fast. It's gone down. No response as yet from KCB, who are turning up now. Baron, though, well, if they can find the fight, maybe it won't matter. The Ornn Horn comes flying across, and Lince is actually so low. We talked about him, and this time he cannot do enough in the front line. Bong, low, burning down, but not out. Man advantage to GK, who have the Baron too. Back in goes Elramir. Kalista into the sky. Get pulled back! And Felios gets the shutdown. Stormbringer away from Elramir. Ooh. The shove from Vladdy, who is stunned up, but has so many soldiers up and waiting. They back away. The threaded volley brings another down. A triple kill to Leo. Gyu will take his Weaver's Wall to help get another shutdown. This time for Elramir. GK get Baron, GK get the ace, and they'll get the shove to boot.
Oh, huge fight right here from GK. The ace 6-0-1 on Leo's Aphelios. Almost 3,000 for sure. 3,000 gold ahead right here after he takes the tower too. What a great team fight. I feel they called KCB asleep. Kalist was on the bot side of the map. If we look at the minimap right now, he's literally pushing the bot side and trying to sprint towards the Baron when they know it started. But the fight is already down from KC right here. You don't have the rights to walk into the tri-bush. Playing into this small choke point into Aphelios and Talia is very lethal. And Kalist makes the mistake. He walks 1 step too far, sorry. Towards the tri-bush, gets easily punished, pulled back by Decap. And even though Vladdy, he does pull a lot of DPS in this fight, the second he overextends and goes too far forward to make the hero play, he gets shut down.
And another twist in this most volatile of games. GK started out so strong, KCB came back, and it looked like it was going to be a slow and inexorable march towards a KC victory.
This would be an LPL gold graph.
I think it might be. We are going to see a bit of a roller coaster. Roller coaster.
A roller coaster.
I don't think I want to transition into being a theme park amusement. I'll stick with my job right now, thanks.
For anyone who's not familiar, an LPL gold graph is when both teams start winning and losing
Simultaneously.
One after the other, basically. One team has a goal difference, then the other one does, and so on and so forth. And it has been the case here. However, this is the largest gold lead we have seen for GK in the entirety of this series. The draft, the picks, the way they play the early game is doing them justice right now. They have enough failures with 4 items, 4.5, because she has the upgrade from Ornn as well. They're locked and loaded for these team fights to come.
And you've got a Leandri's Anguish as well. It's actually Leandri's Lament
there you go.
is the upgrade.
LPL
there you
gold
go.
graph.
There
Thank you,
is
production.
that mountain range of a gold graph going up and down as far as you like. GK currently with that precipitous drop down. All the ones with the gold lead in their hands. They've got Soul Point. They've got those Ornn upgrades to their name. This game should be theirs from this point. But I've said this before this game, and it's all gone so very wrong. How much more value can they get out of this game? Vladdy would love to say something different. You can see he's been trying this game. He's close to a death cap. They aren't out yet, despite the situation.
I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like this game is Azir versus Aphelios. However, at this point in time, I might have to favor the Aphelios. There is not much armor build overall on the side of KC. So I feel like if Leo hits one big ultimate in these team fights, he's just going to melt through anyone who tries to stand as frontline for KCB.
This Baron, of course, is mostly about getting those outer structures, those towers that they had yet to claim earlier in the game. It earns them a lot of gold.
Took them a while,
It gets them to this bigger point of map control. It's not broken the base. It's not really corralled KCB out of the game or anything like that. The issue will be, of course, in 2 minutes 40 seconds when what will be, theoretically, Hex Soul for GK, unless Carmine Core Blue can come and stop them, will be on the cards.
I'll tell you, even before the Soul comes up, minute and 55 seconds, we're going to have Baron coming up, and this will definitely break open the case of KC if GK managed to secure that one. Again, I want to give huge props to GK in terms of their setup for these neutral objectives. They are very diligent in putting down their vision, having control around the area, and trying to play this front to back.
Call it out as well as Decap finds the hook. Checking Leo's inventory.
What?
He's got a
What?
arm guard to try and buy himself a little bit of safety. Kalist has to go up into the air. Still stepping forwards is Leo, who does not need to burn that part complete of Azonya's. You love to see it. Definitely thinking with his head a little bit there. And they smash apart Fleshy. Mainta's gone as well. 2-man advantage. Who needs a Baron? Who needs a Hexal? We just break the base like this for free.
30 seconds on your frontline tank, another 14 on Fleshy on the Milio. You cannot walk up to go for this wave. You could get caught by any hook or a knockback from Talia and GK. You mentioned it, they don't even need to rely on the Baron to break the base open. However, it's going to be the easier one of the inhibitors to defend the middle one. And Fleshy, he gets hit and then one shot from 60% HP.
Foul. Kalist in a difficult position on the side. Q flashes away to avoid the feathers, and from this point, it's just a bit of a rundown, and this is always the threat. When you're running the Milio, Blitzcrank hits you once, you don't really have a lot to say about it. Zonya's Hourglass completed for Aphelios. Who needs more damage? I just need more ways to stay alive.
I mean, this is just genius, right? You can avoid so many things, especially the shuffle from Azir. I don't think... Okay, so there is a theory right here that you're not necessarily going to expect that Hourglass coming in from Aphelios. So in the next fight, it could catch KC off guard.
Now we've got the issue for Carmine Core Blue. That their inhibitor is down, yes, and that could prove the end of the game should a fight go wrong, but there's an objective that GK would love to take on either side. On the other side of the river, though, there's a hook already, never mind anything like a setup. Kiyu gets the kill. Mainta is down for the count. They can now head back over towards the Baron, look to claim that for themselves. A flash for a hook. Gets another little moment onto Fleshy, but there's no follow-up this time around. Baron being done as a 2-man. GK's other remaining members, though, will start to contest this mid lane wave, and Carmine Core will try desperately to rush the Hextech Dragon on the other side of the ring.
If I'm not wrong, I think Lynch's flashed in place right there after Fleshy got hooked. So now Lynch's is also missing his summoner spell. KC, 1,000 gold behind GK. Everything is going their way. The proactivity, the mid-jungle, decap on something other than an enchanter that can influence the map. So far, so good. 5,000 gold difference onto Leo, 703. Full items onto this Aphelios, and Hourglass as well to back him up in terms of positioning, and hooks going to be from decap. They're ready to take over the base.
Cap has been so aggressive, so courageous with his hooks and his Hex Flashes, largely to solid effect. Now they can start to march into what remains. Mainta will throw down that Nature's Grasp, trying to buy something on the side. It's well buffered through with the Bellows Breath. But on the other side, Decap is dead. Now there's the knock-up from Bomb, but what about the backline? Leo and Gil trying to get some damage. He is legendary now on the Aphelios. Inferno, Severum, Vladdy into the backside. It is well Zhonya's, though. Keeps himself alive. Leo with the HP bars to murder everyone. How much damage can they do? That's the whole of Kami Core. Down for the count. The blue wall stained red.
GK have managed it. They've broken the curse. A lot of people said 3-0 for KC. GK slap back.
The Zhonyas avoided the Emperor's Divide. The item provides its dividend. GK find their win. They ensure that Kami Core will not claim a clean 3-0. Their crown still in threat. The Arabian lead second seed still here to play. We've got more games to go.
Ooh, we talked about Zhonya's Hourglass. A lot of players would not expect that to be in the inventory if you don't particularly look for those items, and you would definitely not expect it in Aphelios' inventory. So Vladdy dive in, instant Hourglass, denies any shove back. I feel like it literally caught them off guard, because the second Vladdy goes in, he's like, what? There's a Zhonya's Hourglass onto this Aphelios. GK, again, everything we expected. The engage coming in, more proactive support, not swapping lanes, mid-jungle duo aggression. Honestly, incredible adaptation through this series to come back.
And I've got to call it out a little bit there as well. That Blitzcrank made the Milio so much harder. For once, it felt like GK actually had a couple answers in the draft.
That was their B1.
It wasn't clean. It was certainly exciting. Guys on the desk, your thoughts?
Long have we waited. Milio outdated. Blitz is gonna take it. How do you think about this, Eragon?
I think it's Blitz
Thank you.
activated.
Aesthetics. Adaptation on draft, taking the red side, all they needed to make it spicy. Just like the Powerpuff Girls. There we go. That's more than enough. Aphelios B1 and all that. I'm really excited because this is not a 3-0. I'm really, really excited.
So I think the most interesting topic in League when it comes to best of series is how the meta evolves inside the series, and you get these picks of the series that come out when you would never normally see them in best of ones.
True.
Okay, we've ended up in a situation where Milio is being B1'd. On what planet does this happen?
Yeah.
Since Milio released, where it was really, really broken.
True.
Right. So what's happened is Milio has become the best champion to take for the lane swaps when all these champions are banned. You know, the Lulus and what have you. But then we get a 360 all the way back to the regular meta, where the best counter into that is, wait, we want to lane 2v2 again. Let's get Blitzcrank.
True.
And now you have the team that's never not lane swapping. Not lane swapping.
And then again, I mean, when the Milio does lane swap, Dive comes through and it sets up and shows how good this two pairing is as well. Yep. And I think it's kind of just crazy. As you said, the adaptation there, I think the Blitz adaptation on top of that was really good. What I loved about this draft was the Taliyah first pick as well. Like, instead of banning it away, I know we were kind of skeptical on GK swapping to red side because blue side made a lot of sense when they're the team trying to push for the lane swap. The fact that they do that 360, turn around, give themselves the Taliyah, and then the priority on the other side after the adaptation is because they like the Milio Zaya. I know I'm just like going into the depth and the cyclone here. Is then still getting Aphelios anyway and giving Bond something on weak side when you walk past the Zac. I think it was really intelligent from GK. And I think, again, like, this was just an adaptation within the series that wouldn't have come about if those first two games didn't walk into this bottom side as it was.
But you have the champion select, and then you jump into the game where you predict the line swap, and you line swap for the line swap. Like, you're going all the way in mental games.
So you end up with that 2v2 down bot side.
Yeah.
But you don't want that if you're the Milio Zaya, because the Blitzcrank is really good into the Milio, at the very least in the early game and later on, right? Because you cannot use Milio Cleanse on the hook. That's why it generally comes out as a counter pick. So what you do 5 minutes in is you try to swap away from it, and you just get all these shenanigans with the tempo swaps and no more 2v2 laning. But it really is on GK.
Yep.
It's the onus on them to accelerate the game because they have the more early game focused draft, right? You have your Enchanter plus double frontline and Mage for the side of Calming Core, which scales incredibly well. And then for the opposite side, for GK, you have your early game 2v2 mid-jungle duo with Volibear, Talia, who can absolutely one-shot targets early, but your damage profile doesn't scale as well.
And that's why you got to play fast. I mean, what helps play faster? The Blitzcrank. A lot of the plays that came through, a lot of the picks that accelerated the game came out of this Blitzcrank pick as well. Giyu on the Talia once again, even though it's not the greatest clip to show it, shows how it can help accelerate the game too. I mean, this was one of his best picks in the group stage as well. So I'm glad not only we got comfort, but we got the innovation from something like the Blitz that helped push the game fast. And again, some of the team fights looked a lot better than what we've seen in the series because it started off on a better note.
Now, this is an important one because everything was going good for GK, and all of a sudden, that was a fight that could all take it away for KC.
It definitely was an up and down roller coaster. At the start, it looked really GK favored. Then KC came back, and this was a really crucial turning point because this was third dragon. GK really wants to stack these dragons because they don't scale as well. So when you get broken up on this on the third dragon, you know, this dragon stacking falls off. You get into situations where you have to accelerate the game through Baron starts. And this Baron start of multiple is fantastic.
I feel like as well, just coming back to the point about how KC in the mid game came back, I mean, that was partly on Vladdy, right? Like, he had such an insane game. His Azir so far in the tournament has been great. And I'm not just talking about specific picks, but like, there are players right now who are showcasing above and beyond. Like, Vladdy on this pick was insane and made it a really hard game for GK. I feel like it would have been a bit more cut and dry come not this is here trying to 1v9.
Yeah, take a look at this one shot. It was absolutely filthy. It just, you know, I chose this because I was like, this just showcases, you know, the Blitz crank into the Milio. There's nothing you can do if he gets hooked. There are so many hookable targets in this draft. And you try to engage at this point in the game as well into a Talia when they're so far accelerated. Talia Aphelios, they love people coming into them. So when the fight turns into this sort of, you know, everyone goes forward, especially towards the end of the cleanup here, you're going to see how much they shred. Here it comes.
Just enjoying.
Gosh, with the blue gun, red blue.
With the Inferno,
favorite combo, by the way. And the rocks. Yeah, it's nasty.
Yeah, it is.
Flamethrower is kind of a dangerous gun. There we go.
Yeah.
Looking into the damage graphs.
Ah, but it's Vladdy.
It's Vladdy, though.
Yeah. And throw back to that one game where he really held on for their lives against
the reason
SK Prime.
KC Blue got an extra 10, 15 minutes in the game playing sidelines.
Absolutely.
Was because of this guy. I mean, again, that shows you how hard fought the victory is. It's a big turning point for GK in the series, but also, you know, like, it was still a hard fought game. I think right now, KC Blue look like, that's such a cop-out to say they look like the better team just because they've picked out wins. And I'm trying to think, I feel like the first two games were draft, and this was like, this actually added a counterpunch, a proactive counterpunch in the draft for the first time in the series.
Yeah, I think this is great. And I think, like, full props to GK because this is the first time I've seen them not play a draft where they want to avoid the first 20 minutes of the game and they actually want to play proactively, and they managed to pull it off. Like, it's fantastic. They don't want to lane swap, and I want to see more of it.
I would say KC is the team to slow down games. They've done that a lot of times in groups, but it seems like if JK are in fair terms in Champion Select, things can get spicy. Talking about spicy, you want to know the score of the other?
Go on.
Quarterfinals? So who do you think is going to, like, taking it right now? It's 2-1.
I think
Nigma's in 2-1, aren't they?
Nigma 2-1.
I'm going to go Eintracht.
You're going for Dash Spandau? It's Spandau with a 2-1 right now.
He said
but
spicy.
So that is...
But it's spicy because it's really tight.
Nigma
Like,
was 1-0, so they've won 2 in a row, Spandau.
True.
They could just
Actually,
very well take a
no.
3-1.
I received information. It's not that tight.
It's not that
The
tight.
previous game was a 26 minutes game, and it was
26
like
minutes.
one-sided.
Okay.
But the other two were really spicy. Yes, they were. Because I'm watching one of the quarterfinals. I can't watch both of them. But yeah, it's the 2-1. So who do you think is going to win first? Our quarterfinals or the other ones?
Probably ours.
Ours.
Yeah.
So you think it's going to be a 3-1 for
I mean,
KC?
I flipped
You
before.
are.
You gave up on
cooked.
Bong?
You are absolutely cooked. These games are so slow.
Yeah,
There is
they
no way you think, oh, one's
Dude,
going to come.
the Nigma Eintracht Spandau first game was so slow. It was still going by the time we were heading into game 2.
40 minutes. Something like 40
even though
minutes.
they just won the last 2, I don't give any testament to that.
Okay, I'll give it to this one. I think KCB, they come back now. They get side selection, and we'll see.
You want to know where they are?
3-1.
They picked
Red?
KC,
Yeah.
blue.
Okay.
I wonder if they just change up their B1 now because it was Milio, and now they realize, wait, we can go counter that with
Maybe.
Blitzcrank. So now, Talia B1 again.
True.
I like that.
I mean, I agree with that. B1 Talia, or I'm trying to think. I mean, there wouldn't be one Aphelios. I don't think they,
You know what?
they need the
I'll
priority.
give you time to think about it as we toss it to a pause
Oh.
before we jump into what could possibly be
think.
the last champion select. Who knows? Maybe the reverse sweep coming in from the Arabian League. Without further ado, let's toss it to a break. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Where are you going? Stay there.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a Poro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Listen. No matter where you go or what you do, your position will face opposition for any and every move. But stay leery of them deadly crews, even them petty dudes. I turn your soul to confetti, fool. They wanna test us and check us, but be strategic, we need it. We playing chess, not checkers. And I done seen the best of them get broke down. So if you wasn't woke before, you woke now. Cause even if it looks bleak, plant your hooks deep and pull yourself up on both feet. And let the whole street see what you've been through. Show them what strength do, especially when men too. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these. I will get up, stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around. And I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. You don't be thinking cause you bigger and badder that you could come through and run through my crew like we really don't matter. How dare you come through our city with Anna? What's that? That's animosity, and what you doing is an atrocity. You thinking that you praying?
Hello, everyone. It is not a Carmine Core Blue 3-0. We are still here because GK have come back into this series, got a game back. It wasn't always clean, but it was a lot more proactive. It looked a lot more like the GK we saw in groups, including a couple of those mid-game errors, yes, but still so much more like the players and characterizations we come to know from.
I feel like they hit on it on the desk just a little bit. The fact that you going into the series, you're 0-2 down, you're playing your game, you're lane swapping the whole time, nothing is working. what do you do? Do you just go right side for the sake of it? Apparently they did, and it worked out. They changed everything that we wanted to see. The engage on the top side, a very proactive mid-jungle duo, non-enchanter support, not lane swapping this time around, and taking the 2v2 when you have the stronger bot laner. So I feel like the adaptation is to be commendable for sure for the side of GK. Now, replicating versus KC, who have been learning so fast throughout this tournament, might be difficult.
Yeah, and it felt like first 2 games, Karmine Corp got a really good read on how the draft phase was working. This time around, they go for the Milio first pick, either as a kind of like statement or in the sense that they thought that actually this is the most valuable thing we can get to provide power towards Kalist. It works in lane swap. It works with Xayah and whatever champion's available. And they thought, we'll take this away. The response of that Blitzcrank was inspired, though. Fleshy really punished that champion. The rest of the map really kind of got to flourish around the fact that the early jungle invade works out. The bot lane was actually, for once, not ahead. Kalist didn't get to play the game the way he had the first 2 games. He was, what, like 11, 12 kills in both games? Monstrous performance. He was a lot more mortal this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like there was the expectations that, you know, you play with Leo, he's going to pick his Aphelios, just put a Janna, put a Soraka, whatever kind of enchanter is left. And I love, again, the adaptation from Decamp saying, no, we're going to play strong side bot lane and we're not going to lane swap and we're going to beat you to your own game. Because a lot of people looked at Kalist and Fleshy and they're like, these guys are really, really good. How can we go up against them face to face? And head on, GK just absolutely demolished them.
Was pretty impressive. And again, credit to Karmine Corp for finding some angles back in, making some of those mid-game plays. Be punished when they overreached a little at points from GK, which we've seen them do before. But the question now becomes, they've seen the Blitzcrank. They are still going to be on red side, though, so they could still look for that R5 counter pick. But do they learn their lessons? This time around, they're banning the Talia and the Aphelios, a bit of a change around in terms of their value. Worth pointing out, of course, that they could still B1 the Jinx here.
Jinx and Lulu still up for grabs, still available, both of them. Now, what this creates is potentially a very dynamic, hard-scaling bot lane with one side having something like the Jinx that could potentially be B1 right here for K-Core, and the other side could pick something like a Zeri Lulu that also scales fantastically well into that late game.
I suppose the Milio is still up and available, though I feel like blind picking that like last game might have been a mistake. So they do go towards that B1 Jinx, which I don't think should surprise anyone. The presence of this champion has been at or near enough 100% this entire tournament. Has finally dropped a little bit over the last day or two, but was so high in those priority ratings. On the other side, though, the response, it's a hover of a Zac. We weren't that impressed with it when we saw it the last time, especially when it all kind of fell apart a little bit.
I don't mind this here. I don't mind this here because the Poppy has been banned, which is a very easy stop to that Zac jumping in. Now the Xayah being hovered right here, being locked in here rather, could potentially be an omen for a Xayah Rakan bot lane that is extremely potent. So much engage and disengage, follows up massively with the Zac diving into the backline as well. So KC are going to have to think really hard. Possibly, it's going to have to be something like a top lane right here. Mainter, he has played the Maokai before. It's a pretty fine matchup, tanking to tank in the top lane, especially if you don't swap around. And right here, you get to make the choice. Do you lock in that Lulu? Do you play for that Jinx? Or do you lock in something like your jungle? Or take even the Rakan away and wait for the response?
Another day, another Maokai top game. They'll lock in the Milio as well, because of course, that denies it potentially.
Is it 2023 spring?
Apparently, they're really liking that option. In fairness, Milio plus Jinx is certainly a significant way to empower that champion. Of course, the Lulu's still up and available, which of course has generally been the more prevalent pick. He's going towards a Yone.
I love how he's hovering every single champion in Vladdy's pool. The Irelia, the Yone, the Aurelion Soul. I love it for them. It's going to be the Blitzcrank once again. And this is what I'm worried about, because right now they know that this is in their pool.
Yep.
And I feel like KC might be the ones lane swapping this time around to get away from a kill lane.
This pairing in the bot side is incredibly potent. If it's not threatened in lane, they get to just kind of play with their range and sustain advantage. And of course, if they get towards the teammates, and they get there, some of these bans
I'm loving this. So Kalist has gotten off his seat. and has gone on top of Linces to try and see what options they have in the jungle. If you want to lane swap and you want to split them up in half, your mid-jungle duo needs to be really, really good at that level 1. Things like the Volibear, things like the Talia that we have seen, something that can continuously follow up in this jungle and force your enemies out would be huge. However, now you're playing into a Blitzcrank. So what do you have?
Something like, the thing is, you've locked in the Maokai, which could still strictly go jungle for all we've seen it go top lane this series. In fact, they're banning out the Jax here, obviously seeing the potential of the flex into the jungle themselves. Maybe something like Cassandre, who can immune the hook, has been done before. You effectively need someone who can happily tank a Blitzcrank hook and punish that champion for it.
See what they choose to go for here. It's probably going to be the jungle, just to give a little bit more advantage in the mid lane for Giyu. It seems like every single time he's had the upper hand, it looks really good for GK, that proactivity coming in from Giyu. And also for Elramir, I would love to see the trend continue with a little bit more of a proactive jungler, like the Zinzao, like the Viego. We are seeing the Zinzao getting locked in right here, and honestly, the GK composition already is looking very damn scary.
And we've been asking, certainly earlier in the day, for Elramir to go towards things like the Zinzao, feeling pretty happy about it.
Lilia, Yone is something that both Linces has played, and it's Vladdy's bread and butter. I would love to see something like this diving into the backline. Now, of course, Azir,
your dreams are ruined very fast.
The poultry that we were talking about being locked in again.
Kha'Zix being hovered. Now, we did see a little bit of that being hovered around at certain points of play. We won't talk about it quite yet, 'cause of course, we are now going to see more hovers. We'll wait and see. Of course, things like the Ivern aren't necessarily a surprise. It is certainly something that Linces had looked towards before, but he decides against all of those weirder picks, goes towards the Volibear. It's early fighting power. You can match and exceed the Shinzao in the 1v1. You've already got the Maokai for setup. You've got 2 huge late game long range carries.
I love
that. All works. Giyu looking to maybe punish. We have seen the Akali into the Azir matchup a fair amount, so it's certainly a consideration, but they decide to go towards the current flavor of the month, which has been the Aurelion Sol, because you can trade just fine in lane, and eventually you just outscale and outrange Azir, which is hard to do.
I'm not gonna lie, GK's composition looks so scary. There's engage again, there's proactive bot lane. You have the upper hand in the bot lane in terms of the matchup. One of the hooks lands, you know you're taking at least a summoner or even a kill. You have a proactive jungle that can go from lane. You have setup everywhere for GK. Again, every single time they've gone into the Rift with such a composition, they've come out the winners. For KC, it's now up to Linces on that early game jungler to play more aggressive and find the openings for his team.
KCB ever lose vision control? Zac Blitzcrank from Fog of War with the follow-up of the Aurelion Sol, of the Shinzao come flying in from miles away with the wind becomes lightning into that audacious charge, when you've got Xayah as well, who's been pretty potent this series. You could do so much damage here. So much if you can get a hold of that vision control. And we saw last game, the level 1 play from GK managed to put Linces in a difficult position. The lack of flash on Fleshy really hammered home by Decap's play on the Blitzcrank as well. Can G kind of replicate that and look to command and control the vision control, which would make their composition that bit more deadly?
You see, this is their legacy. This is their...
It's there on the wall.
EMEA Masters. The legacy is literally on the wall. You're right. Seiken, the team. 4 titles. 3 of them back to back to back for KC. The only remaining champion to defend the title for KC is Kalist. A guy who was rumored to be joining the LEC, who was rumored to be the next up-and-coming AD carry in the league. The AD carry that took Supa, well, who took the cup off of Supa in those EMEA Masters finals, right? And we're seeing him right here pop off, the team playing for him. And again, that is their legacy. That is KC's legacy for the Arabian League. Everything's on the line. Eintracht Spandau is 2-1 versus Nigma Galaxy. KC 2-1 in this one versus GK. The Arabian League is on the verge of being eliminated in the first playoffs ever.
Can GK look to save themselves, get them one game closer to that victory. Kami Core Blue, they are still at match point, but we all know it. The most dangerous time in a series is when you're 2-0 up. Reverse sweeps are a known phenomenon. GK only need perhaps that one additional game to really rattle KC. The level 1 this time from the blue wall players themselves, on the blue sides, all the blue health bars. You'll find a couple other blue references, I'm sure, but for now, we'll just talk about the fact they're coming in here looking to put down that early vision. Are they looking to lane swap themselves? That is Jinx spotted out. So it's a known quantity, but the wards are there. That is some of the lane swap wards. And of course, last game, they didn't lane swap and it went very wrong. They might be looking to do it themselves.
There's a high chance they did this on purpose. Because Kalist walks back down, pops a thumbs up. It's like, okay, they have seen me. I don't actually know if this is a lane swap here.
His own vision.
However, the map has been split in half and you cannot walk into your bot side anymore. So again, we set this up from the draft. We said, if anything, KC might want to be forcing this lane swap. You need early game vision. You need early game control. That's exactly what they did. 5-man unit towards the tops of the map, break the map in half, and try to trade towers through that. Now, something that I feel like the desk has also commented on is that KC going into this game, Fleshy wasn't necessarily taking Demolish. After the first game, they actually did. Yeah. Fleshy did take Demolish no matter the champion he played because they knew that GK were going to be lane swapping into them, and I want to see if it's the case for Fleshy in this one as well.
More importantly, they had Kalist having Demolish on his secondaries, which was a bit wild, so you could double up with that. See what they do it again.
Leave him alone, let him take the tower.
Oh, exactly. Of course, Jinx plus Enchanter. It's not the Lulu, but the composition still works. They've got a Maokai who is not going to be bothered in lane. They're not going to do what the likes of the Sion and the Zax have tried to do, which is survive and get some CS and Tower, instead support their jungler. Will still be trades of plates for now, and they're just staying away from the Blitzcrank.
Maynter showing a little bit on the tops of the map. He's like, just give me some crumbs.
Please give
I
me
don't
XP.
have a tower.
Yes,
please.
A crumb
I don't
of
have a
experience.
tower to return to.
I don't understand it. First, you turn up to that lane, that Maokai has a horrible time. Just don't be there. Mid lane we go though. It's Bong with a level 1 gank. Comes flying across the wall with your last.
You might as well do something, right? There's no point going towards the tops of the map. You're definitely going to get punished. You're definitely going to die. However, I'll give the positives and the negatives right here. GK, definitely positive thing. They've got 3 tower platings. Bot lane tower, much easier to take than the top lane tower fortification, yada, yada, yada. However, the second that bot lane tower falls first, Maynter gets first access to CS and experience, making him a little bit more tanky should these skirmishes start breaking out close to the Maokai.
And you will still have 14 minutes, so even if the early plates trade goes one side or the other.
5 gold! Perfect!
Well, congratulations, Bong, who might be face-checking a level 4 Linsis. This good walk away. That was nearly very bad. Let's get far enough to safety. Bong desperately trying to find their way towards something with lending experience.
Big win. 1-0 in CS.
You can't see this, people at home, but George just reached over and started pointing at the various
At the 1-0!
It's just like she's so excited for this. Oh, Maynter, you don't have a CO. You've got 1 CS, but you'll be punished for it. Flash for the rocket punch into that grab. There's nowhere to go. Power fist in the ground. Now we're going to see Xin Zhao claiming that one. Towards the top side we go. Bong about to be dove himself. Looking to see if he can get some damage. Fleshy takes the initial turret shot. Not warmed up yet. There's a stretching strike with the level 2. Gets the decent knockback. The heal and the flash away. Bong staying alive as well with a solid flash.
There's no mana on Kalist. You can't put the chompers down. You can't W Bong. You can't slow him down or pin him in place other than the Volibear. Look how small he is. He's
got 3 seconds on the dematerialize. He's trying to get towards the minions. Go dematerialize the minion, Bong. Go! I don't think he managed to quite make it happen either way. He gets towards the wave. Still dies, but gets perhaps a touch of experience for his trouble. What a bizarre old era we live in for top laners, having to play such interesting sequences out.
All right, well.
I say interesting
Let's keep
track.
track of what's happened, because there was a dive bot lane onto Maynter, there was a dive top lane onto Bong. Both these top laners, 3 and 4 CS apiece. Level 2, only 5 minutes into the game. However, it was Elramir that picked up that kill in the bot lane. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing because Elromir forced a lot of these mid-game plays. So grabbing that early kill, being 500 gold on top of that Volibear, he could very easily brute force into Volibear's jungle, especially since Giyu has so much presence in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Giyu has gone back to the Aurelion Soul, something he didn't bother with in Grips. It was something he spammed a lot in the play-ins, had a couple games of that, and people just didn't let him have it after that. Basically, he was so scary on the champion. Very, very competent with it, knows exactly how it's working. Of course, over in Enigma Galaxy, the likes of Dehas got a pentakill on it earlier in the tournament, so certainly been very strong. Elromir taking this opportunity as well to claim the early grubs. Be potentially quite dangerous actually early as well when you're in the lane swap to begin with and you're trying to fight against the resisted turret rates. The additional true damage can be pretty helpful.
Ooh, look at bot lane though, because Mainter only level 3. However, he's looking for vengeance versus his opponent top laner. I think Bonk will be fine here.
There's the Bramble Smash into the Elastic Slingshot to escape. Of course, a little twisted advance in the middle of all of it as well. Still gets to walk away. You can see what Mainter was trying to do, but all it does is zone Bonk off the turret and give a little bit more free time to Kalist and Fleshy to claim more plates.
And again, KC are going to find themselves massively behind due to the fact that GK cashed in on the bot side of the map, which was super fast, all 5 tower platings onto their AD carry and the support, and now they're taking control of the top side of the map, which no one from KC is allowed to approach at all. So that's 2 full towers, not even 7 minutes into the game. Both outer towers gone for KC, 2,000 gold in the lead for GK.
And even the local gold donated entirely to Leo there. I really like that little bit of optimization. Huge value alongside the grubs and, of course, double demolish. You just take turret plates very fast. Bong sat in that bush trying to stay close enough to be near the experience. With a proxy farming there from Fleshy and Kalist, who have claimed a solid number of plates themselves, just not full turrets. Decap might be about to face check a lot of people. The zap comes on down. Got a supercharger, won't decide to go any further.
That was a cancel on the reset, however, and it does hit a little bit KC in terms of macro movement and how fast you are on the map. You see that Fleshy and Kalist have not taken the reset. They're going to be doing this right now, whilst Leo is already on the map together with Decap. So that's going to give a little bit of vision over to GK, 2,500 gold in the lead, and now you get to transition that Blitzcrank together with Isaiah in the mid lane. Huge threat to have so much fog of war around your map for KC with a Blitzcrank in this fog of war into your jungle. Decap is going to be a very, very big threat. Every single time you can't see him, you need to respect the Blitzcrank. However, the chicken right there is playing for the opposite team, covering for Lynn, just looking hooked.
I made a mistake as well. It's overdrive for Blitzcrank. Supercharges is Kai City.
Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, genuinely. I was like, I feel like I got this wrong. I was like, I feel like I've got this ability name wrong. Let me just go double check. And in fact, I had, so I apologize.
I renamed the entire ultimate from Kiana, man.
Yeah, that's very true. We've all been there. The thing is, as I'm a play-by-play, my job does involve more of the yelling of ability names, and
Very
generally speaking, it's helpful if they are the correct abilities.
You know what? Being Greek, I'm very surprised I'm not the play-by-play here. Yelling is in our nature.
You are a relatively loud human. It has to be said.
I am. You know, it takes a lot of effort to tone it down.
Yeah, in fairness, you should hear her in the green room. This woman is a bundle of energy. It's partly why she does this job. In fairness, she's quite good at it. But yes, noise is part and parcel.
You know what I was wondering?
Yeah.
We start chatting random stuff because we know not much is really going to happen, especially since
Not
most
until
towers
Dragon
have...
spawns,
Yeah,
really.
exactly. And even then, there might not necessarily be a fight to take. I was wondering, MSI is coming up.
It is.
And I really, really want to see what casters will be talking about, sitting here for 15 minutes, looking at lane swaps, you know?
Like, I feel like...
interesting stories about themselves.
We got a hint with hysterics on casters, which could be... I wonder whether that's a kind of like teaser for what we might see out of casters in general. Are they going to go that full deranged element, or do we get like the old Papa Smithy style where it used to be like story time?
I feel that's a hysteric special.
It's true. Like it's kind of part of the branding there. Whereas you look at someone like Papa Smithy, who just had an encyclopedic knowledge of every League of Legends match ever over like a decade, and he'd have like these amazing story times about various times in the past people that succeeded on champions.
Very true.
Can't be called blue though. have started the Heralds. Not the Herald, the Grubs.
GK are
and
TPing
actually,
into it.
they want to fight this, so never mind story time. It's time for that action sequence. Looking to go forwards. Elramir, unfortunately hit by the Chompers. A ult away from Linton with the Stormbringer. Bouncing around is Bong. Not quite taken down though, just about alive. The Rocket's doing some work. The Styes come falling down with the falling star. Shot back in though from Vladdy is phenomenal. It's a 1-for-1. Make that a 2-for-2, surely. It is. Now Vladdy throws down another soldier. Gyu will astral flight his way out to safety. We ended up a jungle and an AD carry, trading for a jungle on support on the other side.
A 2-for-2 right here. Still 2,000 gold in the lead for GK, and KCB tried to steal away the 2 Void grabs to deny the buff away from GK, and that was exactly the point. You see that when Linta sees everyone dashing in and the TP coming down, which was on top of a wood, you'll see him instantly ulting out, especially when Bong comes in. Mainter finds the twisted advance onto Bong, pushes him back. However, the second Gyu comes in with the Aurelion Soul, it gains them so much space for this, for Leo to play, for the Xayah to play. However, I feel like Leo overextends massively that right there, allowing Vladdy to get that huge shove that pretty much ended the fight for GK.
Apologies, exactly that. I moved my microphone away to take a quick drink. That was bad timing. Still, they get the value. They go back towards that turret. They claim some more there. And for all that we were relatively impressed with GK's use of the double demolish, with the lane swap options to get themselves towards those early plates. 1 fight, 2 kills, and Kalista is suddenly back in the lead again. Such as the winds of fate in League of Legends at times. Picks up a Kraken Slayer on the retreat, and an Ardent Sensor in for Fleshy's Milio.
I will say, it did look very scary the second Gyu dived in onto the Aurelion Soul, and you really have to sit here and think what happens when Xayah has so much range with her feathers. Aurelion Soul can create so much space in those team fights for you to play around. You cannot necessarily kill Elramir, especially when he's ulted up. You have to walk into the ult if you want to do damage. Bong on his up, we saw how aggressive he can play, how he can find angles to get into this backline. So I feel like KC, again, are going to be put into this presence of having to have vision control behind enemy lines, tracking where Bong will be at any point in time if they so wish to take these fights. Talking about these fights, minute and a half, Rift Herald is going to be coming up. I think it's going to be extremely useful for KC because they still haven't broken down that bot lane tier 1.
They have it. Could still be very, very important. Also worth noting, the critical 5 grub mark was not hit by GK as a result of that contest around the grubs. So 2 of those grubs did go over to Kami Core Blue and denying that really important breakpoint for the Void Mites to spawn. It's also worth noting as well that Kami Core have done a much better job of mitigating the early Blitzcrank shenanigans than last game, because Fleshy has been attacked multiple times and the level 1 didn't go as catastrophically weirdly as the last game.
That's what the lane swap was for. That's what the lane swap was for from KC. Absolutely. Yes. However, again, I just want to commend how GK played the map. They had a push towards that bot side of the map. If you look at that map, there were so many wards. Now they've been taken over from KC, but I love their vision control. Fleshy, you said he wasn't attacked.
Does get the breath of life to keep himself alive, but the Featherstorm comes and rips the wings off Milio. Nowhere to go to stay alive.
You kind of jinxed that one.
I did. That's on me. I'm sorry, Kami Core fans. That was the caster curse of all time.
You literally said Fleshy has not been getting bullied by Blitzcrank.
That was like
2 seconds later.
Not even a minute. That's a very potent curse. I did see he didn't have flash, and I realized.
Very powerful, man.
Well, you know, you don't get to this stage without having a little bit of something to you.
You could ask for something like egregious, like a unicorn to appear.
He's gonna get, like, if we get Arcade Hecarim as a result of that moment there, Georgia is to blame, it's not me.
Okay, thankfully this champion is trash right now, so it's not coming back anytime soon. Thank you very much.
We go. KCB are the ones starting it, but Bong looking for the flank with the Hex Gates. Fleshy is here, but still doesn't have the flash. It's such a dangerous position. The hook goes wide. Herald taken by KCB. The Styes descend to dead. You had that one rolling nice and early. He claimed 2 kills, but lost the Herald. Vladdy in a dangerous position. There is no tower to retreat to. Could maybe throw up a Sun Disc and does so. Decap looking to catch Kalist. Can't find it. They're going to just deal with claiming a couple kills in the blue buff, and the resets are allowed to go on 3.
KC keep throwing deaths in, trying to get those neutral objectives. However, again, GK in terms of team fighting, they look so damn scary. And again, Flash's position right here is a little bit weird because you're supposed to be behind your Aphelios, giving the buffs to your team. However, right here, he throws his W through the wall. By the time he does that, he cannot walk forward to E anyone and stop them from going down with the shields. Flashy caught off guard right there and zoned off of these team fights very nicely by Bong and Elra, and Decap allowed for GK to play a little bit more aggressively in this fight.
We find ourselves with GK with a solid gold lead again at 15 minutes. 2 games in a row. They are going to have to deal with some of the dangers they faced last game. We've seen them get to this point and then maybe make a step or two too far. Especially with things like the Aurelian Soul and the FL, Dallas and the Zaya. Probably one another item or so before you start doing things like diving tier 2s willy-nilly, which we've seen them do previously. Let's crank though, doing just fine, and the gold lead feeling pretty good. Dragons have been traded, Grubs have been traded, so there's real win condition straight up there to begin with.
I feel like for these two teams, it has been the story of, hey, let's use every neutral objectives as an excuse to fight. You'll see right here, Vladi's teleport towards the bottom of the map.
Use potentially in danger, will make the stars fall. The rocket comes on down, it's deleted to Kalist. Well played. Bong now in danger. And the moment we talk about GK over-shoving, KCB punish. Solid flank from Vladi, a fantastic rocket from the Jinx. They claim both solo laners, trading a kill for the Azir and Jinx apiece.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was ooh. Taking Kalist's flash right there, right before the Dragon is huge. Major is going to TP in, puts down the Rift Herald. They're going to have pressure through that mid lane. The Dragon is just up. Kalist under attack.
Elramir put in a difficult position, will flash to try and keep himself safe. Still in danger. Kalist goes down, claims the Jigger's life. Fleshy flashes over the wall. There's a hook back onto Lintus, who will Thundering Smash. Now Vladi steps forward, will try and Emperor's Divide people away to safety, just about out of range of the feathers. But Giyu's got an astral flight, and the destination is wherever Vladi's grave will be. Continues for a second stop on his journey, gets a quadra kill on the Aurelian Soul.
Incredible fight from the side of GK. Giyu absolutely massive, coming out with a quadra kill of this particular skirmish, and I think I thought KC was going to win this. This was definitely in their numbers advantage. However, that Azir TP was used previously to catch them off guard in the bot lane, so Vladi doesn't get to come in. Kalist gets caught without the flash that was just taken from Decap, and suddenly KC found themselves without a singular carry in this particular skirmish. GK coming up ahead, huge, and so many kills onto this Aurelion Soul. We said how difficult and scary these teamfights would look with the damage and the spacing that Aurelion Soul creates. 2.5 items already, level 12. It's going to be almost impossible to teamfight against that.
That was pretty monstrous. Was dead. He teleported back in, claimed one kill, claimed another, just clean up, and then just flies his way to a full quadra. Everyone, I think, but Kalist was his for the killing there. It was Elramir who managed to bring down the Jinx at the beginning of that fight, but still, a lot of gold back. They are now 4.5 thousand gold. The lead over the wall gets Decap still in a dangerous position. Mater goes over it himself with the W. The twisted advance getting him there. The damage back still pretty good. That's not a fantastic ultimate from Vladi, who's now in a dangerous position. Elramir to the backside, onto Linsus. Can still get some damage. The Breath of Light claims a triple again. Wait, is this going to be the Falls team? They've already got one quadra. Can they make it a second? Can they make it more than that? They're going to try and donate it. No! Both kills stolen away. You saw the penta in his eyes, but they'll take the full ace regardless.
Oh my god, KC dives in to kill the top laner, but at what cost? They lose the entire team. And I'm pretty positive when I say I feel like GK have cracked the code finally. Not lane swapping, playing this head on to KC, proving that they can go head on to KC. And let's watch this again. Really nice Hex Flash through the wall from Decap. Excuse me, it was the support, not the top player. They managed to kill him, but Mater has overextended. Vladi has overextended and used his ultimate as well. And they just catch them off position.
The moment you don't catch the Blitzcrank on one side of the wall, surely you just have to pull away. Kamiko desperately trying to find a way back into the game, but desperation moments like this just bleed so much gold back. And games in a row now, you have to say Kamiko haven't been the most stalwart team from behind. They managed an okay job of catching GK out in game 3, but a lot of that, honestly, was GK overreaching this time around. Army Corps desperately looking for picks, looking for angles back in, and they are immediately punished for it. 2-on-11, the Zaya. It's a really is all 7-1-6. 2.5 items. Now over towards Linces they go, who immediately has to ult back towards his own wolf pit. The ultimate thrown down from Maokai. Maybe they found their angle back in. Elramir, though, has got a crescent guard. Mainter is dead. They teleport into the mid lane. They've lost their top laner.
That's
and
Baron.
suddenly they get a 5v4 around the Baron. Even if they don't go for the purple worm, they're going to force KCB to come and fight them regardless.
I think for KCB right here, they need to shove in that mid lane, try to at least take that bounty from the mid lane tower. 12 seconds for Mainter. Maybe Linces tries to steal, but they have so much peel, they're just going to kill him off.
There's a teleported Mainter in 6 seconds. The skies descend once more. Linces not quite dead, but he will be shortly. Vladdy dead as well, looking to get into the back line. They lose their jungle, they lose their mid lane, and they'll sure as hell lose the Baron to boot.
Yeah, KCB in a very weird situation right here. You need to pressure down that mid lane. You have no business walking into this river. Potentially when Mainter was back up alive, maybe you could try to pull in some sort of TP, but getting as much bounty, as much standing gold on the map back into the pockets of Kalist, of Vladdy, could potentially bring you back this fight that you've been looking for. Finishing up that second item, that third item for either Vladdy or Kalist could be huge. However, KCB have actually been running behind GK this entire game.
Minute now until Soul Point. They are down nearly 10,000 gold. Carmine Corps Blue are the defending champions, and they are being punished. They are being pushed. They are on the verge of going to Silver Scrapes. They are on the verge of facing down that most ignominious of defeats, the reverse sweep. Another ultimate from the Maokai. Just run back towards their own minion wave. Little avail found with that use of the R button. Tier 2 under siege. Carmine Corps to go out in quarters to end up in Silver Scrapes. Those little thoughts, those little worries start to encroach and get into the back of your mind. It is a known phenomenon in League of Legends. It's a known phenomenon across sports in general. Reverse sweeps, what is it? A 70% win rate in game 5 for the people on the verge of reverse sweeping.
You have the momentum, right? You've won, you know exactly how you're winning. GK has won on red side back to back. Red side is not the favorite side at the moment in this meta. It's usually blue side. So for KC to lose double the games on blue side back to back, it's gonna have to stink. And honestly, I'm talking as if this game is over because I feel like KC are already on the drawing board for the next game. Choosing sides, figuring out what they want to do, because losing again on blue side, you might have to be the ones pulling the trigger to switch around.
You have a Jinx at 3 items and a Nazir at level 14. If you can get a couple more levels, maybe, just maybe, you could stall out with Emilio and do enough work, but that is so much easier said than done. Vladdy playing the side lane where he can, trying to use his power in the side lane to at least get some gold back, get some bounties back. If there was an angle back in, getting as much gold as you possibly can onto those 2 key late game carries. But GK hardly slouches in the scaling department. Look in the mid lane, possibly the hardest scaling champion in the game right there.
They're pushing bot lane and mid lane all at once, which means KC are going to have to spread themselves in if they want to.
Polarity goes on down. There's the Brute onto Decap, who goes down. That's Jinx getting excited. Is this the moment? There's a cozy campfire and a dream. Giyu now backing away. Elramir's slowing down the Crescent Guard already. He's about to get stunned up. It's knocked back up with the 3 Talon strike. Audaciously chargeable bong into the backline. Giyu goes legendary as his namesake calls for. He is the Star Forger right now. The team is wiped. KCB saw their moment, but it was 1 kill, a flash in the pan. And their dreams are dead in the water.
Absolutely. There is TP on Giyu as well. They're going to shove in that wave. They're going to TP back onto it, on that cannon wave to stop it from dying. GK might have done the unthinkable.
From the verge of a clean sweep in dominating fashion, Carmine Corps suddenly put to the sword. They are on their knees. It is going to Game 5. It is going to Silver Scrapes. Arabian League on the verge of reverse sweeping the defending EMEA Masters champions.
There is so much on the line right here. It's unthinkable. We went into this series both Arabian League teams 1 and 2 down. Both on the verge of being eliminated after the first time that they both make playoffs. One of them played against the tournament favorite on the other side of the bracket. The other one playing against the undefeated champions that is Carmen Corp. And they come in clutch. They've switched around the game style. They've switched around the mentality. They have adapted and evolved in this series in a way that is so freakishly commendable. And honestly, huge props to them and the effort and to the people behind the scenes for getting into that Game 5 versus a K-Corp that looked almost unbeatable Game 1 and 2.
Game 1 and 2, you saw the core of what is the defending champions, right? You saw that kind of moment of brilliance.
They were locked and loaded.
As this series has gone on, GK have adapted themselves. They've come back and we've seen some of the cracks in that otherwise shiny facade. It is not flawless. KC do have ways you can exploit and beat them. And GK, they are here to play an Arabian League again. They were a bit of an enigma. We didn't know what level they were going to be coming into this tournament at, and they are now on the verge of reverse sweeping defending champs. Desk, over to you.
Halas. That's what I'm gonna say. Halas with the French army. Halas. It seems they come into play. Reverse sweep is on the table, on this table right now, by the way. And they're slamming it. How are we doing? I'm excited.
What does that mean? Is that good or bad? Don't you want to leave the reverse sweep to happen?
No. Yes, something is happening.
So don't slap it then.
Okay.
Don't touch it. All right.
You're good. That's good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's huge.
Let's talk about Champion Select.
Bro, it's huge. Now, okay, let's be real. Like, you know, we got a lane swap again. It was really fun early game. Yay! Aragon backstage was like, bro, this is... Oh, why are we having lane swap again?
Can I quote Aragon?
Yeah.
In the middle of the game, he was like,
"What did I say?
I swear I already saw this game." Like your eyes were like, "I swear,
I've seen it before." It's deja vu.
It was the same though, right? I mean, look,
Yeah.
Jigs B1, like, okay, that's left up. Response was good from GK. I think, again, because the priorities have shifted in this series where instead of picking the melee themselves, which I kind of half expected, going towards Xayah, like Zach weak side, okay, again, it's worked for Bong in the past. And the Xayah takeaway, I think, was one of those draft adaptations that we can kind of start on if you want to kick off.
It's like
stop slamming it.
You started it, so now
Xayah becomes blindable, which is crazy because there are so many champions that stop Xayah being happy.
True.
Right? Anything that outranges. So then you have the Jinx on one side, Azir on the other, with Amelia for bonus range. So Xayah, in theory, should be having a terrible time. But then the big R5, and I think that's where a big blunder came in because I don't think I've ever personally seen ASOL ever lose against Azir.
True.
And just best ult in the game, the outranging, to counter the outranging from the Jinx and the Azir, it was a really nice draft adaptation. I understand why they did Maokai Milio. It's because Milio counters Maokai because you can cleanse the ultimate, but then you leave yourself susceptible to the Blitzcrank.
The Blitz.
And you have to wonder, you know, you have to get rid of this champion now. For the sake of mental, for the sake of the fact that it's carrying series on the back, DK, I want to highlight, has been the adaptation that they needed.
Yeah, I mean, GK have come in like, as you said, the word is adaptation because this Blitzcrank comes through when, you know, like the options on, surely KC would have seen this and gone like, okay, we're picking Milio into a susceptible Blitzcrank again, like it was up. And there's nothing wrong with picking against the comp that they had.
Yeah. It's not even just in lane, right? It's also out of lane. Decap on this Blitzcrank.
Yes.
There's so many hookable targets. Once again, you hook an Azir, you hook even a jungler at certain points. It doesn't even matter. Milio can't cleanse it, and you just lose the fight off of the back of it. I think him alongside Gyu were the standout players for me.
Yeah.
With the draft adaptations, going back to regular laning.
And can I also add on that, you know, seeing Volibear with Azir as well. I mean, a lot of times we see Volibear Talia lanes, like really good, strong mid jungle where, okay, if it's something like the Aurelion Sol, you can punish early. First 20 minutes of the game become unbearable for the ASOL as well, delays the scaling. I think you also mentioned the, you know, how many times have we seen ASOL not go well into Azir? I think also when you're B1ing Jinx, this is kind of the counterplay of the lane swaps where if you have a composition that outscales and can manage that, it doesn't matter how far ahead she gets because Aurelion Sol just outscales everything.
Yeah. The problem you have is you have a limited window to shut down the ASOL because the setup and the kill window onto an ASOL from an Azir lane is only at post 6 with the shuffle. So you need Volibear, you need everyone to come down and try and kill the ASOL at that point. That doesn't happen. I think it was a big problem putting Linsis on such a one-dimensional pick when he doesn't have that many lanes to play through and he only functions as a bridge.
Yeah.
The only purpose the Volibear in this game has is to get the 3v3 stronger, the 2v2 stronger,
True.
so that the scaling can come through. And that is the worst type of Linces that we see. I much prefer when he has the Drast resources, when he's on a carry champion. We saw in LFL playoffs, Viego for Linces with counter picks and flexes and what have you. But him acting as a bridge to get his teammates like through the finish line is not it.
You need to highlight Jiu as well. We're talking about Aurelion Sol, but the one commanding that Aurelion Sol, Jiu is climbing on this matchup as well. You talk about adaptation in a best-of-5 scenario. He's doing it right now. His mental has been resetted. He's killing it. Like, this is really important for GK. So they are on the momentum right now. As a KC, you're now looking into, okay, we were one game away, and now we're one game away of losing it.
Yeah, and I flipped for some reason. I don't know. I thought that was it. And now you got to think, like, what changes for Game 5, right?
I'm going to tell you.
The biggest question, well, you're going to tell me sides. You know, don't you?
I know. Do you want to take a bet?
I'm going to assume that because KC wouldn't choose blue. I think KC would choose red, right?
You know what? You are extremely smart.
But I'm not, right?
KC blue picked red.
They did. I thought you said
Even when you're right.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not surprised. I think, like, what do you care about for B1? Because the blue side wasn't working.
Who knows at this point?
I know.
Now you're like, right,
We've gone through
Intelligence.
40 different metas. I feel like where now I think Milio is not pickable unless you have a Blitzcrank ban. Because, of course, you know, the counter pick is there.
And you're not going to blitzcrank B1.
No.
Would
We've hit
KC
a
pick
wall.
the blitz?
Where I think it's back to, like, I'm praying. It's something like a
You're
Tilia B1.
praying, okay.
Yeah. And we go back to maybe these single target drafts. I think off red side for KC Bleece screams to me that they're going to give counter pick to someone, and that counter pick is probably going to be Linces. I am praying if they want to bounce back at least.
I think as well, like the Talia on the board for the 1-2 red side early, that's something you got to look at again, because giving, you know, mid jungle priority, or well, depending on what they do with Linces, if he gets our side 5, right? Yeah. But the biggest thing is right now is, like, I see 2 picks in this series that have really changed things up. It was Emilio and then the answer into the Emilio. So I respect, regardless, if they want to go back into the Emilio, at least we get the adaptation of Blitzcrank ban.
Think anything. I want them to go back to the finals of the LFL. They had early flexes to hide Linces' potential pick. And on R5, he picked something like Jax, something like Viego with a good mid-jungle pairing. Something like even, not the Volibear, but the Volibear works as long as he has a good pairing as well. Even bring back, the Olaf, man. Like, give him something that has agency.
He can work with it, makes
and
sense.
That plays around him.
GK, one step away from reverse sweeping LFL's, heroes. Come on, this is so interesting. I know we're going to toss it to break. I know everybody's going to be like, duh. But this is quite important when you look into the storyline of Arabian League coming in and putting LFL's champions against the wall. And tell me, last thing, hit me.
You know why?
Tell me.
Because this is Bong's team.
It is Bong.
This is Bong's team. Why are you getting up and going? Where are you going?
I was waiting for you to say anything. I don't know.
Bong is going to carry it across the line. I'm flipping back. I'm going to go with the initial.
Who do you think is going to win?
Initial expectation,
Team
GK
Bong,
3-2.
Team Bong, Team Bong, Team Bong, Team Bong, Team Bong, Team
Bong. That's a break.
We're kind of biased. I'm sorry, Casey.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Carefreely using...
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
It doesn't even matter. I'm ready. It's fine.
Welcome back, one and all. We are straight into draft for our final game. You heard the track in the break. You know exactly what the stakes are. Karmine Corp, 4-time champions, 3 back-to-back-to-back, 1 again last summer. LFL champions on the verge of being reverse swept by a team from the Arabian League, a team or a region that had joined the tournament a year ago, basically. And here they are now looking to push some of the very best to the side. They are back on blue side, or GK, Karmine Corp Blue decide to go back to red. Some of the bands changed up.
Ooh, both hyper carries. All 3 actually that we've seen so far this series. All gone. Athelos, Jinx, Zaya, all out. Giyu opts to go for the Talia that has been almost permabanned this entire series. Very active mid lane, can get to go towards the side lanes. Are they going to take away the Zac? Because the Zac has been in question this entire series. You get double the life. If you want a lane swap, you have that passive. You get to stay alive for a little bit longer. And is it going to be an Ahri potentially in reply to the Talia? We have seen a lot of Tristana bans as well towards Vladdy. So does he potentially want to pull it out to get massive shove into Talia? The answer is no. They're going for straight up, front to back control mage.
And it works quite well because you've already got the Zacs. Your ball delivery system is already in place. The Zac doesn't even have to have much to him because you can have the damage come from elsewhere in your team. Just provide the courier services. GK looking to replicate the success of the last 2 games. Bong has had some excellent games on the Ornn. Could certainly be a consideration, and it is locked in early before it could be banned away. Now looking jungler, they're looking towards an AD carry because you can absolutely guarantee one or the other will get pinched in round 2
I feel like if right here we go for something like a jungler, which has barely been touched in picks and bans, you're going to find yourself in a really sticky situation. You're going to have to be scraping by with like maybe Ezreal's or some Tristana's AD carry and things like that. The Varus, which was actually all the rage over in the LPL, has completely gone past everyone's mark, specifically when it comes to EMEA Masters. Right here, it's going to be picked up by Leo. And I think this is the first time we see Leo on a very lane-dominant, early game pressure AD carry.
Certainly not something they've been indexing to in the tournament. Of course, Varus in general has just been so potent over so many years in various permutations. There's been poke versions, there's been on-hit versions, there's been reworked versions.
Not gonna lie,
Yep.
I'm expecting this one to be an on-hit virus just because of the history so far that we've seen with all the hyper carries coming in, and there's already a tank on main turn over the top side of the map. I'm expecting something tanky-ish to come in, potentially from Fleshy or Lincest as well. So going on hit here would probably benefit you the most.
I think Decap as well has seemed like a bit of a different player when he's been given access to some of the more pick/engage-oriented support champions. So might be the theme of the game. Second phase of bans comes on through, and in a surprise, I suspect, to no one out there, Xin Zhao's off the table, Volibear's off the table. It is the jungle that is getting focused here.
Absolutely, but one thing that pairs up super nicely with Orianna and makes her ultimates almost seem seamless, as if they're going through some sort of darkness.
I knew where you were going with this.
Nocturne.
Yep.
Braum is going to be the last ban right here for the side of GK, and it fits Lincest's profile, absolutely so. Farming, aggro, can make plays later on. You switch the lights off, works perfectly into the likes of Nocturne starts a fight, you turn the lights off, no one can follow up.
And again, the Orianna ball delivery system with the Nocturne is really strong because you can actually take the ball slightly out of the tether range as well if you buffer the R right on the Orianna. It's a very nasty combo indeed. Debate something a little different though. They go towards the Viego, which still is in Lincest's wheelhouse. It is a farming option. It is a diving option. You can work with the ball there. A lot of eyes on Lincest to try and carry with a champion that has a little bit more oomph to it in the mid game.
This is his champion. This is what he made his name on, the likes of the carries that like to farm into the jungle. However, if that gets locked in from Elramir, this is something that he has super high win rate on. He played it a bunch of times in group stage. It's not going to be the case. Stop getting baited by Hovers, Georgia.
I was beginning to wonder, of course, because it is was his most played champion of all time until the Gragas pick earlier this series, which pushed Gragas one game ahead of the Trundle. So certainly a valid concern. And instead, the Rel locked in, strictly still a flex. And the Trundle is locked in regardless. You weren't baited.
I feel a little better
you were
now.
just being given the trailer. It was the movie trailer. You have got so much engaged now between the Rel, the Ornn, Talia, the Trundle pillar to try and catch someone out. Particularly the Orianna, who is not very good with that. And if you can catch the Zeri wall hopping with the Talia, you can feel pretty good. The response, though, is just going to be that last pick, Nautilus. We are back to engage in support roles. We are back to what I suspect might be standard lanes. So with those top lane champions, you could still lane swap.
So much scaling on the side of K-Corp though. You've got the Zeri, the Orianna, the Viego, then later on you go into these stages of the game. More powerful you are in terms of raw amount of consistent damage coming through. However, scaling has many perspectives to it. It's a multifaceted term in terms of League of Legends. It also has to do with how easy you can play those team fights. And for the side of GK, they have a pretty good ease of execution. A non-committal ultimate in the likes of their Ornn. There's only one tank on the side of KC that you need to worry about. That's the Zac. He dives in, Trundle pops ultimate on him, the Varus and Talia can melt them. So in terms of ease of execution in these team fights, I'll give it over to GK, but that's what's made them shine the previous two games.
KC though, they've got a little bit that wombo combo, the Orianna plus the diving champion. Get that wombo starting, and then the Kalist's Zeri just cleaning up what's left behind. You can see what their strategy is. I think I'm there with you though. I think GK probably have the slightly easier front to back, and if they can get towards those ornaments as well, the scaling, at least in terms of the damage numbers, as you rightly pointed out, scaling is a little bit more complicated than how much you do to a training dummy. You've got to deal with moving, living, certainly slightly more active participants. Yep. So that is one up main there. Currently, without the camera, it's just the picture there. Still, it's the KC face we're looking at. They were so close to making this a very decisive statement of a series. It'll certainly be a statement regardless, being pushed this far, but perhaps that sheen of dominance somewhat tarnished as we head onto the rift for Game 5. GK, the Arabian League second seed, on the verge of dethroning the most dominant team who have ever graced the tournament. What a story would that be? Still got to do another game, of course, but it is just that thought that starts hitting the brain that certainly, I suspect, the Karmine core players' brains, can they hold on? Can they right the ship and turn the momentum around?
I feel like for the Arabian League, this means so much more. joining back in 2023 spring. First time they're making it into playoffs with both their first and second seed. The first thing, unfortunately, being eliminated by Eintracht Spandau on the other quarterfinal that was playing simultaneously as this one. GK is all the Arabian League has left in these playoffs. The second seed having to unfortunately face a team that has never faltered to win this tournament. We're talking about a team that has never, ever lost EMEA Masters if they participate.
That is an incredible stat.
That's a 100% win rate.
And when I was helping record the Calista profile video, we saw it in the pre-show stuff as well, one of the things we called out is that so many of the names that made that roster and organization great are not there. It is Calista alone, a relatively newcomer to the scene, who is the remaining member from that victorious squad from last year. They can still do it.
That brings a tear to my eye. Top laners get to play their matchup. Even if it's tank versus tank, even if it's noodle versus noodle in the face, it's still a matchup, you know? You get to play your matchup.
Get CS, which is better than it could have been. Exactly that.
Better to get some noodle than no noodle.
Wise words.
Maybe I'm
Georgia
hungry, it's
Paris.
fine. Maybe I'm hungry. That's fine.
It's getting a little late, of course. Casting schedule, not that much time to scarf down food where we can. So, fortunately, my appetite being sated here by the quality of League of Legends. Yeah,
and there's no poultry.
That's stop. you use one word, Georgia never lets you go.
I love it. I'm learning words from you, and then I use them to my advantage. You're welcome.
I feel like I ought to lodge a complaint with someone, but well, until I get to HR or whoever it is.
Oh no.
Georgia's being mean to me on cast. Oh boy. Well, there you go. Still, it'll be the Varus Rel getting the early shot. I don't think that should be a surprise. Varus notoriously lane dominant. The early hail of arrows, and
Ellermere,
he just fights it away.
He takes it away from Linjas and forces the flash. That was a very ballsy move right here from Ellermere, considering his bot lane would not be the first one to move into the jungle. However, in terms of the matchup, absolutely, the Trundle wins those, and he's going to brute force his way in. Giyu is hovering from mid lane, no mana onto this Talia, and it might be a 4 versus 4 for the sake of that blue buff.
Okay, it's taken, I think, by Ellermere. Now the fight commences. Another one of those traffic cones goes up. First blood to Rel. Ellermere over the wall, still goes down. The Ignite helps claim it. Shoved back onto Fleshy, desperately trying to get towards the blast cone, but he's knocked back by an auto attack. Betrayed. Now Calista in a 1v3, trying to flash away. Leo gets to the wrong side of the burst fire. Still gets to step up forward. The shield with the command. Protect. Calista in the game where it matters most. Picks up the kills. Linces will not be able to stop the teleport out. 3 for 2 in the bot lane. And what a mess it was.
Oh my god, if you guys got shivers, so did we, because we thought the game was going to be over just 4 minutes in. Ellermere with a fantastic aggressive play. Thank you for the replay right here. We're going to see steals the Grump away, forces flash off of Linces, and this looks doomed. Linces gets caught again, no flash from the previous skirmish, and Ellermere just about gets the last auto attack onto his health bar from Vladdy, which throws the double buffs over to that Orianna. However, whilst this is going on, Calista, Vladdy are getting 3 hits onto everyone, and the AD carry of Comical Blue, the only remaining champion holding the trophy from 2023 summer, 1-0-2, holding on strong for KC.
For Vladdy, a series where he has looked less than the self we have come to expect. He had a phenomenal group stage, even in the losses on an individual level. He is a player that both of us know quite well from when he was being a journeyman player over in the NLC, a 16-year-old kid trying to get towards PC banks an hour away to find solid internet connection. Now on Calming Core, now on the reverse, getting reverse swept. Now potentially about to help out with a fight around the grubs. Mainta coming down early. Decap has to crash down across the wall.
Again, Linces is playing with fire right here, but he's allowed to do that due to the fact that Vladdy is so far ahead. GK are not giving up. They want to take that one extra Void Grab because in the case that they get all next 3, they could potentially go for the Void Grab buffs. Fleshy also to the total side of the map. Flash from Mainter. Flashing away from this iteration. The flash from Fleshy.
Gets something that Ellermere in danger. That traffic cone It's going to become a grave marker instead. Linces steals the body.
You know
Army
what?
Corps snowballing just fine here. They get another interrupt.
Every single time a series goes to 5 games, you naturally see the series slow down. Teams want to play slow. They've got a bunch of scaling. You've got an on-hit virus on Leo. You've got Kalist onto the Zera. You definitely want to be going towards those later stages of the game where you're absolutely unstoppable. Both of these teams have been throwing their bodies onto the Rift. Mainly starting from the sort of GK. GK started the Void Grubs. They wanted to recontest them. They got pushed out. They brought more people back in. Forced flashes. Fleshy, though, with these hooks, was the one winning. And if Leo tries to push out that wave and he's in no way covered by any of these creeps, he could be in trouble. Fleshy walks forward right here. He could actually cheat a little bit of a reset cancel onto Leo. It's going to be the case anyway. They're going to choose to stay.
Would be a little risky because Leo just hit level 6, and the chains of corruption and the blight stacks it provides can prove pretty deadly to a level 4 Nautilus. Still not the case for now. It is Carmine Core Blue with the early lead so far, about 1,000 gold here at the 7-minute mark. The last 2 games, that has not been the case. Partly why we bring it up, because of course GK had managed to turn around their early game woes, had become the team who were that little bit better in the early stages, but Carmine Core defend the jungle. A hook in the bot lane. Vladdy on the roam. Doesn't need to come down and start anything more up.
Thank you, observers, for showing us a little bit of top lane. We haven't really gone to see bunch of those top laners literally playing against each other. You know, even just the interaction of the top laner versus top laner. However, it's not interesting. Yes, swap away. Yeah. It's fine.
It's just a surprise to see it, which is kind of wild.
It's like, hey, look, guys. They're playing against each other. All right, thank you. Let's switch away now.
moving on to more interesting pastures. Merc Tread's just bought for Fleshy, and I don't blame him. There's quite a lot of CC he's going to have to be managing here as the only real frontliners alongside the Zac to keep Carmine Core in the lead that they have.
Not going to lie to you, a lot of that CC that's going to be thrown your way is a lot of knockups as well with the Talia and the Ornn. So I'm not sure how much value you're necessarily getting from those mercs. However, you know, you can never go too wrong with mercs. I don't particularly love it in this instance, but he's playing against a lot of CC in terms of the laning phase on the 2 versus 2 into the Varus and into the Rel. Like, he's definitely going to get benefited by. Ooh, the tip!
That corruption's really important. Lince is now in danger. Nowhere ready to go. The crash down comes on through, and a little bit of Ferromancy allows Elromir to pick up the kill.
Lince is punished once again. All alone in that Dragon Pit, gets spotted by Leo. The tip literally of that ultimate hitting him was more than enough for everyone else from GK to collapse. And yet again, Elromir has been playing so aggressively. I feel like it's been the story of this series to try and shut down Linces from playing his game. If they let the Viego scale later on, if they do manage to give him one of those resets from the side of KCB, it's going to be very problematic. Elromir has been shutting him down the whole time.
Forge God is summoned, and there is a wonderful interrupt into the bounce house afterwards. Cell division is popped, and Elromir will be allowed to pick up the kill. This is one of your EMEA Masters champions from spring of last year. He's going up against, of course, Kalist on the other side, who was the 2023 Summer champions, and he might like to prove that it's not just Carmine Core that can win this tournament.
He has done it too, absolutely. Former champion as well, of course, of EMEA Masters, as you mentioned. And I love the way that this interaction happened in the top lane because it did not allow Manger to get an elastic slingshot. He didn't have flash, which means that any pillar or the knockup from the Ornn would interrupt the elastic slingshot and would stop him in place. Now, Linces, if he can manage to steal even one away, that's a huge win for KC Blue because they do manage to deny the Void Grubs buff from the side of GK, and it's going to be the case. He's just checking around to make sure that he's not getting jumped from anyone. He has Fleshy in the mid lane as well.
Fleshy was there. Here comes the rest of GK though, but they've gotten 2 grubs. That gets them to 3. GK will be able to at least pick up that final grub remaining. Hollow Radiance just completed for Bong. This is into the Zac, so that makes a little bit of sense in terms of the choice of Barmy's items. That grub now secured. Linces will roam with his support to claim some of those Raptors. And Carmine Core, as we've kind of noted before, at their best have often been a team that really does revolve around the focal point of Linces, dropping a lot of lanes and points on the map to get him rolling.
That nice 3 turret platings on a straight up 2 versus 2 in the bot lane. Kalist has been given so much gold throughout this pressure on the map. GK are trying to go for these neutral objectives. They had to macro Leo towards the tops of the map, rotate him, try and secure these void grabs. They were too late, therefore not only did they lose the buff, but they also lost a bunch of turret plating, so much gold going over to Kalist. For now it's only 500, but this 500 is not the spike that you need to complete your item or not complete your item for the next fight.
So whether that matters, of course, 2 minutes until an Infernal Dragon, which of course will likely be something Karmine Corp Blue will be interested in contesting, especially considering they did get the initial Drake of the game. See what the soul will be after that, I'm sure. But Leo and Kalist left alone in this bot lane for now as Decap does return to lane. Will be spotted by that ward just in front of the Krugs. Game slows down just a touch while we're waiting for those new objectives and points of contest to spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. And we expected for you to be a little bit more active in terms of the early game. However, because Vladdy did get back to lane literally minute 5 with the double buffs. Oh, Elormir caught, has to flash away from the shockwave. But again, since Vladdy came back with the 2 kills, with the extra items, with the double buffs, Giyu has not been able to get anything on the map. He's not been able to get out of lane because he's constantly having to push.
Spark Surge responded to with the Chains of Corruption. Leo forced to use his ultimate there to disengage Kalist as they slid into lane. Instead, Kalist will get the free shove. Leo's going to have to interrupt his back. They're afraid of an Ultra Shock laser coming across to deny his reset, and I think that might have proven deadly at that point with Fleshy around and an ultimate and a flash available. He's just going to keep going to try and interrupt it. Oh, Kalist, not like this. This is brutal stuff.
Another turret plating going the side of KC Blue. Oh, it's the bot side of the map. Leo has to choose between grabbing a few CS and a little bit more experience versus backing and losing his tower. Is going to be the latter right here. Kalist with an entire tower. No lane swaps. Pure 2v2 and 1v1. Pre-minute 13, even 1-0 and 2. Gets back with a full Kraken Slayer. Minute 13, he's going to be tearing apart through those HP bars. And again, I want to reiterate how much pressure, how many expectations are behind those KC Blue players. KC have not lost an EMEA Masters ever since they joined. Losing one now would be detrimental, especially since all the legends that led to all of these victories are no longer there. Kalist was the rookie last year, and he's the only veteran, quote-unquote, from that roster that is still holding the cup. So massive expectations for KC going into Game 5. Almost getting reverse swept right here. Must feel super hard.
Trying to claim one final plate here, our GK, before the plates fall. We'll get at least 3, but now this turret under siege. What about the rest of Karmine Corp? They look like they might be on their way towards this Herald at the very least. Leo left alone with that turret. Karmine Corp Blue begin to start up a second objective. They did claim that second dragon, so that puts them in a potential win condition. We get another Chem Soul. We've had quite a few of them this series. Not the most potent soul of all time, but
hey, we take those.
When you're playing with things like the Viego, with the Zac, who are playing around some of those lower HP bars, you still get some serious value out of that tenacity. No bad thing against some of that CC chains that particularly, say, the Rel might be throwing at you.
Here again, the Rift Herald going down for KC is going to be huge. You still have a bunch of stunning gold, especially in terms of tier 1s. You have the top lane, you have the mid lane. We have seen how important it is to have that mid lane tower taken down in terms of vision control.
If you want to know why it is important to not split your plate gold where you can, there you have it. That is 248 gold towards Leo, who got 4 plates versus the 5 plates that Kalist got all to themselves. That gold is well and truly spread across GK. On the side, Kalist, who...
It's like the entire turret.
Like, it's just like, that is a whole turret to yourself. No sharing needed at all. 1.1k ahead individually. Those first 2 games were won largely off the back of Karmine Corp Blue doing such a good job of delivering and enabling Kalist on hyper carries. He is once again up individually. The game relatively close. 1,000 gold is a lead, but not game-breaking, of course. But that lead is largely in the hands of that Prodigy AD carry, of that former winner, Kalist.
That's why they have also put him in the mid lane. You have a lot of pressure by having your AD carry in the mid lane, and also you get to be a lot more safe since there's no much much protection on the top side. There is no tower. This is exactly where they're going to pop the Rift Rail, give a few more gold towards value. We're going to have a very brief pause right here. When we have a reason as to why it happened, we're going to let you guys know. But so far, so good. It's looking really, really good for the side of Carmine Corp. They have so much gold on both of their carries. And let's not forget how much, again, they're scaling in terms of damage. Oriana, Zeri, Viego, we've seen what they can do on 2 items past.
And the thing is, for all that we said, look, GK's got a really good front-to-back comp, shouldn't be super hard to execute. It's not like Carmine Corps is without its own go buttons. You throw the Oriana ball on someone like the Viego or the Nautilus or the Zac, they all press R, Kalist cleans up what's left, and you feel pretty good about it. And especially considering you do have, stylistically, some of those champions we are liking to see. Linces going back to something that spikes at 2 items, at level 11, that can be something of a carry in and of itself. Like the Viego feels good. The fact that Carmine Corps are actually happy and willing to move laners to come and defend things like those jungle invades, which look pretty scary at first, is good news for Carmine Corps.
Yeah, but also we have to go on the other side of the coin for GK. Again, their comrades are down. There's no other Arabian League team anymore in the tournament. Eintracht Spandau 3-1 versus Nigma Galaxy. This is the only Arabian League team left in the tournament. Huge feat overall to make it into the playoffs, but to be able as a second seed, not only to make it into playoffs, continue into semifinals, but also beating the reigning champions, the undefeated team at EMEA Masters would probably be the biggest upset of all time, let's be honest, at EMEA Masters.
You know, I think you're probably right. And the thing is, maybe in future we'll say this isn't an upside. This was just the start of a consistent level of performance and play from the Arabian League teams. And in fairness, it has felt like across this tournament, both teams that have turned up have been pretty consistently good. They have matched up against the best we have at the tournament, and that's great news. But I don't think many people would have put, at least say layman viewers, come in and go, yep, no, the Arabian League are making quarterfinals, take Carmine Corps Blue to Game 5, to have actually some people wondering whether they're the favorites in this matchup even, is kind of an impressive achievement in and of itself. Now, of course, you ask the players, you ask the coaches, you ask the fans of the Arabian League, of GK, whether that's enough, whether they'll be okay with that. I think they probably say a few things to the effect of no, but not appropriate for broadcast, because they want this really bad. You know they do. They want to prove that they have got what it takes to get going. You know, and people like Giro have been playing the Arabian scene for so long, but without really the ability to showcase themselves to an odd stage like this for a little while is really, really awesome.
I feel like, especially when it comes to that side, the whole, it wasn't just a fluke, we're going to keep evolving. This is the magic of having a new league walk into EMEA Masters, right? We have in the Arabian League, they literally only joined last spring. It's been literally only 3 splits. And through the league building up itself, you've got them building through and evolving through EMEA Masters, facing other teams, facing different metas, different players, different compositions, different, I want to say, it's a different feeling playing versus the LFL because of how dominant they have been throughout the entirety of EMEA Masters.
Yeah, everyone else judges themselves by how well they do against LFL.
There's been a Super Liga here, there's been an Ultra Liga here, but overall, especially when we're talking to spring, every spring EMEA Masters, the LFL has been the most dominant. The winningest teams have come from the LFL in spring, and Wildcats winning in 2023
it's a huge moment.
Was actually a big upset.
And I also want to just let you all know, we did get word from production. It was a tech issue on GK's side. So we're expecting, when I was told, about 2 minutes. So from now, probably about 1 minute 30, something like that. Shouldn't be too much longer. But we'll take the moment to continue kind of maybe just musing a little bit on some of those things. Because you're absolutely right, because I think one of the big things about EMEA Masters as a tournament as well is not just like obviously the opportunity to celebrate all these up-and-coming players, these people from regional leagues, which obviously the local fans know everything about. Like, you ask the LFL viewers, and there's a lot of them, what they think of the Carmine Corps players, the BDSA players. I have loads to tell you, but maybe some of the other regions won't have seen that in the same way. You're looking at some of the Prime League players coming on in and saying, actually, we're really good this year. The Arabian League teams coming in and saying, actually, we're going to build some rivalries here as well. Don't sleep on us. Is super, super cool. Those kind of rivalries, those moments to build a little bit of that, you know, pride in your own region and maybe a little bit of despair when it all goes wrong.
There's also
It's
the
part and parcel.
TCL, who's going through the semifinals too. Also a brand new region that we invited last year, right? And literally the first split that TCL joined EMEA Masters, they won.
Yeah, the Wildcats did it. Besiktas maybe looking to mirror that from last year. Of course, that was
spring to spring.
I mean, Alormir was on that team, right? We just had that conversation in game. Kalist was in the squad that won in summer on the other side for Karmine Corps. We're back into the Rift. History and musing on the matters of EMEA Masters can perhaps wait as Bong. Forced to flash away from a Sombrero ultimate from Vladdy, who has been playing the clean game of Orianna so far. 1.6k the lead for KCB, a couple dragons. Feeling pretty good indeed, and I'm hoping I hit the right button for that cough button there. I think I just gave that to production accidentally, so apologies, production. I think I sneezed into their ears.
Oh, no. All right. 2,000 gold lead, especially in the hands of Vladdy and Kalist, split into 1.1 and 0.8, respectively, is going to be huge in terms of teamfights. However, 1.4k gold lead in general, 1.6 now, is not going to be enough to dictate any fights yet. You see that majority of the first items have been completed, except for Mainter. I feel like Mainter has been doing this tech throughout the entire series, where he will delay that first item spike to build a few components that would generally help you through laning phase and fights.
You know what? You were right for about 5 seconds, and then he built his first item.
No, I saw that. However, in the early game, instead of completing his first item, he chooses to go for those components that help him more. That early burn from the Bami Cinder, a bit of armor, a bit of MR, a bit of HP.
Yeah, it definitely really focuses on those boots. Elromir being hit with the depth charge here. How aggressive does Linces and crew want to be? Not much more than that. They'll just take the steal on the buff and back away. It's a minute or so until anything like a Drake, so the use of the ultimate is perfectly allowable. Not going to be missed at any upcoming objective fight at the very least. Giyu given some time on the side lane to claim a turret and even up the score a little bit there.
It's huge for this tower to go down, especially for GK. They get to move a little bit more aggressive into Linces' bot quadrant of the jungle, place some vision down. You mentioned to yourself 45 seconds, and GK have always been on point in terms of setting down vision control for themselves before those big neutral objectives. They're going to steal away the blue buff as well. Pretty big mana bar onto Giyu too. They are ready, they're locked, they're loaded, they have vision, they have control of the river. They're waiting for KC to make their move.
Big difference though is Kalist just finished his second item. Infinity Edge just got done. That's the lead they built for this AD carry. Ready and willing to take over this fight.
GK and KC are fighting over that mid lane wave. Linces though, he must have overstepped.
Flashes away, stays alive, but now Decap actually in a bit of an awkward position, but has the empowered blast cone to launch him all the way back to the river. Bong gets a knock-up onto Fleshy. He's now in danger, needs to try and get his way to safety. But the other way, the shockwave doing so much damage, trying to do something. Look at the backline. They do get rid of Leo. That was the engage from Linces and Mainter. Now, what about the remains of the fight? Decap forced to back away. Giyu flashing as well. Resets galore for Linces, who's currently in the form of Ornn. Heartbreaker one more time, goes over the wall, trying to get towards Decap, misses the Spectral Maw with a Ferromancy crash down enough to get the Rel to safety. But KCB win the fight, despite some awkward positioning at the start of it.
What an incredible flank, finding Leo. Leo wasn't even allowed to flash in this particular fight, and it looked a little bit awkward because Linces tries to walk into a river that doesn't belong to them, and right after this, they take his flash. Fleshy gets caught here. He face plants the wall with the flash, and you're like, that must be it. But again, Mainter with the shockwave, with the Orianna ball diving in onto Leo together with Linces. You take down that AD carry, and the rest of GK kind of falls apart. They really need that Varus. He is the only consistent damage going through this team fight. So the second Leo goes down, you have to back off.
Bit of body snatching goes the way of Linces, and suddenly the game snowballs once more at Soul Point. Our Karmine Corps Blue. Now they get to shove on in, start to threaten again for that Soul performance. But at that point as well, Baron just spawned. They can start to force some difficult decisions from GK. The catch-22s of League of Legends when you are snowballed on. Do you want Baron? Do you want Dragon? Fight us at 1 and lose. Trade and you lose. No easy answers right now for GK unless they can find some ingress, find a fight. Find a way to stall, perhaps.
Double Knight's Vow coming in
Triple.
for... Triple Knight's Vow.
Who's the
You're
third
right.
Knight's Vow going on to?
I mean, maybe Trundle as well. He does some damage. I feel like in general, GK are lacking on the damage department. So if they cannot keep Leo alive in these fights, it's going to be extremely difficult. DU does deal a lot of damage onto the Talia, but it's a lot about the burst damage when you get that first knockback onto any member. However, Leo is the damage dealer in this particular composition. If you cannot keep him alive, it's going to be very, very difficult to win any fight. Saying this, however, on the other side, KC have so many threats.
The Viego's gotten an item and a half. You've got 2.5 items on Kalist. Vladdy's at 2 with the Seraph's Embrace upgrade completed as well. Leo just completed a second item. That was a necessary moment. Finally got Guinsu's Rage Blade in. Was trying to play that last fight, you know, without that second item completion to begin with was a rough stage. Maybe now they feel like they've got a moment. The item spikes to get a fight ongoing. They'll call the Weaver's Wall. Kalist will spark surge away to safety. Linsus on a flanking angle. Fleshy in a dangerous position. The Call of the Forge God knocks the Dredge line off the wall. Kill onto the Nautilus. But Mainta goes on forward with the stretching strikes. Begins to let bow. Knocked up.
Split.
And is now cell divided. Vladdy looking for an angle over the wall perhaps. Will shockwave, but it's only on to 1. They lose 2 to Karmine Core Blue. The items get completed, they take their moment,
Baron.
and they can turn towards Baron with the 2-man advantage.
Incredible stuff. However, remember the 3 damage dealers from the side of KC, the 3 threats are all still alive. Lintus doesn't have flash. He's going to have to ult into the pit if he wants to try and steal the Baron. Bonk will TP back in with full HP. What can KC do?
Is this their moment? Is this their time to shine? GK forced off the Baron. Elromir too low, now looking for the fight. Karmine Core Blues.
They can't finish it.
Damage dealers are enough of a threat to dissuade the Baron. Tension was palpable there, but they are not allowed to finish it. They are not allowed to find the fight, and they hold on. That could have been game-breaking, but the lead the Karmine Core Blue had looks a lot shakier than it did just a minute or so ago.
GK are putting the pressure on KC. The second they see anyone overextended, they do not hesitate to pull the trigger. Let's watch this one more time, because as you will see, you have Fleshy trying to run away, Kalist has to run away, and he gets blocked by the wall. He cannot join this fight. GK acknowledge the fact that Kalist cannot DPS in this fight, and they push far forward. They take down the support, and then when the top laner also overextends, they end up punishing. And look how well they're playing spacing-wise, knowing that Vladdy is through that wall. None of their carries gets hit by that shockwave.
Mid lane turret, I think, just fell, according to our observers. Thank you very much for that. That'll be on the reset after the attempted Baron play, so Karmine Core come out and game a little bit more on the map. Third item just completed by Kalist, who was zoned off from that fight, as you said. A little bit wary of Decap CC, who was sat in the Raptor pit. There was a pillar available for him, just could not step forwards, despite the items, despite the lead. Able to hit people, your gold lead means very little indeed.
40 seconds again on the clock. Like clockwork, GK walking to the river, 40 to 50 seconds before any neutral objective. They set down the vision, and again, they threaten KC to walk into them.
Was
on the
side.
Vladdy.
Vladdy taken very low, does have teleport, so can rejoin the fight, but will be forced to do so. Don't think he can play the fight out at the HP he is right now. Linsus forced away from the jungle, and GK hit their item spikes, and suddenly it all looks that much more even. KCB, though, are going to do what you often do. Well, GK have set up all their vision control on the Dragon. Will just force them to where they have none, which is the Baron.
Very interestingly, the Knight's Vow is also on Lintus. Is not on Kalist, and it's not on Vladdy. They're going to trade that Dragon with the Baron, but GK are here to fight.
Elromir knocked about with that Let's Bounce and a depth charge. Baron secured by Karmine Core Blue, and they begin the retreat, extricating themselves from a dangerous position. GK aren't really in a position to fight. Instead, they will shove down mid lane, trying to claim the tier 1 there, and maybe steal the Dragon as well to claim at least a sizable consolation prize.
And that's a sweet choice that you get when you have been able to accumulate 3 Dragons. Your opponents will have to fight it every single time to take away the soul from you, and you can turn around and get bigger objective for yourself. For KC Blue, it was that Baron. They secured that top lane tier 2 as well with Vladdy. They're trying to extend that golden now to 3,000 gold. At least in the mid lane as well. He's baroned up. He's going to start pushing that wave. And now you'll see 2 lanes being pushed by KC right here, trying to put the pressure onto GK.
Karmine Core Blue, it was looking dire, honestly, on the verge of being reverse swept, as we have said a few times at this point. The first 2 games, it was so good. Kalist massively fed with the assistance of his team. Huge games on the likes of the Xayah with Emilio in that second game in particular. Spring to mind alongside a lot of damage on that initial Aphelios. This time around on the Zeri with the gold lead. 3.5 items. It's still, at least it was, a pretty close affair. That Baron may have changed things, and the full court press begins. GK looking to come and try and defend this tier 2 in the bot lane.
They've got 4 members, they've got 3. One switching behind, between bot lane and mid lane. Zac in the mid lane. They're trying to put as much pressure on the map as possible. They have to, however, bundle up their 2 carries. Vladdy.
Pillar slow was pretty good, but it wasn't quite over. The minefield was too slow. The Magnet Soul afterwards, though, catches Vladdy out. Trade back, though, into the stolen body. Flash shattering strike. A double kill for Kalist. They got Vladdy, but at what cost? Linces goes unstoppable. Needs to get out from under the turret pressure. And they'll get out alive for now. They lose an additional member to the turret.
You take this. If you're GK, you take this any single day. The only thing that they lost with this Baron power play was a top lane tier 2 tower that was pushed straight after that Baron went down. You lose 2 lives, but you get a shot down onto Vladdy. You get to kill another person. You stop the siege coming in from mid lane and bot lane again. Vladdy twice in a row has gotten into trouble with Taliyah. Walks too far forward. Refuses to flash the knockback, and KC go a little bit too deep. Fleshy dies to the tower. Lynchus almost also dies to the tower, right about the aggro switching right there. And KC, that was their entire Baron push. It will be out in just about 10 seconds.
Clutch arm guard there as well from Giyu to stop the additional kill onto him. That could have proven really deadly, but they're not able to pull off the cleanest side. They get a couple kills, yes, but it still is traded back. And GK holding their nerve right now. You can see where all the gold is. That 3,000 gold lead is entirely in the hands of Kalist. Everywhere else, it's as close to even as it matters. He is the prime carry. He is the man to keep your eyes on. Slides away from the Searing Charge and the Volcanic Rupture combo.
You mentioned how important the Seeker's Arm Guard was from Giyu right there to try and stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
He's going full in. Oh,
He
flashes it this time. The respect being shown to Giyu. And always the question with the Seeker's Arm Guard is like, it's such an expensive item to finish Hourglass, and especially when you don't have that large rod in his inventory. Giyu, through that skirmish in the bot lane, through that fight in the bot lane, completed the entire Hourglass, which is now so important for the team fights to come.
We've got an upgraded Leandres and an upgraded Rage Blade as well. Ornn hits level 15. Suddenly that gold lead shrinks by virtue of the value Ornn provides. Bespoke armoring services. A little time is all it's needed to potentially swing the game around. 3rd item completed for Leo. He's been ways off that for a while. The problem is on the other side, it's a 4th item. Ward there. Been there for a while. Everyone here will come back.
You know what? I love how observers were like, you missed something, buddy. And then he was like, oh, wait, I'll just turn around and take it down.
You did begin to wonder, but they do clear that one out. We've got ourselves Dragon in a minute. Baron in 30 seconds after that. Waves shoved aggressively by Vladdy to try and get towards Giyu. Will have to clear that one out. They'll get the resets in. They'll look to be in the river first. They've got the wards already down. GK gonna have to find their way into a pretty controlled area of the map.
Yeah, they're gonna have to use Bong. I feel like here he's the tankiest member. They're just gonna have to brute force their bodies into the river. Taking control of that mid lane wave is always step number 1 that you can do. And then you force yourself through that mid lane pathway into the bush, into the mid lane. You'll see that GK right now will push the wave. They'll use the 2 bodies of Decap and Bong to face check into these brushes, try to take some control. However, KCB are pretty established and they also have a pretty good flank. You look towards the bot side of the map. Mater is flanking around the bot corner of Hellramir's jungle.
Trying to find an angle in. Mater using that vision control best they can towards the mid lane. GK go to try and fight for that mid lane control. It's KCB though with wards everywhere. You can see that line of control wards making it so difficult for GK. Giyu. Clutch stopwatch again to avoid the dredge line.
Doesn't want to save his flash right here. However, Mater is not giving up on his flank, which makes GK having to change positions right here. Giyu's going in.
Slides away, gets caught on the wrong side of the pillar, has to flash back. Call of the Forge God begins to fly on through. Only knocks up Fleshy. Kalist down the summoner, but still alive.
Major taking again that ward right there. He really wants that flag. Just having the threat, the pressure of the Zac on the side makes GK very wary of when is the next one coming in. It's coming in right now.
Slingshot is elastic! Straight onto Leo, who flashes away, begins to turn around the damage. Look at the other side. Linces steps on forward. Dragon stolen. That's soul denied. Fleshy backing away. What about the resets? What about the rest of the fight? Mainter takes aim again. The slingshot once more heading towards the backline. Bong broken. RIP. And again they claim the kills. Again they claim the mid lane shove. Perhaps again they can claim the Baron, but right now they're saying we've got the men advantage. Let's take the fact we have a 5v3 and run it down mid lane to claim some structures.
35 seconds onto Giyu, 32 seconds onto Bong. Only Elramir and Leo alive. They're going to take as many structures as possible until they turn around and take the Baron themselves. KCB with a fantastic fight. And I'm going to give major props to Mainter for this particular one because he was a threat the entire time, and KC Blues' hopes of continuing this tournament keep growing.
Silver Scrapes played a little over 30 minutes ago. Karmine Core Blue looked lost in 2 games, and then we get fights like this. They have nerves of steel.
Absolutely. Mainter takes instantly the flash onto Leo and becomes a barrier between that Varus and the entire team fight. You see how Leo cannot step forward. There's the Orianna ball, there's a Zac in the pit, there's a Viego that's getting reset. He's not been able to stand still on the Varus and put down auto attacks onto an on-hit Varus. The value of the Varus sort of gets wiped away if you don't allow him to get the space to put down this damage. And you can see 30,000, almost 31,000 champion damage onto Kalist. And if you look at Leo, he's not even a third. Maybe just a third, just about a third.
Before we came into this series, Leo led the league in his damage share, 42% over 900 DPM on average, which is absurd. This series, it has been Kalist, on average, the better AD carry. Leo, that much more mortal, that much more normal, something which he has been anything but. He has been, frankly, in many ways, extraordinary as an AD carry this tournament. Karmine Core, giving him no room to breathe. The Jax, not the Jax, the Zac, slightly different name, into the backline, 2.5 items, and actually the top laners for once allowed to play the game with a little bit more resources. Shove onto Kalist. This could be the moment. He's been caught. No, not like this. I can only apologize. The caster curse is real. They begin to look for a little bit more. Mainter forced to flash. Lince is now on the retreat. I don't think it's going to amount to anything more. There is no Baron to take, no Dragon to take. GK take the kill. Nothing more for now.
Well, Kalist got caught. Vladi instantly TP'd out of dodge. Fleshy getting caught right here by Elramin could end up going down. Luckily for KC fans, even when Fleshy ends up going down here eventually, it won't mean much on the map. 30 seconds is the death timer right here for Kalist. There are no neutral objectives to take right now on the map. You see, Vladi instantly TP in a way to create a little bit of pressure on the map. Still has that Baron buff, so creating a point of pressure is huge for them to try and deviate from anything else from GK.
First death this game is Kalist. After we praise him, you can't make it up, can you? It just seems to happen that way time and time again. Still though, Vladi claims the blue buff. He is still threatening, does take the opportunity to do as you say, play those side lanes, something he has done so well this tournament, even when games have started getting that little bit tricky. Kill score even, Drake score not, Colt definitely not. How much of that gold really matters if Kalist dies? He is the lead for Karmine Core. He is the focal point of this squad right now. If all goes wrong, where do they go from there?
Let's not forget, of course, there's more threats on the side of KC that can turn fights around. Like the Viego and like the Orianna, we have seen this before. We have seen Linces do this before, carry fights from the ground up. However, if you lose a member before the fight even begins, this becomes a completely different story. That means not a lot of ultimates, not a lot of abilities have been used. However, 45 seconds for the next Dragon. It's going to be so point for GK. It's going to be so for KCB. And it's most likely going to be game for both of these teams. So making sure you setting up and you have a proper vision control around these objectives is going to be huge. There is no flash.
Last breath before the storm. Army caught in the mid lane. it's just wide of that seismic shove. Giyu has certainly been trying, hasn't he? What a player he has been this tournament. Fleshy again, just wide on these seismic shove, but hunting every time. Enough cooldown at this point, enough ability haste. Be throwing those moment after moment. Those seismic shoves could cause cataclysmic earthquakes throughout the ERL scene. Imagine if Karmine Corps fall here. Imagine it is the Arabian League that go forwards. They are the ones who take another dragon, get the soul point.
Very wise decision right here for KC. Do not fight this. They had absolutely no vision, no clue what was going on, no control over the map. Instead, they chose to put a lot of pressure towards that mid lane wave. They do not have Kalist, however, on the mid lane wave, so they cannot take it down as quickly. Giyu might be looking for a pick or just to zone away the remaining members of KC. I feel like the second they saw Kalist pushing that bot lane wave, they were more sure that they can take this trade, put that wall down, try to force KC, blew away 3 dragons apiece.
Another breath, another moment of, I won't call it relaxation, but perhaps a slight cessation of the tension. 36 minutes on the clock, and either team at this point could win it. Of course, it is Karmine Corps Blue you have to favor. They are the ones with that gold lead, the extra item on their AD carry, but GK getting those kills, getting that additional dragon, huge moment for them.
It's actually very exciting how we went into this game 5 and we're like, usually teams slow down. And in the early game, they were so willing. You saw Elramir invading, getting kills, trying to steal away buffs, trying to shut down Linces. Right now, both teams have sort of calmed down from that state. They know what's at stake here for both of them. KC, backs against the wall. They're holding every single cup that they've attended. And GK, the only Arabian League team left in the tournament. They would be making history for the league. Not only making it into the semifinals, but doing what no other team has ever done before, which is take down K-Corp.
They're not done yet, and it is Karmine Corps, yes, pushed back against the wall, but it's not like GK. Even without taking a few of their own knocks, this game should be KCB's from this position. They are so deadly, so dangerous, the ones in control of this river. Kalist throws down the wall, Kalist slides away. Dark Surge to safety. Talismanic figure, an icon of a new generation. About alive on the other side. Fleshy lands the hook. It's onto Elramir. Tanky, though, can start throwing down the subject. Into the backline goes Mater, but it's only really onto Bonk. Does get the striking strike. Leo can read a free fire, doing his best that he can. Huge knock over to Fleshy. Flashing away. Doesn't go down. Does now. What about the rest of the members of KCB? Vladdy forced away. Kalist still alive. The health bar is low, but Elramir just healing up through everyone. GK are losing. Sorry, they're winning the fight. I apologize. They have moaned their moments.
They can end.
Can they?
They can end. They're backing it. They're TPing both in. It's only Vladdy and only Kalist. The entire LFL empire that has relied on KC could be falling right here, right now.
Are we about to witness history? French fans, heads in their hands. Arabian League fans, unable to believe their eyes. The 2 damage dealers, the 2 scariest members remaining. There is, it's worth pointing out, no Baron buff. This minion wave can be deleted. Kalist was knocked up and knocked out. He doesn't have a lot of mana left. That could be a problem. Nexus turret 1 down. I think they might just do it. Respawn's beginning to come through. Vladdy is dead. Kalist knocked up again. They're on to the Nexus. They have done it. The Arabian League succeeds. The LFL falls. Karmine Corps, their legacy tarnished. The foundations in rubble. The blue wall, no more.
GK have made history at EMEA Masters, not only for the first time ever an Arabian League makes playoffs, not only for the first time ever an Arabian League team makes semi-finals, but for the first time ever in EMEA Masters history. A tale as old as time, a team manages to beat Karmine Corps.
Reverse sweep.
You said it's more likely to get the reverse sweep.
Just got reverse swept. They were up 6,000 gold. Kalist was monstrously fed, and somehow, someway, GK find a fight around that Baron that sees them going through to the semi-finals, that sees the Arabian League make an indelible mark in the history of this tournament in the most dramatic of fashions.
I'm not going to lie to you. We were sitting backstage and we're like, did we choose the wrong series? Is this another 3-0 back-to-back? And GK said, you shut up. We're winning this.
My mind turns to the brief conversation I had with Edward when I was asking him, what can you tell me about your team, the coach of GK? And he said, look, we think we can make top 1-2.
And they showcase they can.
The desk, this moment in history is yours to break down.
GK with the reverse sweep versus KC Blue. The story is now a present. I love it. This is an interesting one, and we need to dive in. Let's start by champion select. Eragon, what happened that was so important to change the tides of battle?
It was a new angle from KC, I think. So they gave Linces back his proactivity, his carry champions that he carried in the LFL finals with. Viego, his absolute best champion, in my opinion. But it wasn't enough. You had the early set plays. I really like the proactive draft that GK came out with. You had the Trundle with priority in the bot and the mid lane. So you had really easy set plays like Invades, but they didn't go well either. It came off of the back of comebacks in the mid game after early game didn't go well enough.
And that's interesting because you were telling me about the idea of this champion select was that GK kind of needed to get that early lead and it was not going in their favor. KC was actually defying expectations with this game. Absolutely. It was so important out of the blue. It was not enough, aesthetics.
I mean, it was, again, it was just a crazy team fight that came down to it. I was just watching it back as well. Leo's spacing, absolutely insane. Another reason why we hyped this guy coming up today. I think we've been quiet about him because all the supportive stuff, plus the top letter has a funny name. And I think ultimately we look at like, why is this guy doing so much damage outside of just lane swaps? It's the fact that he is such a great team fighter on the Varus as well. Again, insane spacing with decap as well. Like really, really good engage tool that again created that space for his AD carry. And the fact that they beat KC in a team fight kind of comes down to what we said at the start of the day and what we've been saying over group stage. But flooring KC was their team fighting and how they played mid-game onwards and how they played the 5v5. Again, we've seen their breaking point is how they played the 5v5. And even though Kalist was on a bit of a tear, the rest of the team getting caught out in some really good engage tools that sealed the deal.
It's important to me to bring this question to you, Eragon, if you may. This is something that I didn't even told you about. Kalist is a beast. We saw the graphics. He's out of this world, obviously. But when you look into GK, through all 5 games, I think I saw a glimpse of like amazing light on every single member. So everyone stepped in when they needed the most. On this 5th game, I do believe Leo was only capable of doing as much damage as he did, just as Aesthetics was telling us about, because his team stepped up to, hey, we got you, just steal as much damage as you can. And Kalist didn't have that.
Absolutely. I think it's really hard as well to pick a potential MVP. I think there are 2 candidates that come to mind. Whilst everyone had good games, I think it does. Okay, come on. Including Ball as 3. But Giyu and Decap, they come out to me. The Blitzcrank turned the entire tides of the series, in my opinion, going back to playing traditional laning with the counter into the Milio coming out from Decap. But then you also had Giyu, who played, I feel like, almost every single game well. Multiple different champions. The Aesor comes to mind, the Talia as well. I think just phenomenal.
Showed versatility, I think, in the mid lane too with the draft as well. Like he was adaptable. I think you can say that about Decap, but I think Giyu was a constant that gave GK, you know, that comeback and, you know, gave them a lot to sit on as well. Giving him Talia again in the past couple of games, seeing the Aurelion Sol game as well. Like, this is why this guy is called Lebanese Faker, or at least the reason why I'm calling him Lebanese Faker. My hair is so scuffed from this series. Holy moly. I'm sitting backstage like this because of that last team fight. We'll just fix it at the time being. Anyway, shout out to Lebanese Faker.
We were looking to the graphs and the amount of damage. Yet to go. Exactly what we were talking about. You have the Prodigy. There you go. He's dealing a lot of damage. But I want silence in the studio. We have him.
Who the hell gave you a hammer?
I actually brought in a hammer.
Oh my God.
I stole it from production. With us for the interview, it is with great pleasure that I can say, welcome to the interview, Bong. Is he with us? Bong, welcome.
Hello guys.
Yo.
Everyone on broadcast is such a major fan of you.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? You just won versus KC Blue. First thoughts?
Yeah. after we winning, we so screaming and so happy. Yeah.
Okay, so
Still can't believe. Yeah.
tell me, was it really tough to play versus them?
Oh, sorry.
Was it really tough to play versus KC? Hard. There's a lot happening. That's
Interview.
There you go, Bond.
Bring him in,
There you go. We love you. So tell me, really hard versus KC, or was it easy to adapt?
Yeah.
We can't.
To be
see.
honest, we yeah,
Easy.
Before we came start, we believe ourselves and we can in come in Cold Blue. Then we came in EU Masters. We still believing.
Nice.
So tell me, versus Spandau, what will be the score? Yeah.
I hope 3-0.
3-0. 3-0.
Yeah.
Let's go. You got a question?
Bong, I wanted to ask the difference. A big fan, by the way, of course. Sorry, my hair. This is my hair because of, stress for you guys. Coming into today, I was. So, difference between LLA, when you were on Rainbow 7 and now GK in Arabian League. Are there any differences between the leagues or maybe between the players? Like, what do you think in terms of maybe quality and performance coming up to today?
To be honest, last year, in summer play is very like easy.
Yep.
We win every game and final 3-0 we made. So when I come to GK, I think we are good team.
Mm-hmm.
And Arabian League is have good player, talent, and young player have young player. So I think yeah.
I get what you're saying. You're
It's
saying there's a lot of young players in Arabian League. There's a lot of young players, a lot of good players, up and coming developments. So there's maybe do you think the competition is better in Arabian League or better in LLA? What do you think?
I think can so much improve in this league.
Eragon, with the question, we have Eragon with you,
One,
Bob.
one easy question.
Yes.
Do you like lane swaps? Are they fun?
I'll be honest.
I feel like so timeline is so useless.
Okay, Bong. To finish the interview with you, I'm going to make fast questions for you, quite easy ones. Okay. Bracket. We look up. I forgot who's on the top bracket right now. I'm so nervous right now.
Besiktas.
BDSA.
Besiktas.
BDSA. Besiktas. Who wins? BDSA. Besiktas.
Besiktas my last midliner.
Oh, Besiktas?
True.
And my friend Hun and timeliner Hun and midliner Mirel. So I hope Besiktas win.
Besiktas. Okay, then we look at you. You're going to win 3-0, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so finals will be Besiktas
GK.
and GK. Who wins?
Yeah.
Score.
3-2.
3-2. Okay.
Yeah.
Bong, thank you so much. Congratulations and best of luck. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We got Bong.
What a legend.
I'm happy. Yeah, we got Bong. Okay,
Legend.
GK makes it through versus KC. Let me just... There you go.
It's cool. It's exciting, by the way, just to get
Yeah.
his perspective on the league. Like he's saying, there's a lot of, by the sounds of it, a lot of developing up and coming talent in the
And-
Arabian League, which is what we've heard as
shows.
well. There's a lot of young players coming up who, people to watch too. So it's nice that we're, getting his perspective on it when he is like, I'm not even sure we call him an up and coming player at this point, but he's just someone who's been in the limelight and now coming through a different area, different league entirely to speak of.
Yeah, and it shows with all the new players, this league can only really get better. But more importantly, Hysterics,
Hello.
he said top is a useless role.
He did say at
There
the
you go.
moment
So
it is useless.
we can cope about our solo queue games. That's all I'll say.
The cool
That's
thing is
true.
you're coaching him how to be a better top player. You should be coaching him to get a new role. That's what he needs right now. So, gentlemen, we already know who went forward on this quarterfinals. Let's show the bracket for you back at home so you can actually have a glimpse of everyone that went through. We talk with Bong. It's going to be Besiktas versus BDSA on semifinals. Then we jump into Spandau versus GK. So this is going to be our semifinals. Thoughts and last words on what we're going to get and who's going to go through.
He said Besiktas, obviously like Miro, is old mid laner from Rainbow Seven as well. And the fact that, Hoon is someone we loved in NA. He's obviously thinking Besiktas is a surprise against SK Prime, but I think BDSA was so strong. Like they had really good draft preparation for Orban and Onimo. They were so good in their individual laners as well. Their weakness in Rika firmed up too. I think BDSA will clean through. I think 3-1, 3-0. Like I think BDSA going to finals. They look like the strongest team in
What
playoffs
about
so
the
far.
bottom part of the bracket?
We obviously didn't see Eintracht Spandau today, but I do think GK, like, I don't know, they've shown they're adaptable in a best of 5 series. That's the best thing you can be. So for benefit of the doubt, I'll go for GK because I doubted them today. And I'm sorry.
Counterpoint.
I believe in Gigabong as well. There's no counterpoint. Gigabong versus
yeah.
Hoon is a great timeline, but I do agree. I think BDSA looked incredibly good. I think they look like one of those flexible and, strong teams in the tournament. So I'm going to go with BDSA. Oh, but I want Hoon versus Bong. I'm going to go, okay, Hoon versus Gigabong in the top lane. We're seeing that.
Okay.
Well, you know the games, you know what's going to happen. But until then, we have a day off tomorrow so everybody can rest. All players kind of need it. And as soon as that day is off, we jump into semifinals for the EMEA Masters 2024 Spring. I hope you guys are excited. I hope everyone is excited for what's about to happen. Lights are coming in the studio. We had Bong on the interview. Thanks so much for watching. It's not the same without you, so I expect you on the semifinals. And until then, keep climbing. I'll see you soon. Bong, 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 bong.
When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might
Plotting on me, target on my head, oh, they thought I would find out, yeah. Gotta be joking, I ain't been 100, how do you sound now, yeah?
Oh, you better focus, I'm locked and loaded. This ain't a game, you get forfeit. We back your trophies, better not get cold. We ain't starving, the whole team was dinner, now they go, bitch. We mobbing, y'all really goofy, that ain't not a problem. I'm cautious, I've been on these snakes, just a garden. We novice, operations down in my apartment. They block it, OG with the K, ain't no stopping. Better not let me out this shade, they catch the problem. You can keep the rings, we just want the crowd. You can keep the rings, we just want the crowd. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run,
down 100 times. Right back up, we climb, we climb, we climb, we climb. Victory on our mind. All we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight.